Thank you. I didn't know what to expect, but now
I'm terrified of these eggheads messing around with all these things. I really am, because it seems like what we know now is that there wasn't a ton of oversight. They sort of went with the NIH funds the Eco Health Alliance. The Eco Health Alliance funds the Wuhan lab. The Wuhan lab, which has had many safety violations, including I think a year before the leak, and then it gets out, and then they all lie, and then they all trade emails back and forth where they're talking about the lie, and they go in front of Congress and they lie, and now they're talking about giving Fauci a mass pardon, a preemptive pardon, so he doesn't get charged. It's a whole thing. And then there's another one today where the Biden administration is keeping the emergency classification of COVID to 2029, so that they can avoid being attacked for the Emergency Use Authorization Act. It's so creepy stuff because there's money. It's all money, right? There's money involved in this. There's these people that are working on viruses. Well, the way to get funding is you have to work on viruses. So whether or not I don't think they're evil people, but I think these people, this is what they studied in college. This is what they went to university for, and now they're studying it. And what's the best way to study? You got to actually have to have funding, have to have a lab, and you start doing it. And so who do you do it for? Well, you do it for the Defense Department, because they want to work on weaponizing viruses. This is a real thing.
It's one of the scariest things.
It's fucking terrifying. I did a television show once where we talked to this guy from Russia and from former Soviet Union, where he was talking about how they had literally giant vats of anthrax. They had enough anthrax to literally kill every fucking human being in America, and that they were working on viruses and all these deadly diseases.
To be honest, I'm quite surprised we're still here.
Yeah, it's pretty shocking
with what's already happened and what the potentials are. It's staggering.
Well, if you think about all the things that we've gone through where we just barely missed the total disaster, the Cuban Missile Crisis, and then there was the one time where there was they thought that the United States had launched a missile at Russia, and they were very close to responding. It was just a glitch, and one guy, just one clear-headed person, decided not to launch.
Yeah,
and this is in the 60s.
Yeah,
right? This is it's so terrifying.
Yeah, we're so close all the time, really. That's why should just try and have a happy life wherever you can. That's for sure.
The problem with that is if you don't speak up, and if no one reacted to any of this COVID-19 stuff, if no one reacted to the Orwellian censorship complex that was established to try to silence people who are critical of the narrative that they're pushing,
sure,
we would all be fucked. You kind of have to pay attention now, unfortunately. I don't want to.
No, I agree.
I just have fun. It's my life. Be with my family and my friends.
No, of course.
Enjoy myself.
Of course.
We all do.
No, it's good to be aware. No question about that. And
but there's also this part of me that goes, but this is what the universe provides you with. The universe provides you with a very unique balance of good and evil, and the evil exists to appreciate the good and to motivate the good.
No question.
And there's always going to be both. It just seems like there's always going to be until we reach some enlightenment, until Jesus comes back, the aliens land.
Well, that they call balance, isn't it?
Yeah.
Trying to do the balancing act as best as you can.
Yeah. What do you do? What's your balancing routine? If you feel like you're getting a little sideways?
I hate to say it, but it's back to getting out into the fresh air and walking.
Yeah.
I mean, that really does, or even photography, just being... my number one go-to is I'm a biker. I've been on motorcycles since I was in my early teens. So to really blow the cobwebs out, it's kind of getting on a bike and just riding somewhere I've never been before. I just look at a map and go, that looks interesting, and I just go.
That looks like so fun if I was bulletproof and made out of metal.
Have you
scared of motorcycles?
Really? Well, it's the other people who are saying that.
That's exactly right.
Yeah. But you have to, I believe you have to have a heightened awareness to be a biker and
Oh,
still.
most certainly. Do you have a loud bike so people can hear at least?
Yeah, I've had a few loud ones.
Like a Harley?
I used to have Harley. At the moment, I ride a Triumph, a couple of Triumphs.
Oh, nice.
One that looks like an old school, but actually works. And then I thought I was never going to be one of those guys that ever rode one of those 50s, the sort of adventure bikes. You know,
With the saddles with the boxes.
kind of. Yeah, but the relative half fairing. But I when I go for a ride and these random rides, I could be gone up in the mountains with no signal for 3.5, 4 hours, and there has been an occasion, or several in the past, where without signal, the bike has had problems, and it gets pretty scary when you're in the wilderness and you've got no backup. I had a real leak with a brand new bike and no signal, and I was literally rolling down any hill I could just to survive, make it to whatever little village I could find in the middle of nowhere.
Where were you?
In France.
Oh, wow.
So I tend to go up in the wilds back there. And, so I decided also my backside after 3.5 hours on one of the older style bikes is pretty painful. So I just had to look at one of the kind of adventure bikes. And
What do they look like? Can you tell us? Is that it?
So that's what my old bike looks like. That's actually my old bike with my old friend riding it. And that's the one where your ass kills after a couple of hours. Those are the kind of views I get. Those are in the middle of nowhere.
Are these your photographs?
Yeah. These are just quickies on my phone. Just the places I find myself in the middle of nowhere. I mean, stunning places. And they're not far from where I am on the coast. And they're kind of on the border with Italy. So it's pretty unique stuff.
Where do you live?
I officially live in Monaco.
Oh, wow. I was just there.
Yeah,
I was there last night. Yeah.
Oh shit. Okay. Well,
It's really beautiful.
it's not a bad place to
It's
be.
a weird spot.
It's a weird
It's like,
spot.
what's going on here?
Listen,
Why is everybody stacked up in apartments
It's
right here?
very transient.
Yeah.
People come and go for whatever reason that they do, and I mean, most people like myself, we have this kind of summer house getaway, so you can go breathe on the weekends.
Isn't it kind of a tax sheltery place?
Yeah,
Too?
very much. Yeah. No,
So a lot of real rich folks go there to
for sure.
hoard their
For
cash.
sure. But there's a few new places around the world that offer that kind of possibility.
Oh, really? Where else?
Dubai's offering certain incentives now. Portugal, certain incentives.
Yeah, Dubai has like no income tax, right?
I've never been there personally.
Is that the fact? Is that a fact?
I think it is. I'm not.
Yeah.
Sure. But
I have a friend who just moved to Dubai. He's American and he's a filmmaker, and he says, "I feel so safe."
yeah, that's one element.
There's no crime.
As long as you're not doing.
He said you
anything
could leave a
bad.
Rolex on the ground and
Oh, yeah.
someone pick it up and turn it into the police.
Yeah, I'm sure.
UAE does not levy income tax on an individual. However, it levies a 5% value-added tax on the purchase of goods. That's pretty reasonable.
Yeah.
Levied in each stage of the supply chain and ultimately borne to the end consumer.
Wow.
Fairly reasonable.
Yeah. So, although I it's never inspired me so far.
No.
Anyway.
No. What is like wild restrictions over there?
Oh yeah, and I like a bit of character with where I am. Yeah.
Yeah.
And, one of the pleasures I find is, number one, I'm a biker, so I get to ride around a lot. I'm not really a beach guy. After 20 minutes, I start twitching. I need to do something. It's true, but I'm also a foodie as well. So, Monaco's half an hour away from Italy, and there's actually a big crossover in the restaurants between French and Italian food.
Oh, wow.
And then you have places like the island of Corsica, which is French, now it's been through the mill a few times. It was English at one point, it was Italian at one point, it's I think a few other nations too. But I could see it from where I was. You can actually see the outline of Corsica from the south of France and from Monaco at certain locations. And I'd seen it for 25, 30 years and had never been. And a couple of years ago, I decided with a friend to hop in, got a little mini convertible, and that's my little run around. And decided to get the ferry, which is about 6 hours across, and drive, with no bookings, no nothing, and just see if there was a hotel available. And drove around the whole island in 10 days. And it was one of the most magical places I've ever been to. It's like 10 countries on one island. The scenery is mind-blowing. The south of it is very much like the Caribbean, crystal clear, turquoise blue waters. But the food, again, this combination of the best of Italian and the best of French, just the freshest of the freshest of the fresh. And I've only been down there about 2 or 3 times because this was only a few years ago, and I couldn't believe that. And here's the other thing. Okay, the ferry's 6 hours, but you can get on what they call a vomit comet. It's like a very short flight. You could be there in the south of Corsica from Nice airport in 45 minutes, and it's a different world. It's an entirely stunning, gorgeous, different world with, again, scenery unlike I've ever seen before. And for such a small island, which you could, oh yeah. I mean, it's just insanely beautiful. And that's Bonifacio, yes. They're renowned for being. They can be a bit of a, tough nuts.
In what way?
If they don't like you, if you piss them off, excuse my French, they'll blow up your house. I mean, there was a report a couple of years ago that this guy's house, that he was causing some trouble and they didn't want him around. They blow up his house and set it on fire. I'm serious.
Well, I guess if you live in a small place like that, that's really amazing. Probably very protective of someone coming along.
They're exactly like that. I mean, if you don't,
I get that.
If you don't respect them,
I get that.
Yeah.
Well, whenever people say, like, if you go to France, they're very rude.
I get it.
I've gone to France. I didn't think they were rude, but I get how there's some Americans, like, hopping right off the cruise ship that are just fat and stupid.
There's just, I think if you're not prepared to be warm and friendly on the approach and treat them with the respect that they deserve in their own country.
Treat like you're a visitor.
Yeah. Don't order them around. Yes. Don't tell them what to do. And even though, they think it's quite funny that you try and speak their language. I mean, I can understand French pretty well and Italian and a few other things, but, go to help you try and speak it because they don't laugh at you, but they'll speak back to you in English,
Right.
It's,
that's the wonderful thing about English.
But at least make the effort, is what I'm saying.
Sure. Show them that you're
trying.
Yeah.
They kind of go,
say that.
Just thank you alone,
Yeah.
Don't just order them around, which I've seen many people do, and it's a bit shocking.
Grazie. Yeah. Say a few things.
Yeah.
Just let them know that you're trying.
Yeah, absolutely.
I try to go to Italy every year. Me and my family, we go there every year. I love it. It's just so. My favorite place is Ravello.
Where is
Ravello? Off the coast.
Okay.
It's just so beautiful. But I've liked Rome too. It's a little touristy. The problem with Rome is it's overcrowded. There's a lot of touristy shit going on.
Rome is not my favorite. The reason why it's so appealing to me is because my first stepfather was Italian, Roberto Bassanini, and he was and he was the black sheep of the family. He was the naughty boy, and he was more like an older brother to me. Married to mum after dad, after John, and his family were involved in kind of hotels and restaurants from also London in the heyday of Italian restaurants. It was like the 70s. And so they had a few small hotels in different areas. And so whenever I was at school in London, or England at that time, we'd take these trips to, Cortina or above Milan, this little town called Fogland that I used to go, unknown by most tourists, locals, to go skiing in the winter, or Pesaro, which was on the east coast for summer holidays. So I spent a lot of time there growing up from the age of 5, 6, 7. She was only with him for about 3 or 4 years, but we stayed in touch. I used to go visit him all the time because he was a laugh. Of course, sadly his lifestyle killed him. With a couple of heart attacks at the end of everything. Yeah, he was having too much of a good time, I'm afraid. But I miss him dearly. He certainly was, one of those characters that you admired.
When I go to Italy, it feels like almost immediately you have like a decrease in blood pressure.
Yes.
Like almost immediately.
Oh, yeah.
It's like the vibe of the people and the way they live is just relaxed.
They can be a bit stressed sometimes over the shouting at each other and
Yeah, but even then, it doesn't seem like shouting. Like American shouting leads to violence.
Yes, this is true.
I hear American shouting like, let's get the fuck out of here.
Yeah.
I hear Italian shouting like, what happened? Did someone in the kitchen fuck up? Like, what went wrong?
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to sound pompous, but it does sound pompous that, if I have friends come over from the States or London, I'll say, do you fancy it? Get some Italian to me. And we'll get in the car, we'll be on the freeway or the motorway over there, and they tell me, where are we going? I'm going, go for Italian. And there's a little town about an hour away from Monaco, tiny little medieval town called, I won't give it away, actually, can't give it away, where I'll just go and get the best spaghetti vongole on the planet, made by a grandmother who's in a kitchen, 10 by 10 at the best of times, and it's down on the water, and it's just, it's Italy for me. If you're not in the Pontifici by the Sea, at its best, and they all get dressed up at sunset. They all love to walk the promenade. In their finest attire, and sit there and watch the world go by and drink their coffee and chat. Because I lived in LA for, I think it was about 8 years. I went back. The story of me going back actually was that I flew back to London to see a premiere of a film called Backbeat. It's about the early 40s. I didn't know anything about it, but I had an invite, so I went to see it. And I met this guy who said, who's a line producer, and he said, have you been to Monaco? I said, no, never even thought about it. And he said, do you like Grand Prix? Not really a Grand Prix kind of guy. He said, well, listen, if you've got nothing to do this weekend after saw the film and the premiere, why don't you come down? I've got an apartment, I've got an extra room, I know the town inside out, and I was thinking, what am I going to do? Go back to LA and Vietnam again? And so I literally went down to the next day, and he just showed me around. We went to a very famous restaurant and famous corner, Rascals Corner Grand Prix. And it's literally where you're having a prawn cocktail and there's a car coming at you at about 180 miles an hour with just a chicken wire fence in front of your face. And you're going, how far away? I mean, directly in front of you. I mean, the car could be, this is it right here. Yeah, that's not the Raskas corner. That's the Lowe's corner. Raskas corner is very, very famous for the spot. There it is. Yeah, that's it. So you'd be behind a chicken wire fence. This is a kind of modern version of more protection than it used to have. And you'd have a bit of lunch there, and they would, and that was the hot spot in Monaco for years. There's the three brothers that owned it, real troublemakers, and it was a blast. But so yeah, so I went, all right, I'm into this, and so I spent the summer there, and I used to have a little bungalow on Mulholland and Coldwater, and I had a caretaker there because I had a dog at the time. And I just said, hi, Tim, pack it up, sell the house, and come back. And I didn't go back.
Did you take your dog?
The dog actually died before yeah, it was getting on. But yes, yeah. Yeah, I just put everything in storage. I rented this kind of what could be seen as a Miami Vice kind of apartment on the 30th floor. It just had marble and a mirrored wall with no furniture, and so I bought a couch off the floor of a store called Habitat because it would take 6 weeks to order. I had nothing, so I bought a couch. I bought a TV, even though there was no English TV back then. This is 30 years ago. I just had a trunk to put the TV on. And occasionally you get American movies. And a mattress on the floor, and that was like that for 10 years. I just was really stupid.
Did you enjoy it?
It's just stupid.
Did you enjoy it?
I've had two. Well, I've had three.
I've had some people from your community in my circle, and I have to say, they are some of the coolest, most enlightened, intelligent people I have had the privilege to meet.
New York for a few years, early in my career, early 20s, but I almost died ago. I almost died there with the party and went on the clubs back in the heyday then. Celebrity Central, with the likes of the Limelight with Alice Cooper and a few other fruitcakes. And then I really did feel like I was, I could have done it easily. I was bored of it. I enjoyed it. And then I went to LA, and a friend of mine had a convertible, and we just drove across Mulholland down to Malibu, and I went, this is gorgeous. What the hell am I doing? That's how I moved to LA. I packed up and went. And I did exactly the same thing. I found a place to live, and just, was there and could get myself situated.
I think I met you in 1973.
That's a good possibility. That would have been mid to end of my term there.
I was doing something for MTV. You were one of the first celebrities that I met. You, Rico Suave,
Yes, yeah, because I was early in on the MTV stuff. The label was pushing whatever, throw me on whatever was available.
I was with this woman who was an executive at MTV. She was taking me around and showing me LA. I'd never been to LA. And I'd been once for a martial arts competition when I was young. Here was, and she took me into this nightclub, and you were at the front door about to get in. And I was like, no, I remember very little.
Was I with some fruitcakes? I'm sure.
I don't remember. I just remember it's a famous guy. John Lennon's son. Crazy.
All right.
I was coming from New York.
Looks like we're live. George is already there with a comment. Hi there.
This is so strange.
It was just strange. True badge.
published.com and TV executive clearly around showing those. Just kind of like
should be.
Yeah, that's what everybody does. They go out, they go to the clubs. It's just
The scary thing about LA that you thought it was over at 2 o'clock, because they literally put your drinks at 1:30. But then they go to the taps,
right,
and they continue till dawn. So that was dangerous too.
Yeah.
So I was happy that they got away from that.
Fortunately, I avoided all that.
You're lucky.
Yeah.
I mean, there was some fun to be had, no question about it, but a lot of it was kind of dark too.
Yeah, I'm sure. Well, that's when you start using cocaine for human beings. Dark.
Fine. And a lot of Jack Daniels too.
You go hand in hand. Yeah, I avoided all that actually. When I moved to LA, I'm one of those people that's like,
How long were you out there for?
I guess no, not quite 30 years. 26 years. Because I've been here before. Yeah. Most of my life, the most I've ever lived in. But I
Welcome. I'm here.
a very small handful of times. So I was dragged.
Yeah.
The last one dragged was Naomi Campbell's birthday party, which was
I'm sure that
it was insane.
Yeah.
It was with Dave Chappelle. So Dave and I were, Dave knows.
Yes. Hey.
Hey man, there's a party up in the hills. You want to go? And I was like, I don't want to go to any fucking parties.
Yeah.
He's like, come on, man, I want to go alone. So I said, okay. So me and Dave, we drove all the way up. It was like a scene in a movie.
Yeah.
Because like here's me and my super famous friend, and we're in my Porsche, or we're in my race car with GT3. So you're driving up in the hills, and then you have to stop at this place, and you have to get on a shuttle, and then you get to the house, and then you get on an elevator, an outside elevator that takes you from the main house to the party house. So they had a party house on the top of this hill. So we're up in this elevator with 3 more, which is weird as it is.
Yeah.
It's fucking weird. I famously. Yeah. And then we get to the top of this hill, and it's just everybody famous. It's Lenny Kravitz and all these different people. Yeah. And so Naomi Campbell, there's a photograph of her on the side of the hill that's literally 50 feet tall. It's an enormous naked photograph. Of course, because it's her birthday. She's unbelievably beautiful still with old shoes. I don't know how old shoes, but like sensation. We get to the top of this place. We're hanging out. It's very weird. And Dave pulls me aside and goes, man, I wouldn't want to be this famous. I go, hey, man, you're the most famous motherfucker here. He goes, really?
Oh, yeah.
Because we're a little high. He goes, really? I go, 100%. You're the most famous person. For sure. We're just laughing. Like, this is so crazy. And then we got out of there and went right back to the comedy store. We're like, I can't do this.
Yeah.
It's just too strange.
The scenes are pretty good down there, that's for sure.
Well, it's also these celebrities, they can't hang out with regular people, I think. They feel too weird. So I think they try to get together.
Yeah.
And so we were like,
that's absolutely spot on.
Vampire getting
yes,
famous people.
You are absolutely spot on.
They call it he said it was like an eyes wide shut party. Like that's what it feels like. It feels like you're in a secret fraternity.
No, there's a few that I've left that I feel very uncomfortable being.
Like what?
I couldn't tell you exactly where I went, but certainly some weird ones up in the hills that I just went, this doesn't feel.
There's something about the act of going up into the hills where you're going to the
one of the things was the fact that now you've got Ubers and place, but back in my day, there was no taxis around either, so you get trapped.
Oh,
and then figure,
can't
might as well
out.
have a drink. And that's what would happen more often than not. But, so it's kind of better not to.
Definitely better not to, but maybe go a couple times.
Yeah,
So
go and check it out. Yeah, go and see what that's all about. Yeah.
Many people have lost
it's
their
messy.
time.
Oh yeah,
they've lost their time to these places. It becomes a part of your life and your lifestyle. It's deeply unhealthy. Both. It's physically unhealthy, but it's also spiritually unhealthy.
Yeah.
it's a weird way to spend your time.
Been there, done that. Thank you very much.
You look fine. You got through it.
No, I did. I did get through it.
Don't you think it's good to just know?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, not the way to do it.
No, I think if you don't know, you can't. You can't talk about it. You can't understand
Right.
that weird journey that you go through. I think you have to do certain things sometimes just to realize what it's all about.
Well, LA
It's
is
that balance. It's the like,
LA is so particularly odd too because everyone's chasing this very specific goal of notoriety. Like it's success, but success is it's quantified by notoriety. Like the more famous you are, the more popular, the bigger your song is.
Even now, all you've got to have is bloody iPhone.
Yeah.
Whatever.
TikTok.
Yeah. An account, and that's
Yeah.
it. I mean,
Very strong.
yeah, really. Yeah, I can't quite get to grips with all that, to be honest with you.
I don't think anybody can. And I think it's essentially being captured by a form of technology that has leveraged our desire for this attention, our desire for this notoriety.
But it's also being known for nothing.
Right.
Yeah, that's the scary thing.
Yes.
And having this element of what seems to be the latest generation, this privilege,
Right. Right.
where they believe that, everything is owed.
Right.
And entitled, yeah. And I find that shocking,
Well, that comes along with the quest, right? If the quest is just notoriety, like if you're an artist, you happen to get famous because everybody loves your music or loves your photography or loves your books, whatever. That's a different sort of relationship because people love you for what you've made, what you've produced.
Yeah, that's the purpose.
Yeah, and I love people like that because I'm fascinated by people that are able to create things that resonate with everybody or resonate with enormous amount of people. It's fascinating to be around them and to kind of just, I know a lot of famous people now. I know some of them are just fantastic people.
Yeah.
There's really interesting people.
Well, you have very interesting people on your show, that's for sure. I mean, that's what intrigued me from, Professor Brian Cox, I'm an absolute fan of him.
He's amazing. Such a nice guy.
Lovely guy, mind-blowing.
Mind-blowing.
Too much information for my good.
It's so funny. I was talking about him with a friend of mine the other day, and my friend wasn't aware of it. And I had just done a podcast with him. And so I'd gone to the club from the podcast. I'm like, oh, my God, this podcast. This guy blew my mind.
Yeah.
I've had him on several times, and he's always amazing. And my friend looks at the photo. He goes, what does he look like? I pulled. He's like, is that kind of a band or something? I go, yeah, he was a band. He's like, no way.
Yeah.
He's in a successful band. Yeah. He's an actual brilliant scientist who is in a successful band.
Yeah. Mind-boggling. Doesn't come.
Because he looks like a rock star.
He does. Yeah, he's not changed his look since the beginning.
And he's such a great science communicator.
Well, that's the thing. See, I love science, but I get lost in it sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
But he is probably the closest I'll ever get to really trying to have an insight into what it's all about. As best as he can describe it.
He's really good at explaining to people that don't have the proper understanding of all the terminology and all the ways they discover it. He can lay it out for the layperson.
Yeah, which is why he's so fascinating, which is why everybody should know it.
Yeah, his show was too. Have you ever seen the show? They do it live.
No, I haven't.
Enormous screens, and they show you history of the universe, stellar history, most wild stuff.
Yeah.
Really incredible stuff.
Yeah, fantastic.
Yeah.
Fantastic stuff.
Yeah, I've been very fortunate in that way. I've had the chance to talk to so many extraordinary people, and it's great, but it makes talking to boring people almost painful. Like you just hold your breath.
I don't know which category I'm in.
You're
So,
not no.
well, I can be. I think we all can be, I guess, at some stage.
Well, just the fact that you're willing to do what you've done is to take these trips and just move to a place. I think that's great. I think you need more of that in their life. I think you could see the world from your neighborhood, from where you live, and get a really distorted sense of this experience, this very unique experience of these bizarre thinking creatures interacting with each other on this isolated planet that's whirling through the universe.
Yeah.
And you could think that you kind of understand the experience until you go to other places.
Well, I see you're a big fan of Bourdain's.
Yeah.
And I loved his show. So
Yeah.
I still watch it all the time because it's just what he discovered, how he entrenched himself with people that he went to meet and the conversations and the food. Just that's my cup of tea right there. So I think, how can you not want to do that, learn, love the experience?
Well, he had such a infectious passion for different cultures and their food and the art of food. He was the first guy to make me consider that cooking is actually artful. I kind of knew it, but I didn't think of it. I kind of just said, "Oh, delicious food, awesome. This guy's a really great chef, awesome."
Yeah.
And then I watched his first show, No Reservations. And okay, duh, it's art. It's art that you need.
Oh yeah.
Oh, that's why they're all weird and they all have tattoos, fucking weird earrings.
Yeah.
Okay, they're artists. Okay, that makes so much sense. And I was like, oh, you fuck, you can't ever put it in that category. I just decided, no, that's just food. But no, there's art to food.
It's another level.
Yeah, like the place you were talking about, linguine with clams, linguine vongole, which is my favorite dish of all time.
Spaghetti vongole.
Oh,
Well,
done.
I promise that if you ever come back to Monty, as we call it, I'll drive you.
Oh, I'll go. I'll go.
We'll go for spaghetti vongole. Hope the dear grandmother's still alive.
It also makes me angry because when I eat pasta and pizza over in Italy, I don't feel like shit. And then I come to America and I eat the same supposed things.
I can eat friggin' salad here and put on weight. I don't know what's going on. I'm serious.
Yeah, it's seed oils. Seed oils, salad dressing, sugar.
Yeah, all of that. All of that. I agree. I live it's a much healthier lifestyle over there without question.
Oh yeah, that's violated.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's true.
It's generally organic.
You can eat pizza every day, pasta every day.
Yeah.
And so that I think the other real thing here is portion control as well.
Yeah, we're gluttons.
I mean, you could have one plate for food here and serve 4 people at the other.
Yeah.
Literally.
Oh yeah, that's a fact. I think I was poor when I was young, and I think because of that, I'm even more of a glutton.
Yeah.
I just want more food.
Right.
I want all the food.
Yeah.
And then I work out a lot, so I'm always hungry.
Yeah.
So that I have a little.
That's a different thing.
Yeah. I mean, the only thing that keeps me fat is my exercise routine and discipline.
Yeah.
So if I was just giving into my whims, I'd be 500 pounds.
Yeah. For sure.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's it's especially
Food
when you go
is
to different cultures, If you go to somewhere and you go to Thailand and eat authentic Thai food in Thailand, it's like, oh man,
Yeah.
there's something special.
It's great when you've got friends who have that same appreciation that, while you're eating lunch, you're talking about dinner.
Yeah. Yeah.
So that's how excited you are about food.
And it's also, it just realigns your priorities. Like, what really are you trying to get out of life? You're trying to get out of life memorable experiences with people you care about. Those are like the best moments in life.
No question. No question about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I long for that.
Yeah.
Because also I go on these very long working time periods, and I don't get to see a lot of friends quite often. And so I really try and work out and look at my schedule these days ago. I'm taking some time out here for a couple of days. I want to see my friends, I want to say hello, share some time and stories, food with them. So it's become a key thing to have that included in running around like a headless chicken all the time,
Is that what inspired your photography? Because this book is really excellent. Your photography is great.
Thank you. It was a dear friend, Timothy White, who's a celebrity photographer, and he'd done my second and third album. We were doing a charity single called Lucy, which was about Lucy Voden, who was the Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds, who died from lupus. And then I became the lupus the ambassador for the Lupus Foundation of America. And we were doing a single to called Lucy, and we were doing with another great artist called Jade Scott Cook, and we were doing a photo shoot, and he'd sent me some pictures, and I started screwing around with his pictures, and he said to me, and you actually don't do that with a photographer's work. You know, he said, what the fuck are you doing with my picture? He said, where did you learn how to do this? I said, well, I didn't. I just, I'm intuitively inspired to play around with stuff, I'm still a big kid. So, and he said, well, do you have other photos? Do you actually have photos yourself that you've taken and worked on? Bits and bobs, nothing. So he and I sat down and threw all the photos I had, and I think there were maybe 1,000 at that time, which isn't much at all. And now over 120,000 photos. It's mind-boggling. That's why this was difficult. But so he said, Jules, why don't you do something with this stuff? And I said, what? What am I going to do? And he said, listen, you should do an exhibition. We've got some really beautiful things here. And I said, listen, I'll do it if you mentor me through the whole process, which he did. And I was probably more petrified at the first exhibition that I did, which was in New York at the old CBGB's, which turned into the Morrison Hotel Gallery. And that was in 2010, I think. And I was more petrified the 3 days leading up to that than I was ever going on stage. Well, probably my first ever stage performance, which I did in Dallas at a rehearsal space that was down here for the first ever tour. Now, again, the anxiety, it's the unknown. I don't know what, the worry of what people are going to think, because not just being you, but John Little, being the second John, so to speak, was always an issue for me. It's feeling like you have to doubly prove yourself. And literally an hour or two before the opening as well, there was the most horrendous storm and downpour in New York. And I thought, that's it. Nobody's coming. But to my utter delight, I had reviews from fine art, photography, magazines, etc., that gave nothing but praise, and I was shocked. Wow, absolutely shocked. So I just continued doing that. I'm now over, I think, 42 exhibitions worldwide. I just finished my biggest one in Venice at a museum over the last 3 months. And the book, in fact, I had approached other publications before, but been pretty much turned down by everyone. Out of the blue, earlier this year, this company out of Berlin called Tenoise said, listen, do you want to do a photography? I said, hell yeah. And they said, why haven't you done one before? I said, because nobody gave me the opportunity. Is my French.
Do you think that's because you're John Lennon something? There's a burden that is really unique to you.
I certainly recognize that there's walls, without question.
What is that like? Like, what are the walls? Like, do you think it's just they dismiss you?
Because something's going on. I mean, I discussed this with Rebecca, who you met, my manager, and a few other people. There's occasions where I'll be totally blanked, like with the last album I came out with, Jude, which took between 5 and 30 years to write and record. It was old songs and new songs that I wanted to balance the sound, and it was at a time when I'd gone through a lot of changes myself, and I had decided to finally call myself be Julian. I'd been John Charles Julian Lennon all my life, but everybody would always know me as Julian. Even mum and dad called me Julian. So I'm like, you know what? I want to be me finally. So by deep 2020, I said, right, I'm going to be Julian. And the album's going to be called Jude. And the reason I called it Jude was that it was finally not only an acceptance, but actually, what's the terminology? I'm actually taking ownership, could I say, of the name Jude and what that represented for all these years to other people, to me. So anyway, so I that was the album was a big for me. Calling the album Jude for a start was inciting,
Right.
hopefully positive. But the weird thing was, I put this whole band together, and I wanted to, as a starter, to go on all the TV shows that I ever wanted to appear on. For instance, in England, like Jules Holland. Later with Jules Holland, which is the only live music show that I've watched all my life, actually. It's Graham Norton, and I've done their radio shows, which is really, really weird. He got on like a house on fire before live, and that all went down well. It was kind of like CEO on the real show. Producers down there. And and same with a lot of the late night American shows. Just didn't. They weren't interested. And I had I'd done the name change. I'd been away for 10 years. I called the album Jude. There was a lot to talk about. And a great deal more than I'm presenting right now. Anyway, I was turned down, and that still happens to me, which saddens me, because just when you feel like you want to open up, and answer any question you can throw at me, I've not been allowed to. That's what it's felt like, that I've not been allowed to speak my piece, whatever that is. Well, on whatever subject matter.
It's weird. It's like the gatekeeper aspect of it is weird, but it's also weird. Like, why not? Like, what would be the hesitance?
I don't understand.
It's the idea of the son of a great man. It's just weird. We have a dismissal, and I'm very guilty of it.
Yeah.
The son of a great man. I always think that's fucked.
Yeah.
The burden's too high.
Yeah. Well, and I think with a lot of people, they don't want anybody to interfere with that. I mean, how dare the son come along and try and be better in any way, shape, or form, or be as good as, or whatever.
Yeah, you're immediately dismissed.
Which is why, to a certain degree, photography really appealed to me. Number one, because the reality is I prefer it behind the camera. I don't mind being a goofball once in a while doing in front of the camera things, but I'm not really comfortable there. But behind the camera, traveling is what I have a foundation called the White Feather Foundation, and we try to help people all over the world. That started. I know that you have interest in the indigenous cultures, and I don't know if you know the backstory to the White Feather Foundation.
No.
Okay, so there we go. I was on tour with probably my most, at least outside of America, most well-known song. It was a number one in the top 10 in countries all over the world except for America. And it was called Saltwater. And Saltwater is environmental and humanitarian issues. And I was number one in Australia. I was doing all kinds of shows. I was doing promo and tour as well. And I found myself in Adelaide. And I got this call from the hotel management saying, excuse me, Mr. Evans, but there's an Aboriginal tribe down here with TV crews who want to say hi. And I thought it was like an on-the-road prank and said, yes, sure, why would they be coming to see me? You know, and they called back and said, no, this is serious. Can you come down, please? And so I think the TV crew is an Aboriginal tribe. What's this about? And so I kind of get dolled up a little bit because I don't know what the TVs are or cameras. Yeah. I go down, and in the lobby there's a little platform and about 30 people, half of them Indigenous, TV crews, a bunch of other stuff. And I honestly have no idea what it's about. And this woman, who was the elder of this particular tribe called the Burning people, walked up to me and presented me with a male swan's white feather, which is about yay big, and said, you know, can you help us? You have a voice. Can you help us? And I just kind of went, well, you know, I just continue being the rock and roller, or do I step up to the plate, whatever that means? And so I specifically did this one. Well, I'll tell you, initially, you know, I didn't know what their problems. I imagined that it would be the same as most other Indigenous tribes around the world that have had issues, you know. And they said, you know, can you help us? I said, you know, I'll do it for the children. So I guess what I was saying is the next generation of me, you know, try and. Anyway, so this woman was called Iris. She was the elder. She's since passed in the last year or so. But I spent 10 years making a documentary with the best friend Kim Kindersley, who initiated this whole thing. We made a documentary called Whale Dreams. Independently, I had no money really behind it, sponsorship. We won about 8 international independent film awards, which was great. But the backstory to this is that the dad said to me, and I couldn't tell you when or where, just it was one of those times that we were together. He just said that, you know, if something ever happens to me, that I'll let you know that to let you know that I'm okay, or that we're all going to be okay, will be in the form of a white feather. So when that woman presented me with white feathers, yeah, the goosebumps came on heavy. I get them now every time I talk about the story.
I'm getting.
So yeah, there she is. There's Iris, and there's Bunna, who's and the other guys.
That is so great.
I still have that. The original envelope that she gave it to me, and it's, you know, it's in a very special place at home.
I mean, you can talk all about coincidence.
Oh no, that's for me. I'm sorry, that was undeniable, regardless of where my faith or spirituality and religion was. To me, that was this is real. This is as real as it gets.
It's funny because people love to dismiss these things, like, oh, hogwash, oh, it's just coincidence, oh, it could have been a variety of different things. But the reality is, mathematically, like, what are the odds? Just what are the odds that you would be contacted by an Indigenous tribe and bring you the very thing that your father said he would provide you as proof?
Yeah, and I was in Australia, number one at the time.
Right.
It's the most environmental humanitarian song I've ever written.
Right.
You know.
Right.
Yeah. So I said, yeah, I'll do it again. So we made the film, and then with the advent of course, the internet, I was like, okay, so we'll put a website together to sell the film. So, and I'd also said to my business, Jessica, if we make anything on this, I said I want to go back to the money. And he said the only way that can happen is if you have a foundation. So initially, the foundation was just a vehicle, just to pass me along. But I started the White Foundation to have, again, a vehicle to sell the film. And then slowly but surely I would start getting these emails from people over the years, at times. So, well, can you help us? Really, foundation. I did this project, thought that was it. Anyway, there were a few other sorts of emails, and I finally said, well, all right, this is a platform. Let me see if I can. Okay, what am I interested in? What can I do? There's plenty of other charities. There's plenty of other people doing other things. But what can I do? Indigenous tribes were the first to learn people, and then, in fact, in the film itself, in Wales, the Kim, the director, friend of the director, had already done a segment of the film where he grouped 80 of the elders of the world's indigenous tribes, 80 around a fire, just filmed them to talk about their plight and what they had in common, and the fact that their cultures and land were being taken away from them, being destroyed, etc., etc. So that became one of the first orders of the day: take the money, protect indigenous tribes around the world, try to buy back their lands, protect their cultures, people, try and support them in whatever way we can, which is what we continue to do. So Kenya, to different schools, health clinics, mostly girls' schools. I sent a scholarship in my mum's name, the City 11 scholarship for girls. Send them to college and universities where the girls learn and protect their people, their families and cultures. And so, we build health clinics and dormitories and do because the stories that I heard from these girls having to walk to and from schools that took 3 to 6 hours. They'd be exhausted by the time they got to home or to school, and that they wanted to get ahead to pass certain exams. They had the threat pretty much every day of being raped or murdered. And they would literally stay or sleep in the classroom to convert them to dormitories at night so that they felt protected. I mean, it was when they went out, they were doing 3 hours of chores every day before they could do any homework, and they go to sleep and then walk to school again. So you'd hear these incredible stories. Just realize how lucky you are. And so we try to, again, we do with health and education as far as kids who can here. So my last trip was to Colombia, to South America, to visit the Koji, who were these insane people shoot the cocoa leaves. But they used to be fishermen years ago before the Spanish arrived in the 1600s and chased them off into the Sierra. Yeah, it's cocoa leaves. Cocoa leaves. Chew it and mix it with spit. Oh, boy. Yeah, all off their heads, really. But they still have this beautiful culture. And I was only there for a few days. There's another group. There's an NGO, another group called the Amazon Conservation, the White Foundation worked with. We went down there and brought them up back and did a couple of ceremonies with them, which were very, very beautiful. One of the most, probably one of the happiest moments of my life, I've only mentioned this once or twice, was that we came back to the mountains, and we came to see we were staying in huts, and the coach came down with us, and it lit a fire. Sun was just going there, and no computers, no nothing, and we just sat on the beach, and the fire's between myself and the coach, and the sun's just going down, waves, so it's just very beautiful. Nobody on the beach, all beautiful, beaten up tree trunks that have washed up on the shore, just a little haze from the water and the sand people. And there was peace that I can't explain. I looked through the fire, the flames of the fire, and we just smiled. There was no problem. It was just some level of peace that had been found, just living in that moment, that present moment. And then the sun came down, and then because there's no street lights or anything else around, you saw every star in the sky possible. And so with that transition, hanging out with these tribes in South Africa, with the fire, the sea, with the sky, the stars, there was, I can't describe it, it was one of the most loving, most peaceful moments in life. Wow. The simplicity, it was actually and just a human heart of the appreciation for the world. It's like, well, that's partly why I do what I do. The photography is capturing those once in a lifetime moments. And the other is that how I started doing it. When I was on the road, you do these real long things, to America or to Asia or whatever. And back in the day, you had one movie projector. That was it. You didn't have TV screens on the iPhones or anything. So once the movie was done, you'd have the food or that was it. Most people would go to sleep. I would speak to it, of course. So looking out the window and staring at the clouds. And I realized that, what I'm seeing was literally just moments. And they would never be again. They would be completing. That's it. Whatever that cloud was, light, shade, shadow, colour, the beauty of that, the enormity as well was. So I started taking pictures of clouds. And I just thought that at these moments, everybody else would sleep on the day. I'd be sitting there looking at either thinking about everything that was on my mind in the world, or I'd be thinking of nothing at all, and I'd just be at peace. Again, like that moment in Colombia, just absorbing everything that I found to be beautiful and surrounded. So clouds, my day at first. That was my moment to either get away and think about it. Mostly left that kind of freedom, space, just, am I the seeing this? Everybody else. So, yeah, I started taking pictures of clouds, and then, I feel was pictures of those two, and then because I've got these trips to Ethiopia, they're great, good English, it's like charity water. South America, I do take a camera because you have to be confessing to this a few times. I had the worst memory of anybody. Absolutely terrible. Absolutely terrible. And so, in a way, this was taking a camera with me was to catalog what was going on. And it was only when I got back home and on the screen, and go, oh, that's quite a nice picture. Oh, that's not so bad. What if I just did this, that, and the other? And so I started making collections of my journeys, which eventually became my website, my photography. So I've never set anything up. I always tried to, again, that moment, whatever it was. And then, I know I've been a bit of a random circle, but the publishers told me earlier this year, so do you want to do a book? And I'm thinking about, yes, how do I do this? And because I'm a photographer and I thought, okay, can I make it retrospective? Can I make it all the stuff that I'm interested in? Because after there's a photography, or even a musician, well, what is your favorite thing? What do you take pictures of? What is your song? About everything. Right? Well, that the idea of being pigeonholed in any way, shape, or form horrifies me.
Me too.
So this was a way for me to show my work, and it was a bit of a nightmare too, because I had decided with the onset of this exhibition in Venice, this museum, alongside Helmut Newton, no less. Why don't John marry the two so that would come out at the same time as the exhibition? Now that meant working up look like an absolute fruitcake madman on the back. I mean, we were doing 9 to 12 hours a day virtually, as he was based in the guy who was working from the publishers was based in Berlin, and I was where I was. So this would be virtual, back and forth, trying to figure out what makes the photography look great. It was something else. We did it in a couple of weeks. It was insane, and the hardest job of it all was because I used to shoot anywhere between 150 and 100 pictures per collection. I was never one of those that had like a limited edition of 4 or 10 pictures. Again, this was just the work of what I'd seen.
How you doing, Ken and Torch?
But then I had
Hope you're doing well.
In those moments, I had to learn how to make a collection of 15 pictures, 5 pictures. I'm going, well, how am I going to
How you living, Pam?
tell the same story?
What's good in your neck of the woods? Word, dog. Yes, I did. Yes, I did. I responded. You know what's a weird thing? I don't understand why he doesn't name his Discord just Music Biz Marty. You're absolutely right. That's right, and that makes sense. I don't know why the name though isn't Music Biz Marty. Here's why I say that. I'm probably more Discords in and out than like anybody on Earth. And when I go and I look and it says down at Gigolos only, no Juffs allowed. I have no idea what that means. And I'm like, oh, well, how the fuck did I get in here? And I leave. And I think that's what happened previously because he's always been nice to me. And honestly, his community is phenomenal. I mean, that's how I met you, and that's how I've met that doctor guy and Lemon and some other people. So I'm very positive towards his community. It's just I know it's like an inside joke, and if you were in all his stuff, you would understand, or if I were in all his stuff, I would understand. But yeah, just to like an outsider, it's confusing to me. But nevertheless, I'm in there. I'm streaming. There. Who's Anaconda? Or Anaconda or something? what is this person's name? Who's the person who ever? Yeah, who is that? Nope. Just tell me. I don't want. I don't. The the. Oh, okay. Well, good to know. Anaconda has accepted my friend request. There you go. You're like, what? A friend request? Maybe it's about attention. I don't really care. I mean, I knew it was a uh, a risk, but it's like okay, whatever. We found in Cherokee lands, it's Navajo land. So I wanted to change that. Um, just to clarify, I hate when I don't have things like 100% aligned to the best of my knowledge. But yeah, um, right with those. Well, hold on. I don't want to because I don't know indigenous tribes that well. Um, right, right, totally. And they also, as I understand, New Mexico has the Pueblo, and they have those, homes in the mountains or cliff sides, which are very. Yeah, I'm looking at a map right now, and it's all over that. Um, yeah, I wonder how that works. I guess since they're on their own land, they don't get as. I mean, I would hope that they wouldn't get like bothered. Like I'm thinking, like, how does mail delivery work if you're like in the side of a cliff? But I guess there's probably like one central location to be able to get everything, and I'm sure not everybody lives in a fucking cliff. But I just think that's fascinating. I don't even know if anybody lives in a cliff. Let's take a look at this. ChatGPT. You know what I'm talking about? Those Pueblo. No, that I don't know. But you know what Pueblo houses are? Like the houses that are in the exactly. Yo, dog. Do people still live in the side of cliffs in Pueblo houses? Nah, people don't live in cliffside Pueblo houses anymore, at least not traditionally. The cliff dwellings you're thinking of were built by Native American cultures like the ancestral Puebloians, also called the Anasazi. Very interesting. Around 600 to 1300. These cliff dwellings, like those in the Cliff Palace in Colorado or Bandelier National Monument in New Mexico, were abandoned centuries ago for various reasons: environmental stress, resource depletion, and shifts in culture and society. Today, descendants of these ancient peoples, like the Hopi, Zuni, and other Pueblo tribes. So the Hopi are from the Pueblos. Okay, live in modern communities, but cliff dwellings are mostly preserved. Oh, okay. So nobody lives in those things. All right. Well, I was wondering, like, how the fuck do you like heat that shit? How do you keep it insulated? All right. Well, that answers that. All right. We're watching Julian Lennon, son of John Lennon, on the Joe Rogan Experience, and he also interviewed Rob Blagojevich, the guy who was like in. All right. You excited about it? Oh, how much more did they move it up? Dude, that's weird that you say that. That connective tissue issue. No pun, no rhyme intended, I guess. I'd never heard of it until Monday, and this guy was on Kill Tony, and he said he had it, and apparently Billie Eilish has it. Yeah, so you're in. Let me make sure it's correct. And what's the name of it? What what's the name of it? I gotcha. All right, let me make sure that's the same thing, because if not, I'm just telling tales out of school. Ehlers Danlos exercise intolerance. Okay, yeah, I could totally be wrong on this. I am almost sure I'm wrong on this, but I'd never heard of. Yeah, there's no Billie Eilish does not have, but she does have. Well, not that syndrome, but let me see. She's got some connective tissue issue. Um, Joint hypermobility syndrome. Uh, okay, there you go. And that's a bad thing. If your thumb touch your forearm. Oh, okay. But wait, you're using another? Yeah, I could see that. The first one, where it feels like I'd break my. The second one I can do, but very interesting. All right, well, there you go. Can you do the splits? Yeah, those seem like positive things. Yeah, that would not be good. Right. I'm watching this Joe Rogan with Julian Lennon, and there are, I don't know, I don't know what the saying is. I'm sure there is one. Like, just nobody's perfect. I mean, okay, so hold on a second. What's a saying like nobody's perfect? Basically, like no matter how great you think a figure is, like for instance, John Lennon or Martin Luther King or Gandhi, they all have skeletons in their closet, so to speak. Nobody's perfect. What's another saying for that? A profound saying. Every saint has a past, and every sinner has a future. All right, all right. I mean, that's a little Christian, but that's fine. Whatever. Yeah, um, okay, but yeah. I mean, the thing is, I've known people who are just like super Beatles, just Beatles, like they're incredibly big Beatles fans, and especially John Lennon because he died and he's almost like a martyr. But if you learn about what kind of father he was and husband in ways, he was just terrible. And it makes, you want him to have been like amazing because he put out all this amazing. Yeah, exactly. But that's such a big hole in his story, like um, that he's just yeah. I mean, it gets into that. Kids just expect him to be like talking about peace and love. Did Jimi Hendrix have children? Right, right. Jimi Hendrix did not have biological children, which right after his death, several individuals have come forward with paternity claims, but none have been conclusively proven. And that's another interesting one where I'm in all these subreddits, and one of them is like Ancestry, and another is like 23andMe. And a lot of times, what happens is these people take these tests, and it turns out that their parents aren't the people who they thought they were. Usually, I mean, their dad isn't who they thought they were, and it causes all kinds of issues within their family, like major issues. Like you basically find out that your mom cheated on your dad, and or the man who raised you was not your father, or whatever, and it just causes major issues when you get into these paternity claims. Like I'm somebody who wants everything to be perfect, and I would be like, oh, there should like everybody should have one so that we know who every single person is on it. And that's fine if everything's been kosher within your family, but if it hasn't, then you run into issues where a deep pain can happen. It can that's done in some situations. That's that, and I've known people to do that, especially with some cultural um uh cultural um diseases like Tay-Sachs. I know people who will see have the testing done, and in some cases they are not compatible, meaning that they're, and that's where it gets heartbreaking, where you have two people who are in love, and if they have children, their babies will die at like age 3. Like there's a very high percentage of it. Yeah, yeah, you'd ask what your happy. Yeah, that's eugenics. Yeah, it wouldn't be great, just like a beige, and that's what's happening. And um, it's moving away from that happening naturally, at least with reproduction, and really into gene editing, so that you can have two people who previously would be incompatible edit their genes so that they would be, and then they can continue to have children. Yeah, but then I don't think. Yeah, I mean, some of the diseases, I think will be very specific. So let's say you have two people who have a higher risk of heart disease. Okay. And there's a thought like, okay, well, we shouldn't reproduce because our child will have an even higher risk of heart disease. Yeah, but if they live a healthy life and perhaps there are ways to cure heart disease in the future, then they shouldn't have an issue. So there's an argument to be made, I think, that you can have people reproduce and just rely on medical advancements to perhaps be able to cure these things or prevent them. I mean, if it's like Down syndrome, that's a really that's something that's not really, at least at current the way science currently views it. If it's already taken effect, then there's no reversing it. When you can reverse heart disease, so I think it really depends on what the disease is too, and when it sets in. If it's a disease that sets in at age 50 versus it's at birth, I think that can have a major impact. Well, that and it gets into the World Economic Forum stating that traditional reproduction will be deemed illegal by 2030. I don't know if it will be, but even if they're talking about it, it runs into issues where, I mean, the question arises, okay, how do you make it illegal to reproduce? Basically, any woman who is found to be pregnant has to take some type of abortive steps or have a forced abortion. It's really, really sick. No, the child will not be born. So that's not even an issue. The child would it'd be a forced abortion, and then she probably would go to jail. Perhaps. I want anybody to be able to have anyone else they want, and if they need medical intervention, then it should be allowed. I don't want to live in a world where two people can't be together if they really love each other. Meaning, reproduce if they don't. They have the means, and we have the medical or the technological ability. Then we should be able to grant them whatever is necessary for their proper. No, I mean, I myself to it. Very few people are going to sit there and be like, "Hey, make fun of me, go for it." I just, hey, to me, thank you. It to me is, I don't care what they say about me, just make sure to spell my name right. Meaning more attention is good for me. That's what I need. And if somebody wants to get obsessed with me just for making fun of me or whatever reason they want to choose, that's positive for me. What hurts is when people don't talk about me. Right. Right. Yeah. I had somebody in here the other day who was kind kind of on that track. They were like, "So why do you do this?" And I explained why, and they're like, "Well, um, that just doesn't seem normal." And I explained to them, like, I don't think you understand how I live my life. I generally, like, when I would have any kind of downtime after work or whatever, I would sit in bed, surf the internet, and watch Joe Rogan podcast, or watch stand-up comedy, or watch a movie, or watch Family Guy, or watch The Sopranos, or something. I'd watch something, and I would just chill. I mean, that's to me like relaxing. So the only difference is that I just turn a camera on and broadcast it, and I don't think that that's so strange. And I mean, it's basically exactly what you're doing. Like, you, aside from, and you have done this as well, like live stream and everything, but um you, like, you give me a portal into your life, I give you a portal into my life. uh uh, uh Roxanne's giving us a portal into her life a little bit, and it's like, that's the most normal thing that you would. It's um this mind view that people have of, um I really think people love the anonymity of the internet, and the fact that somebody gives that up is scary to them. Because they recognize that the minute that somebody shows that they're comfortable being on camera all the time, means that the government's going to put a camera in your room and want to watch you all the time. Even though they're already doing it, they're going to do it publicly, and that's going to cause all kinds of issues. So that there's a major amount of fear. Like, I see these guys in this Wall Street Bets server. I was just going at it with them yesterday. Oh, just back and forth, and they're anonymous, and they I've gotten people who have messaged me, like I've asked them, like, why are they so mean to me? And they're like, well, they don't like the fact that you're broadcasting all the time. And it's like, well, they're deafened. That there's no knowing that. That like I really am doing my best to make sure that people don't know who they are. And they're like, yeah, but still, you have to understand that there's a fear that they have that at any. Jake, what's going on, big dog? Excellent. Excellent. Jake here is a very cool person. Caspian C, I don't know if you've met Jake. Caspian C, this is Jake. Jake's very cool. When I asked Jake, hey, Jake, will you stay in from what? Just being good on you, man. Just being good looking. Excellent. Hey, that's all right, man. So Jake's cool. He just comes in, said he chills sometimes. Sometimes he'll be here all night, just chilling. And he's got Jake. You have dogs, right? Or a dog? No, you have a dog and a cat. A dog and two cats. That's right. I remember one of the cats. His mom name was Baby. I do recall that. Let me see if I can remember. Let's see here. Roxanne's dog. Yeah, I don't know. I it's a lot to remember everything. There's Baby. She's beautiful. She's really beautiful. So yeah, Jake's a cool guy. Jake, Jake, what's new in your neck of the woods? You went to a psychiatrist. All right. Well, Damn. Well, you had your own little Breaking Bad going on, didn't you? There you go. All right. Be right back, guys. I gotta go to the bathroom. Yo, Jake, did you type in my Jake? Did you type in my YouTube? Dude, I appreciate that, and I just was making sure you were the same Jake from here. Amazing. Well, thank you. I see, Doc. How'd you get out of that? All right. Seems like an absolute corrupt system, but you do what you got to do.
Well, of course, and I was like saying, they're all my babies. So it's what it makes you realise. Okay, what's the truth? What's the really, really important get across it? What am I trying to say? What am I trying to express here? Because I'm so much, a messenger really. I'm just capturing something and I'm sharing it. And the reason I say that is because once I started into this, a lot of the early emails I had were from disabled or people that didn't have money. Well,
What up, big dog?
Well, you're giving this to us. I take it. To this and that.
I'll do my best to avoid it, big man.
That's really special. That's really special because you're taking on a role. Because in whatever I've done, whether it's documentary work or books, children's books, or I never try and shove things down people. Take what you want. So the idea was to put a book together that just showed the world as I'd seen it through those journeys that I've been on. And what happened was that when we head for this exhibition, which was only earlier this year, I was thinking, how am I going to do that? And that was I decided to make that a retrospective too. But how do I then chop that many pictures down to that of this exhibition? Became my guideline. So what I learned in the editing process of putting the book together, I now looked to that and the book to see how I could present the work in a larger scale in a museum, which was bonkers, And this all happened this year, so it's like, okay, all right, I'm going for the ride, but I obviously want it, but when it all hits you at once, it's quite something else. It's been a full on busy year, and there's been music involved in other documentary film projects, which we'll probably go about next year. So it's probably been one of my busiest years.
It seems like you're enjoying yourself, though.
I'm alive.
What up, Pim?
How are you? Alive. I presented to me.
Okay.
Or being pushed in a situation. For everybody. Yeah.
Okay.
So I feel fortunate. Long, thankfully.
What kind of cameras are you using?
Hilarious.
I
just like figured out. With music, I play by ear. Not a clue how to read it. One of my is that because I'm not a practicing musician, well, I haven't been for years anyway because of all the other work with it. So if I'm not on the road and I'm not practicing, and I've got a terrible memory, I forget. And so, I've been cornered a few times when people say, "Come on, pick up the guitar or play the piano, give us a song." I couldn't.
Wow.
I couldn't even if you gave me $1 million tomorrow. I couldn't. My memory doesn't work that way. So and this is why my manager and I, Rebecca, we keep having chats going on the road. I said, listen, if we're going to do this, then this is a lot of work for me. I have to relearn how to play my own songs. My lyrics, and I kid you not.
Wow.
So,
but you also have to relearn self-taught.
Yeah.
Right. So what would you do? Like, have you done that in the past where you had to relearn?
Yeah. The last tour I did with the album, Everything Changes.
How do you scale it? Like, how do you get going?
You just have to get in the room.
So you just get in the room and
get in the room with the guys. The band that you put together. Generally, I'll have 1 or 2 friends in the band. And I have generally played, rhythm guitar, or a bit of piano for a couple of songs. But I have to relearn. It's and then lyrics.
How long does it take to relearn?
Well, we were actually setting up, as I said, to do a bunch of TV shows to promote the album. And I was quite surprised about how quickly, because the band was so good. I walked into the room, they had the songs down already, and I just went, shut up, dude. So that means, again, I have to step up to the plate. And it was just a question of being in that every day, remembering, learning the chords, going over it again. And of course, when all this stuff that we were going to perform was all new material. Because when I write a song, if I've written the basics of a song in an hour or two, and it's all there, and then written up lyrics, and then produced it, recorded it, and it's done. That's the one and only, or a couple of times that I'll have ever played it. So it's almost a new song to me every time I come back to it. It's a real weird one. So for the photography, I just took along basically a really good quality automatic camera. Took the shots.
Did you know what you were buying, or did you just go buy one?
No,
help you.
No, I'd ask a few friends, like, to be wise. What can I use if I'm running around? And so I took their advice, and we started with a very simple camera that was autofocus and compact, and I didn't have to change lenses. And that's one I did for a trip around the South China Seas. On a boat trip, I just took this one camera in my backpack and hope for the best.
Wow.
I had a show here at Leica in LA, because it was a Leica camera, which was about 50 images of the trip that I did. So I think where my strength lies in photography is weird, not on the technical side, obviously, but capturing that moment. I tell you, the one thing about the woman that's on the cover of the book, so she is now the Princess of Monaco, Charlene, originally Charlene Whitstock. And I'd met her a couple of times, and I met Prince Albert a couple of times. And I got this call, literally, the day before they were getting married, from a mutual friend saying, Charlene loves your photography. She wants you to come and shoot the show. What? So, yeah, she wants you to come down to her where she is getting ready for the civil wedding tomorrow, and she wants you to take pictures.
Wow.
I mean, you want to talk about anxiety and crapping yourself. Excuse me. I arrived at the hotel where she and all the maids have gone and so. I'm sitting in the lobby, and I've got the backpack and one camera. And I've tried to dress myself up a little bit. I don't know what's going to happen. I had to go through several layers of security, roadblocks and all this to get there, which was nerve-wracking to say the least anyway. And then the likes of Patrick de Brochellier, one of the best photographers in the world, walks in with, the suitcase trolleys, those ones at the hotels, all the big ones on wheels with all his equipment. 3 or 4 trolleys. I've got a backpack, Anyway, I go upstairs. I'm placed in front of her in a room, probably about similar to this size. And she's sitting there completely blanked out in front of the mirror with the hairdresser, the hairdresser's assistant, and their assistant, the makeup artist's assistant.
Is that you?
Yeah, that's me. Yeah. Yeah, so I'm in the book a few times. There'll be a questionnaire at one. That'll be a quiz at one point. How many times am I in the book? I don't even know myself, to be honest. But I sit next to her. You've got all these people, 20 people in the room this time, doing things, trying to get her ready. 10 minutes before she's getting married. And they put me on this little booth next to her. I'm sitting next to her. And I'm saying, are you okay? Should I just take pictures? She said, Jules, I'm not sure what to do. I don't know what to do. I'm going, what do you mean? You don't know what to do about the marriage? Or you take pictures? I can't,
Right.
She said, no, Jules, it's the photos. I said, listen, this is historic. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to record what's going to happen to you, and exciting for me too to be a part of that as a photographer. And so I said, listen, I'll keep out the way. I'll fly on the wall. I won't be anywhere. And I was thinking, how am I going to do this? How do I do this? And so I just let people get on and taking pictures. And I get a message from Vogue.com who want a photo of me the moment she's married. And I just keep snapping away at whatever I do. And I watch the civil wedding, and then I get on my bike, go home, and I start putting things up on the screen. And I'm looking at pictures going, I've got football, I've got shit, I can't, this looks like crap to me. And this happens to me every time. And I'm looking at the pictures going, they look terrible. Really, really blurred and this badly positioned. And I'm cursing myself. And the one thing I remember that she said to me is that whatever you do, don't let any picture have me drinking or smoking. Okay. And the one thing that Vogue said to me is, we want to see her smiling. And the one picture where she was smiling, she had champagne in her hand and she had a cigarette. So, okay, I was not a Photoshop kind of guy, but I managed to get rid of the cigarette, deal with the champagne. And then the one thing occurred to me, I thought, okay, I'll do it. I'll desaturate it, not black and white, but there'll be elements of tones. So I'll make it so you can't see that it's champagne. And I did that, and I cropped it in a certain way, and I went, that's it. this before. 1930s, 40s, 50s, Princess Grace, black and white, old school. So then I turned every picture I had black and white, well, desaturated version, similar to black and white, of the whole collection I had of her. And cropped it in a way that, like 1950s magazines, it's just certain angles of a different look and a different feel.
Was she okay with the champagne being in the photo?
Well, it didn't look like champagne. It just looked like fizzy water. And because on the side there had been bottles of fizzy. So that's cool. He had to give me the okay to do that. When we decided it should be the cover of this book, I had to get her approval. I mean, I already had approval for having her pictures in the collection with a box set, but not front cover of a book that may do well.
Have you ever been to Disneyland?
Yeah, go on.
All the pictures of Walt Disney have his cigarette photoshopped out of his hand?
No, it did not.
Yeah. Every picture you see like this.
Is that so?
Yeah. See if you can find some of those pictures, because it's really interesting once you know that they photoshopped it. There's a guy that we've had as a tour there. Shout out to Fernando. Awesome guy works there. He gave us this sort of history of Walt Disney. Okay. Well, Walt Disney died of lung cancer. Right. Which you would think it would be probably a good thing to have the cigarettes so people could not on the poor guy. That's what killed him. But instead, they've decided to whitewash it, Photoshop. So all his photographs. See, look at his fingers are always in position where he would have a cigarette. All of them. And so those real moments of him having a cigarette are lost forever.
Whose idea was it to get rid of the cigarette?
Disneyland. Disneyland did not want. Yeah. Let's see if there's a first it says there. It says they actually seemingly innocuous at first, but it's apparently a murky tribute to Walt Disney's smoking habits, with the company sidestepping around the reason as to why the icon pointed that way. Writes HuffPost. It's been long speculated about. The anonymous employee was informed by a lead that the strange gesture from cast members of Disney Park is actually based on Walt's old smoking habit. So people do that to gesture to each other. That's crazy. Allegedly in training employees to do the same thing. Part tribute to the great band, part rewriting history. So they tried to pretend that thing that he was doing, like Tom Hanks when he played him, he did that thing with his finger. Bullshit. Constant cigarettes.
Oh yeah, I was one of those.
Is there any photos of him with a cigarette? No, that's me. That's funny. Well, that's when I found out about it. That's when Flounder here was.
They stopped doing it then, right around then.
Oh, okay, I got you. I got you, bitch. Got them all to stop doing it. Because it's fucking stupid. Like, the guy smoked cigarettes. Yeah, smoking cigarettes is bad for you. He died from smoking cigarettes. You should probably let people know. You're doing it to service the whole world. Yeah,
for sure.
And also, it's a part of history in the fact that so many people were unaware of the dangers of smoking cigarettes all day. It's so insanely addictive. Yeah. How'd you quit?
Cold turkey. Yeah, I'd be one of those guys that would wake up at 4 a.m, light up a cigarette, and go to sleep. Or I'd take about 2 or 3 packs out with me every evening.
Really?
Oh yeah, but half of the people would need half of my cigarettes, so I would have backup. When the whole no smoking came, Italy was the first. Ireland, it was. I think it was California that initiated it, and then Europe took it on board, and it was actually Italy and Ireland, and I was in both of these places, and it was extremely weird to go into any, especially Italy and Ireland, in pubs, and for it to be a smoke-free environment. That was just so weird. It was part of the norm back in the day that be in a cloud of stinky cigarettes.
Yeah, that was
any of those locations.
At comedy clubs.
Yeah.
I would go home from comedy clubs every cigarettes
Yeah,
always.
for sure.
The whole audience is
Yeah.
smoking.
And as a smoker, you're not conscious of how other people, how you stink as well.
Right.
Which, because it was funny, when I quit cold turkey, I did it because I didn't want anybody to tell me I couldn't smoke. I was such a brat.
That's why you quit.
I quit cold turkey because I wanted to tell myself I couldn't smoke, not for you to tell me I couldn't smoke.
How rough was it?
That's what brought me down into a depression for a couple of years. Oh yeah, because listen, I started smoking probably 11 or 12 as well as the local gang, that I used to be in as a kid. That's what you did. You nicked ciggies from your parents and the back of the school. That was part of the initiation, the part of growing up. So, and I loved it because for me, when I became noticed as with my anxiety, and I was a very shy kid. Times depending on how I feel that day, but I would the cigarette for me was my best friend. I'd go to the bar and I'd be not the cool guy at the bar, but certainly that would be my way of not having to interact with people.
Right.
I'd just sit there and, be a rocker and smoke my ciggy, down my Jack Daniels. And I was like, who the fuck are those?
Right.
Unless wanted to talk. So that was the groove back then. And when I gave that up, instantly, what do we do? How do I fill in that void? Well, I actually had to speak to people.
That would cause the depression.
Well, no. It was actually, I feel it was definitely a chemical thing because, again, I was smoking a couple of packs a day. I loved smoking. And the weird thing,
going back just to alleviate the depression.
I was actually a business manager friend of mine at the time saw me at one stage and said, Jules, seriously? And he said, you're gonna die the way you go.
Wow. Pick up a cigarette because you're gonna die without it.
Yeah. That was literally his sentiment.
Wow.
And it was a few years where it was very, very bad. And it was the cigarettes. No
That's
question.
great. You tried patches or
I
gum?
did all of that stuff.
Did it help?
Not really. I loved that deep inhale. And
It's the delivery method.
Yeah,
it's different than anything else.
And the thing was, I would still challenge most good singing friends of mine that I could hold my breath or do lengths in a swimming pool underwater and hold my breath better than anybody else was able to. And it's because I was such a deep smoker. When I inhaled, really inhaled.
So it was like lung exercises?
Literally. And I remember going for my certain, seriously, I consider myself a shallow breather now in comparison, except for when I go on these kind of power walks,
Wow.
trying to get it all in anymore. But I bought a little apparatus which I've been procrastinating about it, but it's an exercise.
I have one of those.
To expand.
O2 training.
Yeah, there you go. So I haven't done
You put like little lenses on it or little.
Well, you just change the inhalation volume. Back and forth. So you just train to.
My friend Boss Rutten.
Very good. I know that they work. I just haven't gotten around to it. But
just breathing exercises alone are great.
Yeah.
You can achieve some very bizarre altered states of consciousness through breathing exercises.
Well, when I was, the COVID experience was very, very different very many people. And where I was in Monaco in France, you weren't allowed to leave your house without written paperwork to the police that you were going out for 1 hour, and you could only go within 1 kilometre unless you were going to get groceries, where you could only go out for a limited amount of time. If you didn't have the paperwork with you, you'd be fined. So I started using quite a few apps to calm myself and take on deep breath and deep focus, because I felt trapped, especially as someone who loved walking, who loved biking, who loved exploring, all of that stuff, and I couldn't move. And here's the really annoying thing was that where I was quite close to the sea, a couple of 100 yards in. But as I said, it could only be in a 1 kilometre circle from where I was. But half of it was in the sea. And so I could walk left and right to try and get 5K in back and forth, at least 5K to try and get a good walk in. But you weren't allowed on the beach. To sit there and contemplate and breathe and just, try and relax.
One of the healthiest things you can do.
Yeah, you weren't allowed to do that.
Everyone lost their fucking mind. And it was really strange. In California, they were arresting people. The Coast Guard was arresting people for surfing.
I know. It's insane. I remember going on my first power walk along a peninsula that's about 15 minutes out of Monaco. And it's somewhere I go every once in a while. And it was a really quite blustery day. It's right along the coastline, rocks, high winds, the whole thing. And I'm power walking, thinking, I'm finally free. Anyway, so along the path ahead of me, about a quarter of a mile, I see a number of bobbing heads. Okay. And I wasn't wearing a mask. You had to wear a mask even when you're out power walking on your own.
Because of science.
Of course. Genius. Well, let's not go into that. But, so over the ridge they come. And I noticed that one of the person at the front was wearing a police hat.
Okay.
And so I'm trying to scramble putting my mask on, and he's going for a run with a bunch of trainees, about eight other people from the police force. They're all getting up with truncheons and everything else, and the guy's going off on me in French. Wear your fucking mask. Oh, you should. And I'm going, and he says to me, I understand a little bit, a good amount of French, and I can speak a little bit. And he said, who are you with? And I'm looking around. There's nobody for half a mile anywhere near me. And he's asking me, who am I with? And I'm thinking, what's that about? This is the weirdest scenario. I'm in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah.
On a rocky peninsula, and he's asking me who I'm with, and there's nobody. And to put my mask back on, otherwise I'd be in trouble. And it was just the most surreal, peculiar circumstance to be.
Well, you could have never imagined it before the pandemic. You could have never imagined a scenario where people would be that illogical. Wearing a mask outside, illogical.
Yeah.
Not being able to go to the beach, illogical.
I still love the fact that you see people sitting on their own in cars today wearing a mask.
Oh, yeah. Well, if you go to Los Angeles, my friend just went to a party, and he sent me a photograph. He's like, I'm at a Hollywood party. Everyone's wearing a fucking mask. These people are in a cult. Like, it's very... First of all, if you haven't read the 500-page synopsis and how it all went wrong with COVID, is that everyone should read it, just understand the whole 6 feet distance, all that stuff is all made up. It's all bullshit.
Yeah.
Masks don't work.
Yeah.
They don't work unless you have like a face-fitting mask, and even that, you're getting oxygen in the viral particles in the oxygen are smaller than vape particles.
Right.
Like if you vape with one of those things on, then put it out, and then, or you take a big deep breath, put the mask on, the vape will come right through fucking mask.
Right.
So will the virus. Like, this is not real. You're pretending. And it's forced compliance, illogical forced compliance, which was very disturbing. It was very disturbing for me to see how many people were reinforcing that too. How many people were yelling at it.
Oh, yeah.
It gave people a wonderful opportunity to be assholes. You could yell at people for not having a mask on. But outside? Really?
The logic.
It was out the window, but it was also really fascinating to watch human nature. The human nature of, first of all, that people really do enjoy controlling people.
Oh, yeah.
They really do enjoy telling people what the rules are, punishing people who disobey the rules, even if they don't make any sense.
Yeah, yeah.
And then also watching people comply, knowing it's illogical, and being upset at everyone that points out that it's illogical. It doesn't make any sense. Like, you're the enemy because you're not going along with it. You're making it harder for us. We have to get through this. Like, is this real? Strange.
Yeah. Stay away from everybody. That's the only.
Or go to a place. Well, I came here. And they didn't embrace any of that. Like, I was in Los Angeles, which is the most compliant place. Everybody was all in on the public narrative that was being expressed in the mainstream media. All in on, everybody who denies it is an anti-science person, and you're anti this and anti that, and just get that vaccine. Just get on board with this beautiful little thing we're going to do. We're going to get through this together as long as everyone complies. And if you don't comply, and if your neighbors aren't complying, here's a number. You'll start ratting out their neighbors. It was like a program that the mayor of Los Angeles ran. Like, normally snitches get stitches, but this way snitches get rewards. They're giving them money, giving people money to rat out their neighbors for having parties.
It's beyond my stuff.
Oh, so strange. It doesn't seem real. Like my friend Hassan.
People that eat it as well.
Oh yeah, so happy they're. My friend Hassan found a pair of pants that he was in his apartment, and he pulled out a mask out of the pocket. It's like, fuck, when was the last time I wore these? There's a mask, and when you see a mask, like, you realize, like, I had a mask that was in my truck. It was in, like, one of the back little compartments inside. I just had them sitting there, and I was cleaning the truck out. I went, look at this fucking stupid thing. This was just 2 years ago. You had to have these things. You want to get on a plane. It's like a bad tree. It does. It's like Disney and the cigarettes. Like, are they going to Photoshop out all these people's masks?
It's all a bit surreal.
So strange.
It really is. It's a little bit odd.
Well,
I still don't get it. I don't get any of it.
you should. Hopefully, these viruses.
No, especially
at least don't wind up becoming the next one. I used to think there's no way that people would want that to happen. I'm not so sure.
No.
After this last go around, I'm like, boy, there might be like sinister factors at work here that I don't.
Oh, without question.
Yeah.
I'm sure of.
Yeah. Of that. And I was unwilling to ever think that way before. I was like, come on, that's stupid. No one's that people.
No,
no one would do this for profit. And now I'm like, I don't know. Of course, they probably did. Oh, they would. Yeah. No question. So strange. So strange. And then, that, I think, the frustration of the overcomplicated, over-regulated, over-controlled world is probably what accentuates the experience of you being in South America with fire, looking at stars. Yeah. Because there's a purity to that especially in phones, computers, and screens, I think as human beings,
I love
the experience on the planet.
It's funny because I'm in the process of moving. I mean, we still have my base in Monaco, but the place I have. I'm a lot of later teenage years were mum remarried a couple of times, but we were in North Wales. I don't know if you're familiar with North Wales or Wales in general.
No.
It's mountains, sheep and mountains, and so we lived in farmland, on farmland, and I used to work on a farm too. So I loved, and that's where I actually learned how to ride a motorbike, on farmland and through rivers and enduros and stuff like that. And so I've always loved that element of countryside. I always liked the excitement of the city and the people and the energy, but there's also that other side of peace and quiet and bird song and running water. Yeah. So
The key's like a little bit of New York City, a little bit of mountains.
Yeah.
That's the key to life.
Yeah. So I'm in the process of and I hate this terminology, forever. But I certainly think it's a place that I'll be for a while.
Do you hate the terminology of home?
No, forever. This is going to be my forever.
Oh, yeah.
So,
yeah.
I
I like moving. I really enjoy moving here. I like getting up and just being in a new place.
Yeah.
I think it's good for the brain.
I think I've been at the same place for over 26 years through some very good things, but some pretty dark moments as well, whether that's relationships or friendships and things like that. And I finally decided a few years ago I need a change.
Where you going?
I'm very close by, literally 15 minutes away, but it's just a different environment up in the mountains.
Okay.
Surrounded by, beautiful old oak trees and walking paths. And I know I'm sounding like turning old all of a sudden.
No, you sound like someone who appreciates beautiful things.
I just want, and the funny thing is, when I went to see this place for the first time, my shoulders just dropped.
Right.
And it was, I don't want to leave here. The rest of the world seemed very alien after walking up to this point. I just went, okay, a couple of acres of land, surrounded by beautiful old trees and peace and quiet.
I have thoughts on that. I think that nature is a vitamin that we don't know we need.
Absolutely,
And then
no question about it.
Yeah, you get it, and then you're filled up. Oh, this is amazing.
I mean, that also the whole tree hugging earthing thing.
Yeah,
it's real. I believe absolutely 100%.
It's real. It's real. You feel better.
I mean, scientifically proven that it.
We have a connection to Earth that's been muted by our shoes.
Correct.
Yeah.
This is very, very true.
Yeah, it's weird. It's weird to think that way, but it's absolutely correct.
You can. I have done this too. That you can get earthing sheets.
Yeah,
You can sleep on it. Yeah. I don't know. I sleep on one. I don't know if it works or not.
It probably does something.
Yeah, but what?
I don't know. Just get outside.
Yeah.
I think get outside to move. If you get outside barefoot, it's even better.
This is very true.
The other day, I was playing with my dog in the backyard, and I was throwing the ball for him, and he just decided, sometimes he's kind of lazy. Sometimes he just decides to lay down, so I just sat down with him. And it was just this amazing moment of him just wagging his tail, me petting him, and just sitting in the yard, just trees and birds. That's beautiful. That's it. It's a beautiful, peaceful moment that I just experienced with my dog.
That's it.
Two of us chilling.
That's it.
Yeah.
Really.
It was a beautiful moment. And I was thinking in that time, like, this is so simple. It's just a simple, beautiful moment. And, if you try to explain it to people, most people are probably not going to get it. Okay, yeah, you have your dog, you love your dog. No, it's not it. It's like, it was just life. It was just like this moment of life, just recognizing, and also not thinking about anything else, which is also beautiful. Not thinking about Gaza.
Yeah,
not thinking
that
about
little
Ukraine.
moment. It's about that little moment of appreciation here and now. Thank you very much. And how that can be beyond beneficial to you.
But then that, even explaining that, unfortunately, has been co-opted by the term mindfulness. which is so often used by grifters, like fake gurus, dorks. It's one of those words that you say it, you're like, ugh, mindfulness. Ugh. I hate saying that.
Yeah.
I'm a spiritual person. Oh, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. I can't take it. It's like, I get it. But those terms are valuable. Like the term God. It's a valuable term. Love is a valuable term. So often you just get ruined just by insincerity or just by people who use it as a way to define themselves.
For sure. Hijacked. Hijacked.
Yeah, that's it.
It's very sad actually because
we can take it back. We can take it back from those hijackers. Fuck them.
I mean,
there's. Do you know who Alex Gray is?
Yeah.
Alex Gray is a visionary artist. He does a lot of very, very intricate psychedelic pieces that are like iconic. He's very famous in like the psychedelic world. His stuff is really,
you know what? I've seen.
Sure, it's
Okay.
very, very famous.
Oh yeah.
But we were talking about this, and he said that he took the term God back. Because he's like, I think the term God has been co-opted by this idea of these totalitarian religions that impose very strict rules and dogma on people. He's like, I don't think we should stop using that word just because of that. I think we can kind of take that word back.
It would be good to.
Yeah. Well, I think he kind of has. He actually has a church.
Really?
Yeah. And it's like he had to go through a whole thing to acquire tax exempt status. But his church is this insane building that is all 3D printed with his type of psychedelic artwork. So it looks like some insane, like magical spiritual retreat that you would find somewhere. Like, see if you can find. It's called a Chapel of Sacred Mirrors.
Where is
upstate New York? So it's not that far from the city. You can get there fairly quickly. And it's a completely different world. He's got this church up there that's filled with insane artwork. But this church itself is a piece of artwork. Like the outside of it, the way he has a lot of these images of these faces that are like multiple sides of faces all connected together. This is like this.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so this is the outside of this building. It's really incredible. That's the building. Oh, isn't that amazing? So the building is very, very much like his type of tryptamine-inspired art, where all these third eyes, in a fractal form, with this geometric pattern on the roof, and everything's like that. It's really amazing, phenomenal, and
so
he worked on it forever.
Is he professing anything?
I don't know what his people.
Is there an order as such? I mean,
that's Alex. He was very young.
Yeah.
But he's been, in the sort of psychedelic space, or psychedelic art space forever. And he had this incredible place in New York City, and then decided to do this whole church. Just play it right there and just play it out.
I don't really know what the video is.
Okay. I see. So a lot of his, that's his wife.
Is this derived from?
Yeah.
Acid and magic mushrooms.
It says it right there. It comes out of the psychedelics.
Okay.
Yeah, but he's been a long time with psychedelics. Just a very, very interesting guy. His artwork is just incredible. Really, but probably the most accurate encapsulation of these experiences in an artistic form. Really wild stuff. And again, this is he's the way he's got it set up now. He's in the woods, so he's in this beautiful rural area, and then he's got this incredible chapel that's up there. So it's pretty fucking cool.
Well, I'm certainly a believer in other realms that we don't see on a daily basis.
Yeah. Well,
I mean, I've had a few experiences. Whether that's a dream within a dream or whether it's reality, I don't actually know.
Well, one of the things that I've talked to you about with some pretty insanely brilliant people is quantum computing.
Oh, yes.
And this new Google quantum computer that can do it, essentially the way a quantum computer works, a problem that would take thousands of years for every computer on Earth to solve, it can solve in a second.
Yeah.
Something that could take more years than you literally can understand, it could be solved in 15 minutes.
Yeah.
It's insane. And this is where it gets really weird. The way it was explained to me, and we should have to Google how quantum computers work and why people connect them to the multiverse, so I don't fuck this up. But the idea is that they're pulling answers from different universes simultaneously. They don't even completely understand how this is working. But the amount of power in computing is incomprehensible. Like you're only looking at it and there's numbers, you can write all those numbers out, but your brain's not capable of grasping really what's going on. And it's probably the biggest breakthrough technologically in human history by a long stretch. And it's all happening without most people even being aware of what the implications are. So see if you can Google an explanation of how quantum computers work. Was it Mark Andreessen that was explaining to us that it's pulling from different universes?
No, that
Who was that?
being talked about in the wording of the Willow description.
Right.
But I also, just to add, when I was reading about this, they said that these benchmark numbers are coming off of Google's own data. Like they're the ones that set like the scale of what some of the quantum.
Are you skeptical?
I'm just no, not at all, not at all. No, I'm just a grain of salt, like just to say that, like I think they use tillions as the number or something like that. That no one even can grasp that.
Yeah,
that's based off of their formula too.
Right.
That's all.
Right. What is the definition of how it works? The way it pulls from multiple.
I think I'm trying to find it, but I think the understanding I got from it was it's just too powerful to get from our universe alone. You have to have more than one, and I don't like that's just
like what does that mean? Exactly. What does that mean? Right. What is that thing that they have? And if you ever seen the chip itself is very small.
Yeah.
It's like the size of a saltine cracker.
Yeah.
And then this entire mechanism around it is just the insane amount of cooling. Okay. Google's quantum AI founder said the performance gains lends credence to the idea that we live in a multiverse. The idea is that Willow might be communicating with parallel universes to finish calculations faster. Like what? What does that mean? The announcement led Google's already high stock price to surge, which is not shocking. Perhaps most surprisingly for us lay people, that Google's quantum AI founder and lead Harmut Nevin said that the chip's performance lends credence to the notion that quantum computation occurs in many parallel universes, in line with the idea that we live in a multiverse. And then it says, excuse me? This obviously has caused a bit of a stir and it isn't exactly clear on how he made that leap. It sounds a bit like something out of a sci-fi movie. I'm definitely not going to pretend I'm an expert, but it's worth pointing out that Google's very much still in the theoretical research phase of its journey. This is very weird stuff. An evolving scientific field that even people working on it don't fully understand. What? Okay, here's what is a quantum computer. Let's explain this. Now, the computer we use every day and have been iterating on for the past several decades are what is known as a classical computer. Essentially, a classical computer utilizes binary as its language of choice. A bit in the smallest unit of data that a computer could store and process is like a light switch. Each bit can only be in a single state at a time. on or off, which is represented by 0 or 1. Computers track data based on the language of bits. Literally anything our computers do is based on a network of on-off switches sending a particular signal. A quantum computer is a bit different. If you're familiar with the concept of superposition or Schrodinger's cat, this won't be too far of a stretch, but a quantum bit or qubit is capable of representing the potential of multiple states at once. Rather than only recording a 1 or a 0, it records both because it can be both. This allows a chip like Willow, which has 105 qubits, to perform incredibly complicated analytics in a fraction of the time a classical computer could. And how does it work? So let's boil it down to a very small example. If you have 2 bits which can return a value of 1 or 0, there are 4 potential states that it can be recorded: 0, 0, 0, 1, 1, 1, and 1, 0. If each of these states takes 1 second to record, it take a classical computer 4 seconds to record every position permutation, every possible permutation. A quantum computer made up of 2 qubits, however, would be able to send to record the potential of each qubit at once, meaning it can record all 4 positions, all 4 possible states in 1 second. The real power here is achieved when you add a much higher number of qubits together to try to record every possible state. Once again, something that would take a classical computer far longer can be achieved quickly because a quantum computer can record a number of potential states at once rather than one at a time. Okay, we basically don't know what the fuck we're saying here. This is just too weird. So this is what it is. One of the world's most advanced classical computers. Okay, here it is with this problem. So AI's founder and lead, Hartmut Nevin, said that the new chip had performed a purposefully complicated exercise called a random circuit sampling benchmark in 5 minutes. One of the world's most advanced classical supercomputers, on the other hand, it would take 10 and then 3 zeros, 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 years to perform the same exercise. That's 10 septillion years, which exceeds known time scales in physics and vastly exceeds the age of the universe. So it can do more time than vastly exceeds the entire age of the universe, and it can do it in 5 minutes. And the reason it can achieve such a monumental improvement in calculating capacity is because Willow is made up of 105 qubits and can track the potential of each of those at once, allowing it to record potential data much faster and come to the right answer sooner. So, like, what is happening?
That's too much information.
What is? What do you mean?
I get it, but I don't get it.
But I don't get how does that prove the multiverse or provide evidence that the multiverse is real? Like, and that it's getting it from parallel universes? Like, what are we even saying here?
Could come up with those answers within the allotted time span. That's
yeah. What?
I can't even explain. I mean, funnily enough, that my brother's all of this stuff. Sean,
in simpler language,
he would probably be able to explain it to you. Sean,
probably. Well, he would give it a shot.
He would. Certainly.
I think he was the one that was probably explaining it to us. In simpler language, Willow is doing one calculation while an unknown number of Willows in other universes parallel to our own are doing their own calculations, and they are sharing that data to avoid needing to individually do every possible calculation to finish the equation. What the fuck does that mean? How are they sharing data between universes? I don't know. Ask Nevin. Remember, this is all theoretical and doesn't prove anything, but Nevin is saying that the fact that it can outperform our best supercomputers by such a wide margin means that it might have broken Newton's theory of physics. Yo, what does it say under that? Keep that going. Put that back on. Scroll up a little bit. Okay, this is what I want to look at. At this point, it's an exciting way what computing might take one day, but it isn't something you can see in your next Pixel phone. Quantum chips isolate incredibly specific chambers. Yeah, this is the thing. It's cooler than it has to be cool to a point where it's colder than outer space, sealed away from any possible signals such as microwaves, radiation, radio signals, etc., for fear of that noise leading to potential mistakes, and have specific signals delivered by purpose-built wires. Who figured this out? Where are those eggheads? Jesus,
how did they even come that if that has to be the case?
Like, how did they figure out you have to do that? All of them.
It's just brilliant.
That's one of the most humbling things that I've found about doing this podcast is realizing how genuinely dumb we are in comparison to the amount of information that's available.
No question.
And dumb, and I'm saying it's like not just uninformed, but incapable, even if given the information, of grasping exactly what these apex minds are thinking and working on right now, along with, at the same time, people just living in Ravello, just having an espresso, a cigarette, getting a slice of pizza.
Maybe they realize they're just like, okay.
But it seems like the human race desires all things. The human race desires people like yourself who enjoy photography and travel and this beautiful experience of life. But it also sort of requires people to be at this bizarre cutting edge of science where it seems to be violating the known laws of physics. Like all those things.
It hurts my brain. I mean, I'd love to know more.
Well, just think about what we're doing right now. Just think about what we're doing.
I still don't get how a TV works. Or the radio. I'm still not.
How's this work?
I'm still back there.
What makes this louder? What makes the microphone carry our voice? How is this being encoded to like a form that's going to be instantaneously delivered to millions of people? So millions of people are hearing this right now. Like as it gets to them, not right now, but once it gets released, the millions of people that are hearing this are getting it from the sky on their phone.
I resign. I truly resign.
It's
cool. I can't. It doesn't.
No, I can't either, but it's pretty amazing. It's pretty amazing. It's amazing time to be alive.
Fascinated by it every day, and that's why with subjects that are happening today, I find massively intriguing because there is an element that may allow me to understand a great deal more, before it's too late.
I think we're the last people.
It's quite possible.
I think this experience that we're having, this experience that you're having, like a motorcycle with no signal, just driving to the countryside, like just being alive. I think we're the last of those people. I think what's
even
next,
that sounds like a dream.
I know.
Yeah. I mean, just the whole concept of that is dream work. I mean, I have a number of theories on who we are, where we came from, and what UFOs.
What do you think?
Well, to some degree, I'd always felt, even as a young kid, that the UFOs were us coming back for history lessons, basically, and that the vehicles were driven by our minds anyway. But I mean, I've seen, as Dad had also seen a UFO. I've clearly seen a UFO.
What did you say?
I was actually on my way to, I think, visit Dad in New York. I think it was New York, which is where he'd seen them on the Upper East Side in an apartment that we visited. I went to see him at, he's standing on the roof of his apartment where he was living at the time, and it's on film. He clearly says this thing came along. I can tell you exactly what it looked like. Went up the Hudson and under the bridge, and zapped off. I've had two experiences, but the most profound was, funnily enough, was one of those flights on good old TWA, and I was in the front part of the plane, and I was being given, because I was quite young, maybe anywhere between 8 and 10, I don't know, 11. And I was going to see Dad for one of the first times in the US, and the guy that was escorting him gave me one of those, first time I'd ever seen one of those books that had black pages. I thought, well, that's, quite unusual. I'd never seen them after just these hardback black covered books with nothing inside. So I had some coloring sets. It was, I guess, relatively. Everybody who watched the movie, everybody had gone to sleep. I was staring at the bloody window as I normally do. And it was in front of the wing on the right hand side. And I'm just staring at the stars, literally. And I kid you not, all of a sudden I see your archetypal UFO with lights around, light on top, with silver, or either a reflective metal, with white lights pulsating all the way around. It stayed there. I can't tell you how long.
How far off was it?
It was right there. It was 50 feet.
50 feet away.
Yeah. In front of the wing at the place. Anybody else? Nobody else was there. Everybody else was asleep. There was no stewardesses. There was nobody.
Not the pilot.
That I don't know. All I know is what I saw.
God, I would have wanted to ask them.
I guess I was kind of freaked out or just okay with it. I can't even.
How old were you?
Okay, and you 8, 9, 10, 11, something like that.
And how big was
I would say it seemed about the radius to be about the width of this one. But what happened was, I watched it for a few seconds, but I knew we were going along like somewhere in between 300 and 500 miles an hour. The big old 747s used to reach that kind of speed. And it just started doing this, going up at the same speed. And I'm watching it through the window going up and over. And there was nobody in the seats on the other side. And so I ran to the other side, and there was a window like this. And I was at a seat or two in front of where I was up here. And it came down the other side. This is on my mother's side. I came down on the other side and sort of pitched itself there for a few seconds. Proceeded to move forward, relatively quite slow, and then literally just went and disappeared in forward. And that was that. And that was at sunrise, literally just turning sunrise, because the book I had, I drew the whole thing and the light, what it looked like.
You still
sunrise. Okay, tell me about it. I don't know what happened to it, but as clear as that. As clear as that. My life was
Did you, and this is going to sound crazy, did you have a sense that was for you? That you weren't just seeing something, but that maybe that was for you?
I could have taken that.
Yeah.
There's been moments in my life, certainly, that I felt things have happened at a particular time for me to notice things. That it was related to my life experience. Half of the things I couldn't tell you what they were, but White Feather was an example of that.
Right.
Well, for me, that was a death sign, a relevant sign that made me certainly feel that, and I'd had other experiences, that was a real connection, a real message, indirectly.
Yeah. Well, the white feather is so profound. It's so intensely on the nose that it's very difficult to dismiss. And I know there's a lot of hyper rational people that would like to dismiss it. They're like, yeah, it's a coincidence. My question is, are you sure? Are you sure? You know, I don't think we are. I think this concept of the divine, this concept of being something else, has existed throughout the entirety.
There's all kinds of stuff. I mean, I've seen. I was invited to a location where I was staying, and I had this experience where I saw quite clearly. I was on my own again, of course, and I was looking out to the sea. This was down in Mexico, and I was literally just kind of drifting off, and I, without question, at least I believe so, I saw to me what looked like Mayan Indians, see-through, dancing around. And I went, what the fuck? I mean, I really kind of got a little scared. I went, what am I seeing? How am I seeing this? Why? Anyway, at the breakfast the next day, and I'd never been to this place before. I was invited down as a guest, and the hostess said, you know, how did you sleep? Was everything all right? Did you? I said, well, I don't want to say anything, but I think I saw some see-through Mayan Indians last night. Oh, you didn't know that this was built on a Mayan Indian burial ground? I said, shut the front door. She said, that freaked me out firstly. And then, of course, she comes back into the room with a tray of artifacts, you know, spearheads and a few other things and other tools that they use. But then did one better. She goes and brings in a book that's very good with the generations of Mayan and civilizations been there before. And so she says, you know, have a look. And flipping through the book, and you see the exact headdress and skirt that you were wearing, and the exact colours of those headdresses. It was two-tone. It was like an earth colour and a sky blue that colour. And that's in a particular arrangement on the headdresses and on the skirts. And I said, they said, oh yeah, that was a particular era. So where the property was built on, and I just went, oh, okay, all right. That just, to me, I'm sorry, that just says between that, the white feather, yeah, and the two other instances, I just, yeah, there's so much shit. There's something that lives and breathes and exists around. And there was something written the other day also. Whether it's today or yesterday, saying that, you know, our ears and our eyes can only see so much, right? You know, humans, right? That there exists so much more that we have a clue, right? So I'm just okay.
We have to go back to the idea that eyes did exist at one point in time. They were single-cell organisms.
Yeah.
Right? Until they became multi-celled organisms, and they developed simultaneous eyesight in the ocean and on land. And then this idea that your eyes allow you to see, so therefore you're seeing everything, is kind of silly. Because before the eyes existed, there was no perception. You're not using light. There was no way you could see things.
Yeah.
So why would we assume that this is all that the senses could potentially interact with, that maybe just don't have that. And maybe, this is what I've said a lot about, like psychic communication, telekinesis, all these different things.
Yeah.
I think there are emerging properties of human consciousness that haven't achieved like a full-blown integration yet.
Yeah.
And my real suspicion is that the biological evolution is not going to make it there in time, and that the technological evolution is going to intervene and push us, just like that UFO disappeared in space, just took off. I have a feeling that the next leap of change that's going to happen with human beings is going to be technologically driven and monumental.
Yeah.
In a way that you won't be able to even imagine life without it. It's scary, but it also looks like it's scary to not be a monkey anymore, to be a taxi cab.
Yeah.
You know, it's let that happen. Yeah. You know, it's scary to not,
Yeah.
have to walk everywhere and also fall on the plane. All that is.
I would love to the flying wall.
Oh my God. I would have loved to fly. For me, flying the wall would be like ancient Egypt. I would love to see what was going on with their makeup.
Yeah.
That's my number one place. Next would be, what was it like when Genghis Khan was running through Asia? What was that like? You know, those are two.
So, yeah. Oh, there's a lot of unanswered things out there, but I make the odd documentary, so I'm the documentary watcher whenever I can. Really, that's sometimes it's either Anthony Bourdain or a documentary that puts me to sleep most evenings. After watching, not sure.
Right.
But yeah, no. So I thirst for information all the time. Whether I retain it or not is another thing, but I certainly am driven to absorb what we can.
As am I. I think that I try, especially like to be more open-minded and less dismissive of all this bizarre stuff like ghosts, like the I think essentially, I think certain memories are so potent, and the energy that's created by these moments is so potent. Sometimes it lingers, sometimes it's available, sometimes it's not. It depends on the state of the people, the state of consciousness that they've acquired, the level of anxiety they're currently experiencing, the level of stress, where they are in the world, the solar cycles, I think all these factors come into play, and occasionally people see whispers of the past. Or maybe it's not even that it's the past. Maybe it's those things are happening, they're just not happening in this level of universe. And that all things that have ever happened are happening simultaneously, all at once, in this very bizarre structure that the universe is actually made out of. But we're only capable of seeing 3D space, what's currently available, what's in front of me right now, what am I going to eat for dinner? You know, like we have a very limited view of this thing that's impossible to grasp. Just like those numbers that can't tell you what it is. It's impossible. You can't grasp it. The feeling that's everything. I think everything. That Kung Fu movie, everything all at once. I think that's probably a lot to that. There's probably a lot to this isn't a binary experience. It's probably
it's how we get to understand some of it.
It's kind of fun to kind of fun to like speculate.
One day.
But the question is, once you do know, would that be better? Would it be better, or is there something
You have to know everything. Yes. Give us a hint.
you might? Because that's the problem is you might know everything. You know.
Well, that's what many say.
Yeah.
That you're just remembering things.
Well, that's true too, right? The information is essentially out the air. You're like with ideas, pulling ideas.
Right. Totally thoughts. Who gets there first?
Yeah. Well, do you feel like that way with your music sometimes? Like your ideas just sort of come to you for the views?
Absolutely.
Yeah, I think everybody.
No question.
Yeah. Even with
I think so.
Something that tells you to capture this thing.
Yeah. No question about it. I mean, one of my favourite pictures in the book is one called Hope. So this little girl in Ethiopia. But I was actually there to take a photograph with this person who was cutting the ribbon to open a new freshwater well. And I just heard this noise behind me. And we're under a plastic cover, and it's sweltering out there. And again, I'm shy, I don't set things up like maybe it's like a gorilla shot, you know. And I just had this feeling that I needed to turn around, and I did. And I just saw this girl, just kind of looking at me like anything I can say is that again that everything's going to be all right. That for this little girl there to kind of go, it's okay. We're going to be okay. You know, that's the impression I got from her. It was just this look. It's kind of like that Geo moment, you know. Yeah. And I literally span around, snapped the shot, turned around, never looked back again. And when I did, she'd gone. She was with her group of friends. And I didn't actually know if I got the shot because again, my eyesight's not the best. And I certainly couldn't see it properly on the back of my camera in the middle of the bloody desert. So it was only when I got back to the hotel and put it into the computer. But the face to me was just like this. We're going to be okay.
Yeah.
And I don't know, there's kind of moments give me some kind of, as I call it, hope, you know, that we'll do okay at the end of the day, you know. But that's a very human element, sure, very warm embrace, which I choose to, you know, take on board as opposed to think that it's anything.
I share that. I think we're going to be okay. But I think that there has to be a possibility that we're not going to be okay for us to appreciate that we're going to be okay.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct. You know, yeah, balance again.
Horrors of the world recognize the beauty.
Correct.
Yeah.
And I think quite a few people are recognizing that too. I mean, there's obviously some horrible stuff going on right now, but on the other end of it, there's also recognition that we should take care of it. We should look after this place that we all home. You know?
Yeah.
And I don't mean in that soppy hippie way either. It's like genuine, you know, concern, love, respect for where we are. We are so lucky. I mean, we're so lucky. You know, I think it was actually Professor Brian Cox that just goes, this is insane. We're here now.
Yeah.
Having this experience. I mean, if you can, take that on board and try to appreciate that, feel that wonder of the fact that we exist in this time. You know, if we do.
Well, I think we do.
Yeah.
I think, well, at least in our experience, we do. You know, whatever this is. You know, there's people who think this is a simulation.
Yes.
Which is also, boy, that's when it's explained to you by brilliant people, it becomes hard to ignore the possibility that maybe they're correct. But he said that the odds of us not being in a simulation are in the billions. Yeah. Ouch. So wouldn't you think that though, if you're simultaneously running Tesla and a rocket company and fucking, I mean, he seems like he's in a simulation. You know, and you're also the richest man in the world, and you're also the number one Diablo player in the world. He's in a simulation.
Yeah, he's thinking. You want to talk about the multiverse going on at the same time? He's already there. That's for sure.
Yeah, and if I was him, I think that there's a simulation too. It's just because he's got a really good level in the simulation. Yeah, level's fun.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. But it's also like, what do you do with that information? Like, if you know, like, if you've decided this is a simulation, what are what are you experiencing? Are these experiences real, or is it? It's still real. So real feelings and real moments still do exist. So does it
change your purpose? Also,
does it change how you feel? Does it change the people you love? Does it change,
But I mean, you certainly look at it and go, well, you talk about being a go-getter, making things happen.
Yeah.
He believes it's possible, so he does it.
Yeah.
And, I think that's the same with a lot of people, obviously not to that extreme. But, I think we do make our own fortune in life.
Yeah.
We are. I think we are responsible partly for our destiny, for our path in life.
Do you believe in It's a tricky one, right? It's a tricky one.
Yeah.
There's something there that is free will. I believe in determinism.
You have choices.
Yeah. You do have choices, but how much of your choices are shaped by your past, your biology, life experiences, genetics? How much of it? There's that argument. Sapolsky makes the argument that that's going to be one of the things that we look back on in the future as being one of the most preposterous concepts that people attach themselves to, is the concept of free will. Sapolsky he's pretty much a pure determinist guy, and I don't know if that's really true. I feel like it's both. I feel like there are decisions that you can make. You make these decisions and you change your life, you can change the life of other people.
Yeah.
And you know that you can do it, and you're doing it through will. There's something about focusing your energy and your desires and your life goal, your path to something. That's a real thing.
Yeah, and things happening at a particular time.
I think it's very foolish to pretend that you know, whether it's determinism or whether it's free will. I think it's foolish. I think also there's so many factors taken into consideration to dismiss any of it. Like to dismiss the concept of simulation, I think is silly. But to dismiss the concept of the multiverse, also equally silly. To dismiss this idea that you have no free will. It's like, I'm not sure, because there's something guides you in a particular direction that you don't necessarily always go with. So what is that? Is that pure determinism? It's like sometimes you make mistakes and you recognize you made those mistakes and you recalibrate and you get to that fork in the road again. You go, I fucked this up before. This time I'm not going to. This time I'm moving forward. Is that free will? Because it certainly seems like it to me. And that's not discounting the impact of determinism, which is all the events of your life, your biology. It has to be shared. It's a lot of different stuff going on simultaneously.
Yeah.
I don't think
you can say it's one or the other.
No, I don't think so either. People love to do that, though. They want to put a stamp on something.
Yeah.
They just love to, I want to put a narrow window of understanding and dismissing all the other things.
Yeah. Open-minded. Something that is necessity in this strange weird world.
It's fun, though, right?
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. I certainly enjoy the process, but it's funny that what you're saying, how you're saying things, because it makes, as you're discussing this, I'm thinking about certain choices that I've made because of certain things that have happened, certain things in the past, where I believe I should be in the future. Yeah, I mean, that's, I find quite an interesting one. But this whole also concept of it's going to be not enough coffee today. That you're what do you call it when you're putting it out? I'm really brain dead right now. When you're visualizing the future and the possibility, manifesting your dreams. is there some truth to that? I mean, does it? Because that does seem to happen to a degree.
Just doesn't always happen.
No,
I think it's
not at all.
I think it's a fact.
Yeah, that's a possibility. I agree with you. But there's something definitely to that. I definitely think. I certainly feel that I can relate certain things happening to me because of manifesting or the will to move things in a particular direction.
But you're focusing something that becomes real. And oh my God, I manifested it.
Yeah. How did that happen without that?
But it's also like this
for
is
sure.
Where people get this bizarre thing to manifest something that will just occur.
No, that's there's a ton of energy behind it. That's a weird process comes in for sure.
Julian, enjoyed talking. So love.
Thank you. Likewise. Back at you.
And I really enjoyed photography, and it's available. Life's Fragile Moments. It's an awesome coffee table sized. It's it's heavy. Let's do this again.
Thank you. My
pleasure as well. Thanks very much.
All right. Make it work.
Dog, why would it go from Joe Rogan to, hey, do you know how English works? Joe Rogan podcast, you can do this.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Trying my name, Joe Rogan podcast, my name, all day.
Goes.
Like, why can't you?
Joe Rogan podcast, you can do.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Trying my name, Joe Rogan podcast, my name, all day. Sure. Very good to meet you. I really enjoyed your relationship. Shout out to you. It was a very mind podcast, and whenever someone is convicted of any political figure, any person,
I'm the golden goose. I got the golden goose, motherfucker.
I assume that they're guilty, and after listening to you on Tucker's show, I was like, oh Jesus! Like, it was such an eye-opening podcast, and such a disappointing one too. It was so disturbing to hear your version of the story, which was so different from the version that was, put out in media. It was just, corrupt politician goes to jail. He went to jail this weekend. And then you hear your take on it. Oh God, it's very disturbing. And I just wanted to show you this just before we get on. Biden just released a bunch of people, multiple Chinese spies, and an individual convicted of possessing child pornography. I think he's released. How many people has he pardoned? 1,500. He's going ham. Everybody get their sign your checks, send them in. Let's go. Wow. Possession of child pornography Yeah. You're like, you shouldn't be pardoned for stuff like that. It's like, there's certain things. So, come on.
I spent almost 8 years in prison for politics and crimes. I'm happy to answer any questions you have about any of it, because I didn't. It was all politics. But the first 3 years, almost 3 years, they put me in a higher security prison, and I'm in there with prison investigation cycles, seen a lower cartel. Why would they do that? They were squeezing me, pressuring me, because they wanted me to basically say I did something I didn't do. They wanted me to plead guilty to non-crimes.
So they want to scare you by putting you in with dangerous people.
Yeah, and they really punished me because I fought back in a way that nobody does except for Trump. I mean, I was fighting back. They brought some charges against me everywhere. I was calling them criminals. And
What did they expect? They expect you to just take a sentence, lower sentence,
Right.
confess.
Exactly.
What
They tried me to accept the first trial, where they failed to convict me on their fake corruption charges. They were floating 18 months. And, there were a lot of people in my team, lawyers, who thought that might be the prudent thing to do, because you really can't beat these people. The system is rigged. And when they really want to get you, they'll just keep trying you, get their judge to work with them, and they'll ultimately convict you, as they did me, by using lawful standards to criminalize things that are legal in politics and government. So the prudent thing, safe thing, was to cut your losses, take the short period of prison time. But I felt I wasn't a businessman. I suppose if I was a businessman facing something like that, you make a business decision, you cut your losses, you realize they're bleeding you financially, you can't afford lawyers. It's going to be an endless thing. 33 years at that point that we had been fighting it. But I was the governor to be selected by the people. And the United States don't mean a lot to some people. It sounds like a bunch of bullshit to say I swore in the Holy Bible. As the governor, to protect the rule of law, the Constitution. I just couldn't do it. I knew it was all bullshit. It was all corrupt. They knew it was corrupt. And it was all an effort to try to get me to admit it. If I admitted it, then the truth would never come out. They could never be exposed for what they did. And because I wouldn't, and I fought back, because I'm right, and I know I am. And they were doing it. They ultimately ended up doing the Trump, weaponizing controlled power and resources to criminalize political things. If the truth comes out, they're going to be facing some sort of accountability, hopefully one day. Hopefully now, with the administration, they'll reform laws. And
we saw the FBI step down.
Yep.
Cash Patel is going to come in. He wants to clean house. Well, let's take it back to the beginning. So I know they were bugging your phones, but you kind of knew they were bugging your phones, right?
When you come out of Chicago politics, which is a politics that probably has a larger proportion of corruption.
That's how they got JFK like
other places,
right?
Yeah.
Mob.
Yeah, that's well done. The River Wars made the difference. Mayor Daley, the first thing they told back the counting of those votes until they saw what Southern Illinois Republican area came up with once those votes were counted. And he let those River Wars come out. Giancana, people like that were really instrumental in electing Kennedy. Bobby Kennedy started going after Giancana as the attorney general felt betrayed.
Rightly so.
Yeah, of course. But
deal's a deal, right?
I mean, the thought of it is deep, right? But with me, it was, I always felt that there was a possibility that not only would they be listening, that somebody would set you up. Through the years of politics, people would. They'd come to you and offer you things that you knew were illegal. And you didn't do it because it was illegal. But also, you felt this could be a setup. This could be the FBI trying to trap you into doing something.
And that's
not an uncommon thing.
So when what was the first charge that was brought against you? Or if you just bring us back to the moment when you knew they were coming after you?
I was elected first Democratic governor in November 2002, after 26 years of Republican governors. I first began to get to my administration, people around me, in December 2003. And I had been governor for 10 months, and they were ready. And I knew it, which meant we got to be extra careful because these people are scrutinizing us. On the one hand, good, that puts pressure on people around me who work for me to do the legal things and not cross lines. I never imagined the FBI and the Department of Justice and these U.S. attorneys come out of the best schools would be so corrupt and dishonest. I felt like, okay, look and see how we do things. If we make some mistakes along the way, we make adjustments. So they chased me for 5 years. And by the time they take my phones, It was no surprise. There was all kinds of pressure at that time. They got a guy who was close to me in Bob, a guy by the name of Tony Rescue. They probably convicted him of things that weren't crimes either. They were squeezing him to say things about me and Obama, but he wouldn't. They put him in solitary confinement for 3 years to get him to invent crimes against us. He wouldn't. This guy's a stand-up guy. Obama saw him, and he did more for Obama than he ever did for me. But I knew all. And so at the time when they began wiretapping my phones, which is late October 2008, everything I talked about business regarding the appointment of Obama's successor to the United States Senate, I felt it was very possible that it was. How could they not? Because they were chasing me so much wanted to get me. And Obama and I both, in their crosshairs at the very beginning, but politics and the changes, political fortunes improved, it looked like he was going to be the next president. And these people, these secretaries get appointed by the president. And these were Bush appointed, Cheney appointed prosecutors. And it's very unusual that previous administrations of prosecutors stay in office. When the new president comes in, they leave, as you see with Trump. Other parties' people come in. But these people stay in. They arrested me. What they wanted me to do was to basically say that I was guilty of trying to sell a Senate seat. And I was trying to sell it to another guilty party, who was the guy who started the whole thing, by the name of Barack Obama, who wanted to buy this Senate seat. Because that's what the whole thing began on election night. He sent an emissary to me to suggest a political deal because he wanted this woman named Valerie Jarrett to go on to his Senate seat. Governor appoints the Senate seat.
Jimmy, this feedback. You hear that? You hear that? It was on the last podcast too. Yes, it's gone. It's just ended. What was that? Yeah, that's it. Okay. This episode is brought to you by the Farmer's Dog. Dogs are amazing. They're loyal, they're lovable. Like, just having Marshall around can make my day 10 times better. I'm sure you love your dog just as much, and you want to do your best to help them live longer, healthier, happier lives. And a healthy life for your dog starts with healthy food, just like it does for us. There's a reason having a balanced diet is so important. So how do you know if your dog's food is as healthy and as safe as it can be? Well, Farmer's Dog gives you that peace of mind by making fresh, real food developed by board-certified nutritionists to provide all the nutrients your dog needs. And their food is human-grade, which means it's made to the same quality and safety standards as human food. Very few pet foods are made to this strict standard. Let's be clear, human-grade food doesn't mean the food is fancy. It just means it's safe and healthy. It's simple, real food from people who care about what goes into your dog's body. The Farmer's Dog makes it easy to help your dog live a long, healthy life by sending you fresh food that's pre-portioned just for your dog's needs. Because every dog is different. And I'm not just talking about breeds. From their size, to their personality, to their health, every dog is unique. Plus, precise portions can help keep your dog at an ideal weight, which is one of the proven predictors of a long life. Look, no one, dog or human, should be eating highly processed foods for every meal. It doesn't matter how old your dog is. It's always a great time to start investing in their health and happiness. So, try the Farmer's Dog today. You can get 50% off your first box of fresh, healthy food at thefarmersdog.com/Rogan. Plus, you get free shipping. Just go to thefarmersdog.com/Rogan. Tap the banner or visit this episode's page to learn more. Offer applicable for new customers only. So Obama was. So how did he try to negotiate? Like, what when he wanted this person to take the Senate seat? What was said? How did it go down? How do things like that work?
He used third parties, emissaries.
So that you're not. So he doesn't have to meet with you. So say Obama asked me, give other people such possible deniability.
To some extent, that's part of it, of course. There's other dynamics. It also, it's just a little bit easier to kind of test the mood of the other person if you're a third party who both of them like or respect. In this particular case, it was a labor boss by the name of Tom Maladon. He came up to me on election night in November 2008. That was the election you voted for. You and I are both guilty of that. And I was there. Chicago was magical. You know, it's historic and it's great. It's finally America, crossed a significant barrier. Black person could become president of the United States. Black child growing up, one day maybe I can do that. there's American dream opportunity. So in that sense, it's a beautiful thing. This ballot comes up to me. He says, Brock called me last night. He said I was pumping gas at this gas station in South Loop area, downtown Chicago. Brock called me last night. He said it was around, he even told me the time, it was around 6 or 7 at night. And he asked me to come to you. He would like you to evaluate your successor to the Senate. He wanted me to know what you. I wonder if I can come and see you so we can discuss this. I said, sure, call me tomorrow. Now, that's totally legal. It's not suggesting anything else. How much is to make up the But what happened, they criminalized against me. And
so they criminalized Barack Obama trying to force his pick for Senate seat, and you accept it.
Obama wasn't forcing. He was trying to make a deal to persuade me.
Or would you get
That's what we discussed for 6 weeks. The FBI was talking about that. We discussed all kinds of crazy ideas, a lot of good ideas. Spent 2 days talking about the possibility of how much money Oprah Winfrey. You might appreciate this. Yeah, no, she's from Chicago.
Do you remember when Trump won? There was like NBC or one of these fucking people tweeted out, "This is our president." And it was Oprah.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, you can find that. One like a major network tweeted out, "This is our president."
Wow.
I was like, okay.
So we spent 6 weeks talking about all kinds of ideas because this was, to quote me, fucking golden. Not giving it up for nothing. We got a chance to do something with this. And all of these ideas and thoughts were discussed with my governor's lawyer on all those calls, largely because I knew these chicks. They wanted to be sure whatever decision it was legal. We didn't cross lines or make a mistake. They didn't miss something. This was unique. So I explored all kinds of ideas. I even spent conversations to keep appreciate this. They played this for me first try. My wife said, loving, beautiful, devoted, and faithful wife. Sitting at a corner every single day at both trials. And the media, and they could do whatever they want these prosecutors. The judge was their guy. And so they're playing all these tapes, not the context. They're not allowing to play tapes we want to fill up the context. They only play 2% of the tapes and denied 90% of them to this day. Those tapes are covered up because all kinds of people on those calls. There wasn't anything legal about it. Rob Harry Reid at the time was the Democratic leader. Every possible big-time Democrat on those calls. But to go back to some of these crazy ideas, I was trying to point someone who was black but not in politics. I was looking for military heroes of some sort. Everybody wanted me to make them senators. You can imagine in politics. I wanted to think outside the box, and we were testing all these ideas, including Oprah. And I'm talking to my daughter, and I say, hey,
nothing but respect for our future president.
If that's the case, I'm going to do what Ellen DeGeneres did. I moved in.
I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to mock NBC. So what is this? Yesterday, about the Golden Globes, no proof was sent by a third-party agency for NBC Entertainment in real time during the broadcast. It is in reference to a joke made during the monologue and not meant to be a political statement. We have since removed the tweet. Right. Okay.
So anyway, I'm at the first trial playing these tapes, and they had to give these transcript books. You can see in writing, you can actually hear the tape. And by then, I used to kind of know what was coming, so I could brace myself, And they give all the unflattering stuff, but none of it's criminal. And if you add the rest of the calls in there, it fills out the context, of course. So in this one particular call, I asked my lawyer, Quinlan, hey, Quinlan, what's the rule again on residency requirements? How long do you have to live in Illinois to be a senator? And he said, just 1 day. And you got to be 30 years old. You could be a naturalized citizen, American born citizen. So I say, because we were not finding the black military here, why doesn't somebody go to California and ask Halle Berry if she'd like to be a United States senator? She comes to Illinois for 1 day and make her a senator, and maybe I could fuck her. I'm joking around.
Right.
Well, they played it, in court.
Oh.
And there's my wife's there.
Oh, boy.
And I look ahead, I look at the clock, and there's like 10 minutes to vote before the judge is going to recess for lunch. And I'm thinking if I could just get there before they play this tape, I can at least preempt, kind of prepare for what's coming.
Right.
And I made it. So I tapped her and I kind of showed her the book. And I said, look, I was just kidding. And her reaction was, what are you, 16?
Well, that's the same thing as grab them by the pussy comment. It's like,
Exactly.
guys talk like that. It doesn't mean they mean it. Guys talk like that all the time for fun. It's not, you can say it's misogynist, it's this, it's just shit talk. It's what guys do, and they know that the other person doesn't mean it. That's why it's funny to say.
Yeah, and let's face it, most of us like that stuff.
Yeah, I like joking around about stuff like
No
that.
doubt.
It's fun.
And the odds.
And everybody would laugh. And even if you ever did anything, never even intended to do anything, you'd say something like that to get a prize out of your friends.
So years would go by, and I'm sitting in prison. I'm making my calls home. My wife's on the phone, and the Billy Bush tape came out. This slimy thing that Trump right comes out. Everybody's writing off as president. So you can't win. Pressure by his party to get out of the race. And my wife was offended by it. She's telling me, you have 2 young daughters. How could you possibly defend this? And I said, let me take you back to a day in court, okay? Before you judge somebody else, look at your own husband. And I told her about this Halle Berry thing and what I said. And I said, this is, as you explained. And I think people have to realize that so many of these things that are taken out of context are taken out of context for a reason. It's mislead the public and prejudice them against this.
And that the context aspect of it is very important because there's such a difference between a statement and someone tapping a phone while people are having a private conversation and talking shit.
Mm-hmm.
There's just, and they read it or play it. You said that.
Both.
Yeah.
Yeah.
People talk shit. Like, you can't pretend that's what they actually mean. It's one thing if you get someone planning a crime, but everyone knows that people talk that way. You just pretend they don't in a professional setting.
Yes. Look, I spent 2,896 days because of what they did and how they did.
So if you just went along with whatever they asked and didn't ask for any political barter, do you think nothing would have come of this?
Oh, no, I would have. Oh, you mean just political barter?
If they came to you and said Obama would like to put this person in as senator, if you just agreed to it, you think none of this would happen?
No, I think they would do whatever they did to get them no matter what.
Why?
Because they had spent so much time on 5 years.
Well, why did they do that? Why did they come out?
I think part of it has to do with a lot of it has to do with the actual U.S. attorney. His name was Patrick Fitzgerald. He and James Comey wrote this. It's this sort of FBI, DOJ type people who become part of today's Department of Justice, and they feel like they're power-centric of their own right, that they're this political place in American government. They are so dangerous to our freedoms in this country. I think it was largely that. He convicted the previous governor, the Republican governor, of crimes that he had committed when he was the Secretary of State of Illinois. And so now he could be the first guy in history to get straightforward. And I think it was that he wanted to leverage Obama to keep him in office so he could finish the job and get me after investing 5 years. And he came up with nothing. That's why they invented the crimes from those conversations. And if anybody does this, I fully understand why people would. The question I ask is, will you tell me what the side is lying? The side that refuses to play 98% of the tapes that they made, or the guy that play them all? There's not many calls where I say stupid things, man, they replay those. But play those tapes. What are you hiding? The side that's hiding is the side that's lying. And they're hiding to this tape. They covered up all those tapes. They wouldn't like to play it in court in the second trial, even though they promised that they could play them if they testified in the second trial. And so I got up on the stand, the judge had promised on the 20th of May 2011. I thought this was the day I'd be vindicated. He said, look, if he agrees to testify, he can play the tapes to corroborate his testimony. Because I was a lawyer and I was also a prosecutor at the state level, county prosecutor. And I know how the system works, and I know that if you get up there, you're saying certain things, and one side has tapes and you're saying something, and you're saying stuff, but you don't have tapes to corroborate what you're saying. The prosecutor can simply tell the jury, close an argument, go back in the jury room and see how many times you hear what he testified to, corroborated on those tapes. And if you don't find any tapes, then you know who's lying. I knew this. But when the judge said I could do it on the record, it felt beautiful. Testify. And then we'll play the tapes to back up my testimony. So I get up there, I testify. And when it's time to play the tapes, the judge won't allow it. It was a setup. And then the prosecutor does exactly what I knew they would do. Those tapes were heard. And he says, Go back into the truth and see how many times he talked about the thematic. That was the big deal I was about to make before they arrested me. You won't hear a single thing. Even though there were 102 conversations on that subject, they were all covered up. The jury didn't know those tapes existed. It was a total frame in a rigged criminal justice system in a court that was rigged. And that's today's America. Why? What happened to him was so important. They did it to him in those different courts where they got the convictions for things that weren't crimes.
Yeah, there's multiple things that it changed our timeline, and one of the big ones is him being elected, because that means they dropped those cases and all that organizing the justice system didn't work. If it did work, that is such an insanely dangerous precedent to set. When you see things like the documents case or the real estate case, the most disgusting one, pretending that Mar-a-Lago, that somehow or another someone was a victim because he overvalued Mar-a-Lago, even though he paid all those loans back and the banks profited from it. There's no victim at all. And yet they fine him this fucking insane amount of money and try to say that Mar-a-Lago is worth $18 million. That is just such a slap in the face of anybody that understands. First of all, anybody that understands property values in that area. It's preposterous to say that place is only $18 million. It's fucking enormous property and most expensive real estate in the United States. One of the most expensive places for real estate. And there was just so many of these cases over and over and over again that just right in everyone's face. And very little pushback. No pushback from the media at all. They went along with it as if these 34 felonies for a bookkeeping error that is essentially a misdemeanor that's past the statute of limitations. Now you're marking it up as a felony, but you can't even identify the felony. The whole thing is madness. And all these news organizations, because they don't like Trump, are going along with this insanely dangerous precedent. Because if that goes through, well, what happens if Republicans get into office and you have some new Democrats you love? This Democrat is a real cow Republican, and they start doing the same fucking shit that you did. Is that what you want us to be a banana republic just because you don't like Trump? I mean, it just shows you how many people are willing to sacrifice all of their ethics, all the things that they believe in, what the Bill of Rights stands for, what the Constitution stands for. Fuck all that. We don't want this guy to win. Throw it all away. Then you throw everything away. And then we have no freedom of speech. We have no nothing. It's all gone. The whole thing is so mind-boggling how short-sighted people are in the name of wanting their side.
Well said. I don't want to say anything yet, but I got to tell you, they got away with it, and they got a vote to say we can do it to a Democratic country, fifth largest state in America. We get away with it. Non-fucking that we make up, call them certain things that are sexist, like sale of the sex. That eventually was reversed by the appellate court. They could never hold that on the standard. 3 fundraising requests where there was no vote. I got convicted of that. None of it was personal corruption. All of it said he went to the pen, and he gave me 14 years to fighting against it, exposing that. So it started. I really believed in me, and they got away with it. And some of the same people, Fitzgerald, those people were doing it to Trump and Russia collusion stuff, and some of the same people that went out and been doing it as part of a, get this, organized campaign. They came right out of the Democratic National Committee, the DNC, into the DOJ. They've corrupted the Department of Justice and the FBI, and they've corrupted the law and the Constitution, and this is no small thing. And just because Trump won, because the American people are beginning to get it, doesn't mean we're safe. The Trump administration got away and do something very serious about this. If there's anything this administration can do to make America great again, is to protect our rights and our freedoms, and to hold the people who do this accountable and make an example of them. Not to be vengeful, but because it's just, and because it sends a message to these unaccountable prosecutors who have no check and balance, that if they do innocent people, they're going to be treated the same way as a dirty cop that's a murderer to frame an innocent man. As they should. Look at this guy, Andrew. He's got a big spot in you ever see this guy? No. Anyway, he was a former U.S. attorney, and he made his name by destroying the company that had all these people in accounting companies nationwide, the biggest accounting firms in America. He used a standard that wasn't lawful to get convictions on that. Eventually, the United States Supreme Court took the case, and they ruled 9-0, unanimous, that the standard that was used to prosecute Arthur Anderson was an unlawful stand. But the damage was done. That company went bankrupt. All those people lost their jobs. And this Andrew Weissman gets promoted and becomes this legal expert scholar on CNN. That guy, Fitzgerald, Comey, and people who did this, Jack Smith, Alvin Bragg, Letitia James, they ought to go back to fucking jail.
What was the accusing this company of?
Obstruction of justice. They were destroying records and stuff. And that would have had they done it after they'd been subpoenaed. But they weren't subpoenaed. They had a right to do whatever they wanted with their records before anybody compelled them to produce them. It was obstruction of justice.
And what was the accusation? What were they trying on?
Saying that they were destroying documents and evidence.
About what?
About the accounting work for Enron, which was a great scam. Yeah.
I saw the smartest guy.
Yep.
Documentary. Who doesn't believe conspiracies? Watch that.
Jeff Skilling was in prison.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, he had a big sentence. Eventually, they found prostrate wrongdoing. To sit down for like 26 years to 14. But he was there with me. And along with Mr. B, G, and all kinds of guys. All kinds of guys. But, you know, it's just really starts with one president has been another. And there's a couple of gangster disciples, seen a low cartoon, pedophiles. That's what I meant to tell you. Something like 400 pedophiles, murderers, bank robbers. They're a protected class because everyone fuck them up because of the nature of the crime. Some of them are worse than others. Some are like this guy. They got pardoned by just where they're into child pornography. And some of them who are far worse than that. They harm children. You get more than cancer if you even say something bad to them. You can't offend them. You can't call them a name. It's their way of facing the other inmates who hate them and resent them.
Really? So they're protected.
Yes.
The thing that people always love, pedophiles in jail, there's going to be some jail justice.
Well, there is, understanding their policy, BOP's policy. The guy that was Jared, the subway guy, he ended up going to San Francisco after I worked my way out of that higher prison behind the barbed wire fence at the camp. Jared got to my prison because it's a pedophile. Went to prison has a lot of pedophiles. So out of the 950 guys that I was in prison there were about 300 to 400 pedophiles. And then there were drug dealers, bank robbers. Some guys were 2% white collar, skilling one governor. But those pedophiles, sex offenders, you can't call them pedophiles. And the right you can't call them pedophiles. You can't call them chomos. That's the inside prison name for these guys. Chomo? So I'm there too. I got 14 years ahead. They give you 14 years sentence. I mean, Trump pulled it out. And I'm in there. As you can imagine, I write about this thing. It's a hard experience, a long, hard journey. It's heartbreaking in so many ways for me and my family, and hard. But I'm learning the most. And I got my fellow inmates there, and I'm hearing this term called chomo. Chomo. That guy, he's a chomo. Say that. I say, what's that? And they told me. And so I was with the case manager or somebody. They were giving me more information I needed for the stuff I had to learn as a new inmate. And I mentioned, what are these chumos? And she goes, you can't say that. It's not chumos. She whispered, chomo. You can't say that. That's strictly for if you say that, you have to shoot. Now, so what's that? I have to ask. Well, the shoe, special housing, SHU, the vernacular shoe, solitary confinement, and the way they punish the inmates, punish them to varying degrees. You should get thrown in solitary confinement. So if you just say choke, that'll land you in solitary confinement. Maybe. Yeah.
So,
yeah.
so crazy. They protect pedophiles.
Yeah. Now, I don't want to sound like I'm too liberal or something, but they have to. Because if left to their own devices, these guys will get so fucked up by the general population who are outraged by their crimes and are also outraged by the fact that a lot of them got special treatment in their sentencing. So you see this guy that I just gave clemency to. Let's hope it was just clemency, not pardon, regard. But these sex offenders are getting lighter sentences than the drug dealers or the bank robbers. And if you look at a system of punishment that's supposed to be just and fair and hopefully always tempered with mercy, you'd like to think that there's equal application of the law and that there's some sort of fairness, and that when you measure the victims of certain crimes, that should be part of the sentencing. So drug dealers would argue a lot of it not violent, right? Their stuff was not violent. These guys really harm children. The ones that touch children, not the ones who just look at the pornography.
How did they justify being in this high security zone? Like, why would they use him with pedophiles, gangbangers? Why would they do that? Obviously it's crazy, but how do they pass that through?
You get anybody who gets a sentence of over 10 years has to do time. You can't be in a camp. So certain people can't be in camps. For example, any pedophile offender cannot be in a camp. Pedophiles cannot be in a camp. That's good. And camps don't have, fences. There's not iron gates that lock you in. I mean, I went from 50,000 for the governor's mansion to a 6 foot height prisons. I mean, it's real prison in the movies. Those iron gates shut you in, and you're restricted. And you're with badass guys, They're really interesting guys, and not a lot of guys are really liked. But they did it because they purposely gave me a sentence of 10 years and forced me to go to a shithole prison, and to try to not just squeeze me, but to punish me. And the punishment was because I had the temerity to fight back. Who was this guy? He was only twice elected governor of the largest state to challenge us. And I fought back. Frankly, the beauty of it is that had I not fought the way I did, Trump would have made it. He saw me as fighting back. I mean, I fought back in ways that predated him. He does. And it wasn't by design. It was just, I felt like, Jesus, I didn't do anything wrong. I didn't know it. This is politics. And, this is wrong. Bad for our country. I can't get rid of this. And by the way, they are criminals. I have to fight back. So I was on all these TV shows, everything. And Trump's not going to take the money. And by the way, when they arrest you, they arrested me at 6 o'clock in the morning at my house. And it was a super sensational press conference. It was international. Back then, in December 2008, there were two assholes. The two biggest assholes in the world were me and Bernie Madoff, because they arrested him like a day or two after me. I remember this. And it was just, I had to fight back. And so it was. But you can't make it. They threw me out of the office. You learn who your friends are in politics. Not a single one of them. They all ran to protect themselves. They all voted to throw me out. And because the politics was bad at that.
Well, that's a time where podcasts were coming in.
Yes.
Imagine you go on a podcast and just lay out the case and exactly what's going on. You can play tapes.
Can't play tapes. I'll tell you why.
Because they recorded.
Because they put court seal. They arrested me. They played these things. This is fucking gold. I can't do it for nothing. But they don't play what comes after you. Right? If it says I want $100 million in a Swiss bank account, which, by the way, the current governor called me to ask me to make him senator because he inherited $1 billion. That's the one you sell it to. Right. But if I said that, there was no way. They covered that up. So they could do it. They go to court a couple of days after I'm arrested. They go before their judge. They get a seal. They put a gag. So the tapes cannot be played publicly in court. I can't talk about what's on those tapes unless it comes from my independent recollection. I can't release it.
So you can't talk about what's in those tapes unless it comes from your own personal recollection. So you can talk about the tapes. You just can't play them. You can't quote them.
I can quote what I remember personally. I remember, of course.
But at least you could have laid out your version of it so people could correct. And then we put pressure on.
And I was doing it not on a podcast, but I was doing it on the Today Show, Morning America, CBS Morning, Nightline, Dateline.
So it's such a short segment.
That's right. Exactly.
You don't have enough time to lay out the environment, how it works, what really goes on in politics, what is normal for how these deals are made.
Well said. Yes, exactly. Right.
So this person that Obama, whatever happened to that person?
She became like a top advisor for Obama in the White House. Now, there's a school of thought, there's a theory that's plausible. Obama publicly said he did not send his labor gun to me. But Ballot, the emissary, in 2 trials testified twice under oath that Obama called him. Obama then was interviewed by the FBI the day or two after I was arrested. And if you lie to the FBI, they call him 302 in these interviews. It's a crime. I've learned at the FBI, it's really the FBI. And you sit down like I did stupidly, you talk to these people. They say you lied, and you say they lied. Who are you going to believe? Right? It's a big mistake to trust them, to be honest. So my advice to anybody out there who's getting chased by the FBI, don't. And I thought they were the good guys, so I sat down and talked to them. Well, Obama talked to them. And every defendant is entitled to relevant evidence that can help him or her defend themselves against criminal prosecution. But to this day, they never give us Obama's 302s. So did Obama really send this guy, like that guy testified to? Or did Obama not do it like he publicly said he did? He said he didn't do it. So somebody's lying. Somebody broke the law. Either Ballot lying, they perjured himself in 2 trials, or Obama is lying on those FBI 302s, or he lied, which is a crime, or he lied to the public, which all too often politicians do all the time, and Obama's one of them who does it a lot.
He does it a lot. Ballot, this guy, what would be his motivation for saying that Obama wanted you to do that?
The theory among a lot of political insiders who know how it works, that he was an emissary for Rahm who became Obama's chief of staff. As a member of Congress, I had a pretty good relationship. It's all over the FBI.
And so that Obama never said anything about it. Like Rahm Emanuel said something to him.
Rahm Emanuel asked him to do it and instructed him to tell him that Barack himself had asked him that this is just a theory. And the theory is plausible in that what would be the motivation for Rahm to do that was the new chief of staff of Obama. And in the power game of politics, which is something he knows really well, and I know, is people want to be close to the king. And Valerie Michelle Obama's best friend, and she was a threat to the influence of Rahm and others. And if you get her kicked upstairs to the U.S. Senate, she won't be around to have more of a voice or say in Obama, the direction of Obama's administration. Now, this is a theory. It's a theory.
Interesting theory. So, what's day one like in prison?
I write about that in detail in my book. It's like chapter 3 or chapter 4.
Have you published it?
No, it's coming out. It'll come out, I hope, by spring. I hope I get it done. Almost done.
You have a publisher?
So it's interesting, the politics of publishing companies. I've pre-sold over 8,000 already. I haven't even put it out for pre-sale. I'm about to do it. Blago, something books. Rod Blago books or something. I haven't done it yet. But I've pre-sold some for people, friends and others. About 8,000. So it's helped me like self-publish and create my own publishing company. And the reason I'm compelled to do it is because I've gone to some publishing houses, and you're so anti-Trump that you say something nice about Trump, and he comes across really well. I was on his show. He was great to me. He's a kind guy. I'll tell you stories about him if you want. He pulled me out of their house. I loved him for a lot of reasons. Of course, because he gave my daughter their father back. So I write well. He comes across very well. Obama doesn't come across so good. He doesn't come across as evil. He comes across very selfish, very calculating politician who missed an opportunity to be a great president that divided our country. And he was a snake and an ignorant, and who sold out his friend Tony Briscoe, who bought him a lot. This guy bought him next to a mansion he bought after his left in the United States Senate. Obama's, at that time, only had $750,000 they could afford for a mansion. They wanted to buy the adjoining lot. It's really the upper class neighborhood called Kenwood, Hyde Park neighborhood in Chicago, Obama's library. And they couldn't afford the other lot, so he went to his friend Briscoe. Obama, Briscoe's a kind-hearted person, and he wants to help his friend Obama. So he pays the list price, $750,000 for the Obamas paid less, but the improvement of a big mansion. Obama now is running for president. That comes out. He's got to fix his political crime. He goes to the restaurant and he says, I got to put a fence between the lot and the mansion. So I can explain to the media that it's your lot, not mine, right? And he prefers, he asks for a wrought iron fence, not just any other fence, not a chain link. He wants a wrought iron fence because it matches the mansion. And then he has Rescue bill for $13,000 for the wrought iron fence. And then when Rescue suffers for 3 years in solitary confinement because he won't lie about it, he sends a letter to the federal sentencing judge saying you're squeezing to say stuff about both of us. Makes the front page of the Chicago Tribune in August 2008. That he won't do it. They put him in solitary confinement for 3 years. For 3 years, he saw the sun 1 hour a day. And then when he got out of here, he tries to do a boot and he faints because he's so skinny and so weak after 3 years of that. And this fucking old did nothing to help. It's unbelievable. So obviously the kind of guy for I mean, I didn't do it. He just thought so. And I think he could kind of like slavery practice. He liked the way I was playing, I know that. But he fired me and showed freed me from facility. It's his story. Fired and freed the same guy who didn't do that.
Day one. Do you have hope it's going to be overturned and an appeal? What do you think you're going to get?
Yeah, well, that's a great question. Look, the hardest thing, this whole thing, was the months after the conviction to the day that you surrender, because now you know you're going away. And you're fearful it's going to be long. In fact, days, a couple of months before the sentence came down, jogging the neighborhood. That was the newspapers back then. It's a newspaper box, got a page, big color picture of me. I see it, running past it. Saw the headline brief, came back running, I see it. 30 years to life. Prosecutors are asking for 30 years to life.
Life.
Yeah.
Jesus.
I never took a penny that I would say I took it. It was all talk about politics. So I got home fast, sort of stuff, quickens your pace a little bit,
Yeah.
But that period, the moment I stepped in prison, I write in my book, one advantage of the threshold in the prison was with every tick of the clock, you're 1 second closer to this nightmare, this Kafka's nightmare will be 1 second closer to coming home to your daughters and to your wife, even though it might be 14 years. And one less second, you know what I mean? But you're at least it's starting. You've hit the bottom and then you're trying to climb it back up, just from the time. But that first day, I'll work backwards. I'll never forget the first night after that long, long day that I went through. The media was covering me like I was OJ 60. They were at my house at 5:30 in the morning. I kissed my little girl's goodbye. My little Annie was 8 years old at the time. She's in her pajamas. She had to squeeze me. And my daughter Amy, she was a sophomore in high school. She was 15. And we're all in the floor. It's all dark because all these new recruits around our house. We live in a neighborhood, a normal neighborhood, just not gated. And they're all over the place. And so they look at your house. So we had to keep the lights off. Kiss my wife. Hardest thing I was like about it. But you gotta be strong with them. And you can't show those assholes the media with you. Dying. So you gotta be strong when you step out. Sometimes I feel when I look. And there's a helicopter that follows me. The news helicopter from my house all the way to over here in Chicago. Like I was OJ Simpson, White Bronco. I called the chapter my White Bronco. And then when I got at the airport, it was a big category. And then when I get on the plane, these motherfuckers are on the plane, they bought tickets. So I can't even, get a second to think what just happened. Because if I had a family, I'd gone for worst case scenario, 14 years. But if I behave, it's going to be 12 and a half. My good behavior. And then I landed. And they're there. And so I'm trying to leave the plane. They're all with me. And then people in Denver, the airline thinks you have and they got me out of sight door and a car waiting, so I was able to leave. And for a moment, I thought I was away from the media as I'm about to drive to prison. But no, they caught us. They caught us. And I got there a little bit to prison, so I told my lawyers who's driving me, you know what? We're like a half an hour already. I'm already getting 14 years. I don't want to get 30 minutes more. Let's stop for a cup of coffee or something. So we got this little restaurant, fast food place called Freddy's in Denver area. Littleton, Colorado. And it was really surreal because people knew who I warm and loving and signing autographs. You never know. I'm in prison for 14 years. And then the time came to walk in. And I learned later Trump was watching this. It was all live on television. And he had tweeted about it that day. I mean, I got a million reasons why I love Donald Trump. I was so alone. Everybody in politics and government and the media, you know, were calling me on these nasty things. Here's Trump, who had like some authority and following, was the only guy saying positive things. They were compassionate. He wasn't necessarily saying, he was saying that I denied it, you know, I'm entitled to presumption of innocence. But there was compassion with Trump. And he tweets that. You know, I learned later, I didn't do that because when I came home, he tweeted that I see him walking to prison. He's 14 years, murders and rapes, getting 4 years. Do you think this is justice? I don't. To a guy that was on his show. I don't know. But just to me says a lot about who he is as a person. But then I walked in and I read about all these inmates. And I wasn't, people ask me, I wasn't afraid of anything. You know, my life was, you know, beaten down by what they did. I was so disillusioned. I was angry. I was bitter. I was mostly heartbroken and sad. Missing my children, fearful of my children, my wife. They were left alone. I couldn't protect them. People knew what we lived. The media made sure the neighborhood saw what we lived because they were always in front of their house. I was worried about their safety. I knew I had all these years to do. And now I'm in prison. And all these guys are watching me, coming into their world. I tell them. So I had two things going for me in terms of how my stock with fellow inmates. Number one, I was a quasi, you know, sort of, I was a celebrity. They just saw me coming to the prison. Nobody walks into prison on TV. And the bigger, more important part was, I got they call it 14 piece. That's the vernacular inmates talk. He got a 14 piece. Means he didn't snitch on anybody. See, anybody who gets a long sentence means they didn't punish because they wouldn't talk about anybody. The guys who walk in light sentences become immediately suspect by the inmates, the culture there, as snitches. And they hate the snitches. Snitches are bitches who get stitches. Right? That's what we say. So I walked in there and had immediate street cred with those guys. And they were nice to me. They actually gathered together what little beads they had. And they went to the commissary to get me necessities for my first week. Toothbrush, toothpaste, shower shoes. Just a very nice, kind thing to, you know, me. These were drug dealers and bank robbers. You know, tough guys, all tatted up. Tough guys. You know, their gangs were tatted on their hands and stuff. Or on their biceps or children joining them. I write about how the correctional officers wanted me to actually show the white the Aryan guys.
The correction officers.
So in one of the chapters, the early chapters, it's, I wasn't in prison for 27 hours before I broke my first prison. And they called me and they report to the lieutenant's office. And I had to be explained to me. This was my first full day. It was my second day there. It was after my first day when I walked in. And I got a chance to see the prison yard. And I walked around the yard with black guys. One of them from the south side of Chicago, gang banger. Name was, and another guy named Walter Hill. He said Louis. And I was their governor. And they were really nice to me. And we walked around the track, talking about, and I was interested in the facilities. One of the things I was determined to do in prison was to work out a lot and to read a lot. And eventually, the Bible, if you want to talk about that, it's because that was so meaningful to me. But they called me the next day because the word got out that I was walking the track with black guys. And it was explained to me by the authorities that prison's a very segregated place, that the unwritten policy order is that people need to be part of their own cars. They call it the euphemism for gangs in prison is cars. What car do you ride in? And that they thought that for my own safety, that number one, I should be, you know, walking around with black guys. I need to be part of a car, and I need to drive a white car and go see these two guys, Cole and Sadness. Sadness. I thought it was sadness too. Exactly. Because I'm looking around at sadness. I'm looking for sadness, right? His name is Sadness. And Cole was the neighbor. I think he was from Texas. And They told me that I should go see them. So out of respect for the police officers, correctional officers, I said, okay, I'll go see them. But I made it clear to them, listen, I don't give a fuck. Because they told me, when you get into a conflict with somebody, that's inevitable. Because you're in prison with a bunch of guys for a long time. There's going to be all kinds of disputes. You want the one to look, the other guy wants to close. You didn't put the weight back in the weight room like you wanted. There's all kinds of shit that's going to happen. Conflicts that develop between guys living close. The way we keep order is we keep the races and the different ethnics separated. They all become part of their individual cars. You sit with them in a commissary. I mean, at the cafeteria, off the chow hall. You work out with them. You walk the track with them. You're polite to the other groups, but you don't really get friendly with them. Because if you have a conflict with somebody, your car will protect you, especially if it becomes a conflict with somebody from another race or another group of people. In the prison, I was a lot of black guys, a lot of Latinos, a lot of guys from Mexico, lower cartel people, a lot of Native Americans. There were Pacific Islanders, and of course, white guys, sex offenders. They were their own group, and so they all pretty much, rode in their own cars, the separate cars. But I told them, I'm not going to fear anybody. If somebody wants to fucking kill me here, in some ways, it'll put me out of my misery. I'm not going to be doing some, kind of thing like that. It's racist. I'm not doing it. Whoever's nice to me, I'm going to be nice to them. And I'll respect your rules. I won't sit with black guys or any Latino guys. I'll sit with the white guys. But I'm not going to, unless you're tell me I can't work with those guys or talk to these guys, I'm going to keep doing it. He said, well, we can't do that because this is an unwritten way that they operate, keep order in prison. And then they told me something which I respect. They said, look, you're not in the real world. This is not a place where you can be a civil rights activist or an activist, civil rights activist. This is prison. You don't have the same rights here that you have out there. But we can't order you not to have relationships or conversations with people from another race. But we can afford to stop doing stuff that could be counterproductive to us keeping safety. So if you're going to sit with somebody outside your race, the child hall direct in front of us, and there are measures that we can take to make sure that you don't do those sorts of things. And I respected the fact that they said it was to keep order. It was the culture, and pretty much everybody in the prison system accepts it anyway. Eventually, I sat with some black guys as time went by. We actually made an elder black guy by the name of Mr. B. He was originally from Chicago and from Detroit. He was like the most respected inmate. He got a 25-year sentence. He looked like Morgan Freeman, the actor, a lot like him actually. Very mature, responsible. He was the guy. A lot of the guys went to for their legal questions because he knew everything. And a real nice man, a gentleman. And by the time I got there, he had already done like 20-some years. So he was close to me. I'd stay up late at night with him talking in the dormitory portion of the prison where I was first in myself. But it was important to him before he left, after 20-something years, that he could actually sit at the chow hall with a white guy. And he liked me because I was, from Chicago. And so we did that. I thought it was going to be, it was probably a year and a half until we did that. And I sat there, and he looked at us, we're sitting at the black table. And then this great group of civil disobedience and civil rights petered out. Fuck. Really? Yeah. Yeah, it didn't matter.
Wow. Yeah. Well, was it because that guy was respect?
Yeah, I think that was the. And, guys, not everybody, some people would get disliked. Guys in prison really didn't like me. But for the most part, I had a little. I got arrested because they were investigating when I was governor, but I had pretty active ratings in prison with my fellow inmates.
So, how did you get into Bible? Because that was a big part of your conversation with Tucker.
Yeah. Well, so that first night, when it's the stark reality really hit me. That first night, when around 10 o'clock at night, I hear this big boom. And then you hear the gates shutting. Because they're now, it's all iron, loud, lock. And then the lights come. The lights are out. Now suddenly you're swallowed up in blackness, darkness. And we're locked in. Iron bars. You can't get out. And here I am, prisoners, inmates. And I just left my family. 5:30 in the morning. I'm not going home tonight. Next week, next month,
There he is.
or next year. God willing,
What's good, dog?
that might be.
What's good? What's good with music? We're dog. We're absolutely heartbroken. And just so you know, Roxanne is eating into your lead in the leaderboard. Roxanne is eating into your lead. Absolutely. You got to be that pace car. You got to box out, my man. What's new? What's new with what's he doing? All right. You know, I don't. Does he? And this might be. Does he show his face on stream? Oh, okay. Okay. That's because I try to picture this person in my head, and I don't know what he looks like. No. I've had. I don't care. Don't send it to me. I remember talking with him, but it was like I don't know if I ever like. I don't know who. It was just a voice, I guess. Dog. That whatever that person found in that dispensary does look exactly like your PFP. Do you know what I'm referencing? Oh, yeah, it's probably I probably have to restart the device. The whatever that person saw in that dispensary looks exactly like your PFP. Totally freaky. Yeah, dog. I can certainly see that. Um. All right. So I've got these Wall Street bets guys, and the reason why they're they're pretty high net worth individuals who are just douches. So there's this one. There are three Wall Street bets groups. Two of them I've been banned from. I don't know if I'll ever get back. The other one, they basically love to torment me. What they do is they don't let me have like any of the normal settings, like being able to show my screen or show my camera, but they still don't kick me out because the owner of the Discord has made it like very difficult to get kicked out. Like basically, so long as you don't do anything illegal, you're okay to at least be in there. And these guys get fucking kicks out of kicking me out of the VC. And they just think it's funny. Oh, Rabbi's in it, let's kick him out. So I built a robot that automatically lets me back in. And it confuses the fuck out of these because they watch me sleep and they're like watching me sleep and they kick me out and then I come back in. And it's like Discord does not have a setting for this. They don't know how I do it. I built one the other day that was very impressive. It would, when I got kicked out, it would let me back in. It would start sharing my screen and then start streaming. And it was like, they were like, how the fuck are you doing this? Anyway, I just get a ton of joy. It brings me joy. Like at a certain point when you have just been fucking bullhorns with these fuckers for a long time, it's the little victories in life. So I've got that going in Wall Street Bets. I'm live in Music Biz Marty. I'm live in Socialize. I'm live in League of Legends. I'm live in Blocks Fruits. Do you know what Blocks Fruits is? I don't either. Just one moment. I have to go to the bathroom. Apologies. I am back. Well, you enjoy Music Biz, Marty? I'm here if you need me. We're watching Rob Blagojevich on Joe Rogan. Came out today.
But even that,
You're up all night. Absolutely.
I felt I had to fight.
Do you think there's anything you could have done that would have gotten you out of all this?
I could have pled guilty and gotten less of a sentence. No doubt about that.
But what about if you just, when they came to you with that senator, if you said, sure, we'll hook that up?
No. I don't think that was.
They were still coming.
No. And they wanted me to snitch on Obama. And they arrested me at 6 in the morning, and that's I write about that too. In my house. SWAT teams, 24 member SWAT team in my house. I'm the city governor of the largest state in America. I got a security detail of my own. But 4 hours later, while I'm in their custody, it's good cop time, and I'd be nice to them. You're not a bad guy. These tapes, you're just a part of politics. We think you can help us. I'd like you to talk about Obama. We know he wanted to make a deal with you. Tell him. It's clear what they want. And I said, look, I didn't do anything wrong. And as far as I know, he didn't. Nothing to talk about. And then they changed the route change and sent me to another facility and put me in this little cell. And they had me next to this angry guy who was all fucked up on PCP or something. He's like a raging. And I'll send me a message, And they were never going to come to Trump. But what they wanted to do was they wanted to go to him and say I was willing to cooperate against Obama and then leverage that and have Obama that tell him, look, just leave us alone. Let us get this guy. Keep us in office. When you get sworn in on January 20th. Don't bring in new U.S. attorneys. Don't bring Democratic U.S. attorneys in. Keep Boston Bush U.S. attorneys here. And you leave. You stay out of this and we'll leave you alone. That's what I think.
So it's a lot of chess.
Yes.
A lot of moves and counter moves, and people are used as pawns.
Correct. They're political power centers, and here's the danger to the American people and to our democracy. They're not supposed to. They're supposed to. They're not supposed to be political power center.
Right.
Democrats, Republicans, Independents, Libertarians, yes. House members, Senate members, the executive branch, yes. The Supreme Court and the courts, yes. Checks and balances. Founding fathers had the wisdom to create a system like that because they know the corruptibility of man. Power corrupts, Power corrupts, absolutely. They divided power. That's the beauty and genius of what they did in this country. They did not foresee coming out of the executive branch would be this tumor, this cancer that really started picking up steam in the 1920s. Federal law enforcement, and that it would grow. And the tactics, methods they used to go after Al Capone, or later on, Carlos Escobar, El Chapo, and people like that, that they would actually use against governors and presidents. They didn't foresee that. The problem is, it's a practical matter, because they have such power, the politicians are scared shitless of them. They don't want to stand up to them because they're afraid these people will trump up shit against them and just make shit up or get something they might have made a gun and made it bigger. So it's very
everybody
hard.
knows how the game is played, so everybody has to play the game.
Correct. And then when you're the one on the wrong end of it, all your friends in politics, they run for the hills, they're kissing your ass the day before you're arrested, and the next day they're maligning the shit out of you.
Sounds like Hollywood.
Is that right?
Isn't it kind of the same thing? I mean, that's what they do whenever anybody gets in trouble in Hollywood.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah. Well, that's just cowards. There's a lot of cowards, and a lot of people have a reason to be cowards. It's fearful. They're scared. It's a dangerous system, especially the justice system. It's very dangerous, and this is not to malign good people, because there's I know people. I've met people in the FBI. I met great people in the CIA. I know them. They're great people. It's just what you were saying. Absolute power corrupts absolutely, and when people get into positions of power and influence, and this chess game starts getting played, they can make all sorts of rationalizations if there's no checks and balances. This is why there has to be checks and balances, and there has to be oversight to keep people from their own devices, to keep people from their own horrible instincts that we have as human beings, especially if you've done some shady shit, because other people have done some shady shit, and that's how everybody sort of worked their way up the ladder, and then all of a sudden you get to a position where, like, hey, you're going to have to do something that you really don't agree with, but this is how the game is played, and then next thing you know,
right.
Yeah,
it's like your chief of staff and your governor's lawyer and all your friends the people that worked with you and got rich on you. Bad choices. I have to look at my little boy, 3 years old, and his future. Where I try to defend my boss. Right, and they make the decision, understandably, for their families.
Yeah, well, and I think a lot of people go into, whether it's politics or law enforcement or into the federal government, there's a lot of people that go into it with very good intentions. Mm-hmm. But then you see over time they get corrupted by the environment that they're in.
That's right. They become part of a buddy system. It happens with politicians all the time. You get elected back home in Austin, Texas, and you go to Washington. You get co-opted by the system because you're young and you don't really know, or you're new and you don't know. They show you the ropes, and the ropes are controlled by that deep state, that establishment, of the long-term members of Congress, the people in the different agencies, the staffers, and it's a whole different world there. It's basically them against us. There is a deep state in state government, federal government. It's really almost
in law enforcement. I mean, especially corrupt law enforcement. Did you ever see that documentary? What is it? District 75? Precinct 75?
The 5-7.
The 5-7. Is that what it is? 7-5 or 5-7? There's a gentleman named Mike Brown. We had him on the podcast as well. And 7-5. On first day, he's a cop. He watches the cops kill him. And they essentially say to him, he jumped, right? And it's like, okay, he jumped. It's like one of those situations where, like, okay, I guess this is this business that I'm a part of now. I want to be a cop now. I'm a cop.
Yeah.
And then he runs with it. Next thing you know, he's selling drugs, kidnapping people. It's a fucking crazy documentary. He's a fun guy. I mean, it's obviously did terrible things, went to jail, but the documentary is so fucking crazy.
What's it called?
The 7-5, right? 5-7? 7-5.
7-5.
Okay, what am I? You just told me. That's it. That's the documentary. Michael Dad.
Yeah.
It's fantastic. It's a really good documentary, and you just realize, like, Jesus. Obviously, the cocaine crisis in Miami is another great example of that, and one of the best documentaries about that is Cocaine Cowboys. Mm-hmm. Fantastic documentary. I can't recommend it enough. One graduating class of the police academy in Miami, they all either went to jail or were murdered. The entire graduating class. That's how corrupt it was.
Yeah.
It was just off the charts, cocaine and money everywhere, chaos and murder everywhere.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You see, here again, stuff we're talking about. It's so important this justice system gets reformed. I'm so excited about the fact that Trump and people he's making. Pam, he's a great person, he's got a good record. Patel. Because if we don't trust the criminal justice system, when you tell me a story about those dirty cops, and I'm sure that's absolutely what they were, and those who prosecuted them were right to do it.
Oh, they definitely were.
Yeah.
They were dirty cops.
But what if you don't trust those prosecutors? All right? Well, suddenly the whole system breaks down. You can't trust anything. So much at stake. I failed to tell you what that first night was like in that first night. I just should wrap it up very quickly. But, you know, there I was in this darkness, so all alone, and so heartbroken, so fearful and worried about my kids and my wife and what it was like for them. Imagining in my mind, my wife comforted my daughters as if I had died, because I kind of did. I was gone. They were without their father.
Right.
So all of that's going through my mind. And then I reached for the Bible. You know, that my wife gave me to leave for prison, take with me to prison. They don't let you bring it in, but they let you bring the Bible in. I've always had belief in it. I always believed in prayer. I was raised in a Serbian Orthodox Christian church. But I never read the Bible. I was just so busy trying to get ahead of them. You know, I had to go out and make campaign promises, give speeches, give babies, shake hands, raise money. I tried Genesis. I get stuck in Genesis. So-and-so's beginning, so-and-so. I'll put this on the side. I can't. Right. Now suddenly here I am in this deep fucking dark valley. In 14 years of this. So alone. I'm not going to fuck around with Genesis, or Deuteronomy, or Leviticus, or any of that stuff. I'm going to something right away that might give me some hope. And I went to the 23rd Psalm. The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. He makes me lie down in green pastures. And then I kept reading the Psalms. And I know the story of David. And I associate myself with him. I know they criticize him maligned. People in the media for saying I'm like David. I'm not saying I'm not. I'm not saying I am. I'm just saying I looked at his example and I got strength from it. Because he was being chased by Saul, and he's in the caves for like 11 years or chasing him. Thinking he endured that. Maybe there's hope. And I read his Psalms because they're just prayers to God, is what they were. And they were helpful to me. I kept reading, and I went to Isaiah, fiery furnace of affliction, and how adversity in hard times is God's way of testing us stronger and better. We learn through hard lessons, the fiery, through the fire of hard times. And of course, the Gospels, and the best story of all as a Christian is the story of Jesus. And there he is in the Garden of Gethsemane. He's saying to God, because he's so afraid, because he knows what's coming, what they're going to do to him. And he says, "Oh, Father, please lift this cup from me." I mean, I get choked up just thinking about this. And he says, "No, God, no, Father, not my will, your will." And then he steels himself for what he's got to face, takes on all the suffering that he goes through, and the humiliation and everything else. So I read it every day. For 2,096 days. And I know it in a way I never knew before. And I love it, and it brought me so much closer to God. And there were moments, as crazy as this sounds, and I'm not looking for anything, so I'm not here to try to win Christian evangelical votes or anything. But there were moments years into the process, not those first early years, because they were so hard. But after I was there for year 6, year 7, and I'd read the Bible like that every day. And I was really working out, I was reading a lot of other books. And I took visits maybe a couple times, in the beginning it was like 2 or 3 times a year in the beginning. And then as time went by, it was hard for our daughters. And I would encourage them not to come because they were at school. And we were hopeful that justice in the courts. And only another few more months, the appellate court will come through. Don't come. So now suddenly I see less and less of them. But I'd have moments. And I was lucky because I was in Colorado, which is a beautiful place with great weather, blue skies, and snow-capped foothills and Rockies. That's where the prison was. And then when it would rain, it'd be rainbows. I believe these are godly things. And I'd sometimes get down with a run or something, and I'd walk that track stretching a little bit, and I'd see that beautiful rainbow, and I can almost feel the presence of God. I know it's nothing shit, or people go, yeah. But when you've been beaten down so much and you're so fucking humble, I looked for God, and I really believe I found him. And I feel like I'm at a place now where I'm grateful in a weird way for that experience. I wish it never happened. And I had bitterness. And I hate the motherfuckers that did it to me. And I know I'm not supposed to hate them. I'm supposed to forgive them. I'm not that good a Christian. I hate the motherfuckers. They belong in jail. But I have to say that experience, reading the Bible that way, maybe it serves a higher purpose. Maybe it's it was good for him.
I think you got the most out of that horrific situation in that regard, right? And sometimes you have to experience horrific tragedy to experience incredible love. That's a weird thing to think of, but I think this battle that we have constantly with good and evil, it's a real thing. That it's sometimes in your darkest, deepest moments is when you recognize a truth. There's something there that every culture believes in a higher power. It's very strange, isn't it? In almost every culture has some sort of belief system about a higher power. It's something you could say. You could be very cynical, and you could say that's just human beings looking for order in an orderless, chaotic place, and that your creativity and your your inquisitive nature, rather, leads you to constantly search for a daddy in the sky. You could say that. But I've talked to too many people that have had these sort of, like you've had these breakthrough moments in life where you come into contact with something by opening yourself up to it. And it's so cynical just to disregard that. Everybody wants to pretend that they're smarter than they really are. It's a terrible trait we all have. And that prevents you from, especially secular people, atheists, people that are like acknowledged atheists, prevents you from even considering the idea that there's something to this that you're not getting. In your simple little mind, your desire for order, and to look at this and go, no, you just live and you die. Well, you don't really know. You should probably listen to people that have had profound experiences, because there's been a lot of them, and there's been a lot of them throughout human history. And to just completely dismiss them as all nonsense, it's just like, that's such a cynical perspective on human beings. And then there's also the fact that, look, I'm not saying bad things haven't been done in the name of religion, because people have been slaughtered, wars have been started, been demonized and othered, to the point where you're allowed to kill them because they believe the wrong thing. It's not universally good. But it's a scaffolding for ethics and morals that I think shapes society in a way that's not really possible with just anarchy. You need law and order. You need something you believe in. That's what keeps us together. But you can be a brilliant, intelligent person who's just unusually compassionate and live your whole life without religion and still be an excellent contributor to society. But God, the people that I've met, one of the things about coming to Texas is I meet so many avowed Christians, so many like really proud and intelligent and vocal religious people. And they're some of the nicest people like you could ever meet. Like a real Christian. Like I've met some real Christians. This my friend Alan, who runs a homeless rehabilitation community here in Austin. He's like, the guy's just a real Christian. I mean, he lives with these people.
That's right.
He's just like really walking. He's not doing it for money. He's not going to have a mega church. He's driving a Rolls Royce. He's a regular person who really is acting like the Christian from the Bible, like the best example of a Christian from the Bible.
The Bible talks about false prophets because people, human nature.
Yeah, there's a lot of us false prophets.
Yes. Well, but I mean, some of these, we call them jailhouse Jesus. Some of these guys,
oh sure,
they walk around the Bible, told their Bible, and they were stealing.
Yeah, we talk about that. We talked about that in terms of psychedelics, spiritual narcissism. I think the same sort of spiritual narcissism that encompasses these preachers that talk in front of stadiums full of people and fly private jets, drive Rolls Royces. It's the same sort of thing as a guru who wants to take you to the jungle to give you drugs, or someone who wants you to join their sex cult, or someone who wants you to join their yoga thing where no one works anymore, and you're all this is your guru. There's a shit ton of documentaries on these folks. That's the false prophet.
Yes.
It's a danger. It's a real danger that we have in looking for someone smarter than us. It's a normal pattern of behavior from tribal societies all travel societies had the wisest person who was the leader. This was the person that everybody trusted. He's the guy with the most scars. He knows where the food is. He knows how to get the fuck away from the enemies. He knows how to keep order, and he's reasonable in how he governs the village. And until someone overthrows him, that's your guy. And we have this hierarchy that we look for in everything. We really do. We look for it in all sorts of things. And if we find it in false prophet, we'll go with it. I bought a building out here. My podcast or my comedy club is in a place called the Ritz Theater. It's a beautiful theater from 1927. But before that, I bought another building that was owned by a cult. It was a building called the One World Theater. I didn't buy it. I was under contract for it. I spent a bunch of money to get out of it because I watched the documentary on the cult. And I was like, oh my God. It was a guy who was a gay porn star and a hypnotist who started this cult in Hollywood. And then after Waco popped off, this guy had to escape from West Hollywood because they were looking for him. Because, the Cult Awareness Network, and they started, after Waco, Jesus Christ, how many of these cults are out there?
Yeah.
They were targeting this guy. So he changed his name, moved to Austin, and built this theater. And the cult had already disbanded a bunch. And my friend Ron White, the comedian, told me, because he had performed it, he turned it into a concert venue, this theater that this guy had his cult followers build him so he could dance in front of them. It's beautiful, 300 theater, gorgeous place. And this is the same thing. It's just a person convinced all these other people that he had the answers, and he was a hypnotist. He was really good at fucking with people and really good at talking people into certain states of mind. They all believed it. They wasted decades of their life. That's literally in the Bible. That's a false prophet.
That's right. By the way, congratulations on your magnificent success.
Thank you very much.
And you're a comedian too.
Yeah,
Oh, shit.
a lot of different things.
Yeah. Wow. I was stuck when you were on the rise. So when I came home, I didn't know who you were. I hope you don't kick me out.
That's great.
Of the room.
No, I don't care. I'm happy when people don't know who I am.
Yeah,
But when I can talk to someone that don't know who I am, this is great.
but it wasn't long before I got home. I would say within a couple of days that I got this thing called an iPhone. What's this? And this guy, Joe Rogan, had this big deal on this podcast. I said, Joe who? And they told me. It's remarkable.
That's crazy. So you went to jail for iPhones?
Yeah.
Wow. A fascinating blip in time that is. If you really look at it in terms of impactfulness, like a piece of technology that completely changed the world.
Yeah.
That might be one of the most, because that's bigger than the laptop thing. I think it's the most impactful. I think the invention of the iPhone is probably one of the most impactful things human beings have ever created. Not necessarily in a great way, but sometimes in a great way.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, no.
There's a lot of great things about it, but the invention of the smartphone, for all good or bad, you missed it. And that's really crazy.
Yeah, it's crazy. Can I go back just to the spiritual end of it?
You know where you are.
I just want to say that, look, I consider myself, I think I have testicular virility. You know what I mean? I think I could.
You got balls.
Yeah, I really do. I know.
Yeah.
And I have a certain toughness to me. But I'll tell you, I wasn't strong enough to get through prison by myself. I needed it. And it was that, my love for my kids, my life, I could never possibly get it. I had to survive and somehow find my way, however long. And I had to do it in a way where I could be so strong and be constructive and actually plant seeds for better life later on, or whatever I did. Our little girls can see that, God forbid when tough times come, because it comes to all of us. How do you deal with those hard times? Do you embrace the adversity, try to turn it into something good, or do you just give into it? And so that gave me the purpose in prison. And I spent a lot of time not just reading the Bible, but reading all kinds of books, because you got time. You got a lot of time. I read a book 3 times. I talked to this Mr. Tucker Carlson called Answer for Me by a guy named Victor Frank, a Holocaust survivor who had gone through things a million times worse than anything I went through. Lost his wife, his family, through genocide. He was in Auschwitz, survived. But he said, last of the human freedoms, after everything's been taken from us, the last of the human freedoms is our freedom to choose our own attitude in any given set of circumstances. And that if you could find a why to you could find a how. And my ones, my little girls in my life, no matter how hard this was going to be, I had to survive this, I had to endure it, and I needed to do it in a way where it would be the best possible way to do it that could help raise my daughters from the farm. Because I didn't raise my daughter. I mean, my wife raised her children, her little girls. And so that gave me for a purpose. I had those moments because it's very creep in. It's very natural. A lot of blue moons, as you can imagine. I could never, ever get so down that I would not be active in any given day. I had to go out there and run those miles, put the legs, do push-ups, whatever it was, read those books, do the stuff I would write about. Because I love my daughters, and I'm doing it for them. That was my purpose. I'm not running for government. I'm trying to be, successful in the world because I'm not in it. My success will measure by whether or not I'm strong and productive. I'm doing this for my kids. Does that make sense?
It does. Do you think the experience of being in jail, as horrible as it is, made you a better person?
I like to think that it did. I think I'm more humble. I think. That was never good.
Because sometimes that's what bites people in the ass. I would say that about Trump. Like, that's also why he kept running, even though everybody was coming after him. Like, you have to be a very particular type of person that has all those legal cases thrown at him, all those different. If he lost, and he lost those cases, and he lost the right to presidency, he very well might wind up in jail. They can't have him at 82 years old trying again. They're not interested in, because he became more popular when he was gone than when he was president. And people sort of, like, towards the end of the 4 years of Biden, it's like completely reversed. So many of my friends, me included, completely reversed how they do it.
Yeah.
And then also a lot of it was getting exposed to watching how this propaganda machine marches in step all throughout the media with everything. Me in particular, having turned on me during the COVID years for being someone who got healthy without taking the vaccine, and they wanted to get me removed from Spotify. This is crazy. This is wild to watch. And that was, minor league stuff compared to what happened to him, and certainly compared to what happened to you. But just, I think people are less likely to believe mainstream narratives now. And we're so fortunate we have other ways, like Tucker Show, where I saw you. Like, things that aren't, I mean, look, when Tucker was on Fox News, I'm sure there was a lot of things that he wanted to cover that he couldn't. Like, there's no way he was on Fox News he could have interviewed that guy who said he blew Obama. Right? This guy, Tucker Carlson, is such a wild boy. He's got a guy on for, like, how long was that podcast? Find out how long the Tucker Carlson podcast was with the guy who claims he blew Obama. Just even being able to sustain a conversation with a guy who wants to talk about smoking crack and blowing Obama. How many minutes can you do? I want to know. Like, I'd be hard pressed to think I could squeeze an hour out of that guy. Like, what the fuck are you going to talk about? How long is that podcast? All right, he hung in there as long as he could. My point is, I'm not standing up for him. I'm not saying that was a good thing. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, that's what he wanted to do. I watched a little of it. Yeah. That's Tucker with no one telling him what to do. The Tucker Carlson show. He does whatever he wants. He interviews whoever he wants. He comes up with the questions he wants. He has real conversations that didn't fucking exist before. And now that it does exist, and a guy like Tucker, who was the number one guy to begin with, now he's independent, along with independent journalists like Michael Schellenberger and Matt Taibbi and Barry Weiss and Glenn Greenwald. All these people that are honest. And they're honest. They're always honest. They're always giving you the full version of the truth, and it's spread like wild. And then you look at the narratives you see in mainstream media, like, you're leaving so much out. You're not talking about that. You're not talking about why people are upset. You're not talking about what started it. You're not talking about the government intervention that was behind it all in the first place. That was planned organization. I think they leave out everything, because that's not what they're supposed to do. What they're supposed to do is sell as many stories as they can, but stay within a very confined narrative.
Exactly right.
And most of that narrative is heavily progressive, left-leaning, until that's not popular anymore. And when that falls out of favor, folks, when that becomes non-profitable, they're going to go the other way. The country will move more right. It'll be more right in the media, even, if it becomes profitable.
Well, that's why what you're doing, I'm not here to kiss your ass, but I am grateful for being on your show. It's very nice of you to have me so I can talk about my stuff. But no, this is what you're doing with Carlson, so many podcasters who are out there offering another place for people to get information in the free exchange of ideas in a free country that cherishes free speech supposedly, but no longer does. And I think most people do, but the government and power centers,
It's just when it's not convenient.
There you
go. There you go. And the fact that there's these rules, we should have rules that apply across the board if we want to progress as a society. And one of those most important rules, the reason why it's the First Amendment, you have to be able to talk about things. Right. You have to be, you're going to get things wrong. You're going to be poorly informed. You're going to have biased opinions. Hopefully, someone who is more informed has a more objective and more honest opinion, more accurate opinion, and then hopefully you're strong enough that resonates with you, and you can put your ego beside you and go, you know what? This is me wanting to be right. This is my ego. The correct thing is what these people are saying. Let me tell you why I thought what I thought and how I was wrong, and apologize. And if that doesn't mean you're weak. It just means you, like everyone else in the world, sometimes is wrong about things. Like I have a friend of mine. I don't want to say his name. Very, very nice guy. One of the smartest fucking people I know. And I have these fascinating conversations with him. And then one day, he tried to explain to me why something works in the UFC, why something else doesn't work anymore. I go, stop. Because stop. You're going to ruin my opinion of you. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Don't say this. Don't say this to me. I've been working for the UFC 25 fucking years. Don't say this to me. You don't know what you're saying. You're saying nonsense. He's like, really? I go, yes. This is total nonsense. Here's an example why it's nonsense. This guy violates that rule. No one can, you can't tell. There's a specific movement that are all designed to fuck people up. Any one pattern can be successful given the individual and his abilities and his competency in whatever skill set it is. There's no one skill set. You can't run around saying one skill set trumps all. It doesn't work like that.
That's interesting.
This is brilliant people. This is a brilliant person talking out of his ass.
Because people have their own prejudices and biases, right?
They like to be smart. They're smart people like to.
Exactly. They want to be the smartest.
Yeah, always. They're smart about some things. There's a term for that, where like really intelligent people erroneously believe they're intelligent about everything.
Conceited ignorance.
It's like that.
Yeah,
right.
Socrates called it conceited ignorance. And by the way, they Hemlock and killed him because supposedly he was corrupting the youth of Athens, Greece.
He probably was too.
He was also thinking.
Yes, of course.
Which is what we're talking about. What is a free society?
Yes. Dunning-Kruger effect. That's right. Okay. Cognitive bias produces high competence in one area, overestimating the knowledge and abilities of unrelated fields. Yeah, exactly what it is.
Well, I don't have that problem.
It's super common with really people that are very good at things. People that are very good at things, any one thing, like if you're a wizard at basketball, you probably think you're way better at playing pool than you really are. You know, there's interesting. There's a lot, like, you're in the fucking man. You know, like if you're a guy just cracking home runs every day and someone wants to play ping pong, like, motherfucker, I'll figure this ping pong shit out in about 5 minutes and then I'll start fucking you up. And it's just not true. You know, there's a lot of people that are really smart people, unfortunately. This happens with tough people too. Tough people want to pretend they're the only tough person. They all want to pretend. Everybody has this weird thing where they think they're different from everybody else.
Interesting.
And that's what leads them to be champions, but that is also what makes it incredibly difficult to come back from a devastating loss for some of these guys. So if they fight a guy and, you know, they've been the fucking man for years.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden they're in there with this guy like, oh my God, I'm getting hurt right now. I'm getting hurt. I'm probably going to get stopped. And you see it in their eyes. You see that they can't believe it's happening. They never in the time where this guy's going to knock them out. They're against the cage and getting lit up. In my mind, arcs. Where it's for the leg. Saw. You know, they didn't see that this was a bigger weight. Whatever the
Smacked it.
Yeah, that was Tommy Hearns and time, man, because you got to realize.
Right.
Hagler had a respect for Duran that I think almost was unfortunate. So there's
A lot.
just that Hagler in his mind. Duran was like one of the legends.
Yeah, rightfully so.
I mean, the quitting was horrible and it ruined his reputation. But if you could just take that fight away, and look at every other body work, what he did to Cannon when he was a lightweight,
Right.
people don't even understand. Roberto Duran started out. See, we went from 4 or 160. It was Davey Moore, who was in his fucking prime.
That was in LA.
I don't know where it was.
Montreal.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. I love your man. LA.
Mm-hmm.
And what you're saying about martial arts and boxing, there's so many life lessons. Experiencing that. I'm not here to say that I'm some fighter like you, but I fought the Golden Gloves in high school. First time I ever got my name.
That's amazing.
Last time they were something nice about it.
See, that's a hard thing to do.
You learn about life because no teammates, it's just you in there.
It's all, right. If you win the Golden Gloves, that is a
I
very...
didn't win the Golden Gloves. I fought in it. Yeah.
Even fighting.
Yeah.
Even just getting into the ring, having the courage in your fucking underwear to step through those ropes with those stupid shoes on and big pads over your head, and you realize you just throw your hand and some other dude is trying to KO you.
Yeah, exactly. The other dude's trying to kick your ass.
Such a weird feeling.
How old were you when you started?
I started fighting when I was 15.
And what was the emphasis?
Well, I got picked on a lot. I was a small kid, and I was always moving. We were always moving to new neighborhoods.
Oh, yeah.
And we moved to this neighborhood that really hurt me. Like, I can be real clear about that. I got pushed around a little bit, like teenage boys do to each other, but I didn't like it. And so I was like, look, I'm not growing. So it's like, what can I do to stop this fear that I have of conflict? I was terrified of like kids because I did not know what to do. I had no training, no martial arts, no sport I ever played baseball. And so I started doing martial arts and I became obsessed.
Was it Taekwondo?
Yeah. Well, I first started with karate.
Yeah.
I was going to this place called Esposito's Karate in Massachusetts.
Wow.
I'd still be there. He was like the town legend. He's this black belt guy who's awesome, who taught this like very popular school. But it was hard for me to get there. I didn't have a car. I was a kid, so I would have to take a bus, walk a mile. It was like 2 months, especially. But I found this Taekwondo place in Kenmore Square, and the tee would go right to it. I would only have to walk a mile to get to the tee, and then I'd get on the tee. So I would do that every day.
Public transportation.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So every day I'd walk a mile,
Nice.
get on the tee.
After school.
After school.
Yeah.
As soon as school's over, I'd go right from my house, I'd grab my gym bag, and I'd go to the gym. I went every day.
Great.
So then, like when I was in high school, I was traveling around fighting in tournaments. It's the weirdest shit. It's like I went from being terrified to like fighting all the time. You're flying Ohio. You know, I couldn't drive. I was 16 at the time, so I was with other guys. And most of them were grown men. And we would all go, and I was competing as a grown man.
What weight class?
I won the state championship the first year at 140, but it was way too hard for me to do. I know it was wrong. Right? The guys who do it today, I just stopped eating and stopped drinking water. In the shower, steaming hot, trying to like drain my body. Yeah. So I started. Then I went up to 155. The weight class was, but it was something. I went up to that, and then I got much better.
What was a typical training day? You did
Hours.
So when would you do it?
It was all. I would get home from school.
Yeah.
Cut, eat something real quick, grab my
What
bag.
would you eat? Like a banana?
I didn't eat good. cereal. And I didn't have a lot of. My parents both worked. So I fed myself, whatever's in the I eat that, and then I'd get on and head out. And so
how much time between when you ate and when
it takes like an hour. It takes, an hour to walk and then train. And
so you got a trainer. You got
that was a big thing too. Well, start up, you sleep, you start with technique, right? So most of the time, you would start with just straight kicks, you just practice kicks, hone it, and you're also warming up, so you go through a whole warm-up routine. You'd practice your kicks, like mostly just for form. So you'd practice kicks, and then you would practice kicks with specific, they would call it like a one-step. Like you would come at me with a fake, and I would practice stepping to the side and countering. You'd practice that way. Then you would do sparring, and we sparred almost every night. And some of the sparring was horrific.
Can we just spar like rounds?
Yeah.
3-minute rounds?
3-minute rounds.
Yeah.
Generally. Yeah. And you're sparring, all these people that are bigger than you, stronger than you. And I was a kid.
Right.
And then heavy bag work. Heavy bag work was always at when you were exhausted, you work on your power. And then there's some days we just came in and only worked on technique. You didn't spar. Those are good days. You just only work on your power, like heavy bag work, drills, speed drills, focus. Like you have these paddles that people hold, that people kicks and paddles.
Yeah.
You just all working like making it so it just has no telegraph. It just goes off. You just have it just go off like a switch. And so you're just drilling as if you're eating, and then you go on the weekends.
Would you run at all? Did you really work?
I ran. I did. I hated running.
Yeah.
And I spent so much time training already. My endurance was fine.
Yeah.
And I'd be wrapped bag. I was playing bag or endurance anyway because that was like what you were going to actually get other than getting hit.
Of course. But would you do like after record? That's strong.
Yeah. Sit-ups.
Yeah.
And I would do push-ups, ups and shit like
that.
Not a whole lot of things. Most of it was heavy bag training.
That alone is
it was quite a while. I started accepting even the idea of weight. A lot of for a long time boxers, we were just talking about this. He was saying like if they lifted weights, they would be really stiff until Evander Holyfield. Evander Holyfield kind of changed everybody's opinion of it because he lifted weights, moved up to heavyweight from cruiserweight. And it was awesome.
Yeah.
And everyone's like, hey, maybe weightlifting just makes you stronger.
Yeah.
Now they all do it. It's kind of funny. Like almost all of these guys have some kind of strength that can get.
Yeah. So what do you do now? Stay shape. Are you addicted to it? It's your life.
I'm addicted to it for mental health reasons too.
Me too. I know what you mean.
I think doing something difficult is very important, especially if it's self-administered. Do something really hard and it makes the rest of your day easier. And it also is just, Andrew Huberman talked about this. There's a specific area of your brain. And when you do uncomfortable things, that area of your brain grows. And when you're sedentary, you're not doing shit, that area of your brain actually shrinks. So it enhances your ability to do difficult things, like doing difficult things, right? So it's not just like, I'm addicted to it. It's like, it's a vitamin. Like, you should do it. Like, you should do it. It makes your brain more resilient. Like, doing hard things, like, I like to just lay on the couch. Bitch, I do too. Everybody does. Everybody likes to lay on the couch. That's not the point. The point is, it's not good for you.
Listen, what you're saying is so true. To get back to my prison experience, among the things that helped me get through it, hard physical life really helped me get soften that, lessen that emotional pain, heartache, and it just made me feel less hurting. I hurt less. I forced physical pain on myself by running 10 miles, for example, on my first Christmas day because it was so brutal. I had to be at this shitload place for Christmas. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So what you're saying makes perfect sense to me. And
obviously, your situation was very extreme. And, you needed relief in any way you could find it. Through Jesus, through exercise, through everything, through constantly being worked. But for the person listening to this, do something hard, right? Just make yourself do something hard all the time. Just trust me. You'll feel better. Your life will be better. You'll be able to handle things better. You'll be able to handle disputes better, conversations better, interactions with people better. Do something.
You'll have more love in your heart.
Yes. Yeah. The friendliest people that I know are all killers. They're all
Interesting.
killers.
That's interesting.
The friendliest people I know. If you met, like, some of my friends that fight UFC, if you didn't know who they were, and you met them, they're the most people. Like, he's he does color commentary with me, so it's me and Daniel or John Allen. Daniel was a light heavyweight champion and heavyweight. He's a division world champion and was dominating the class in street. He didn't belong in heavyweight. He's like 5'11". He's not a big guy. He's just such an insane tank of a human being. And his wrestling was so insane, and his just will was so insane. He dominated the two different divisions. He was a killer. The nicest fucking guy you'd ever meet. If you're hanging around with him, you would never believe that he could pick up anybody in the room and smash on their head. You would never believe it. You think he's just a sweetheart of a guy.
So, because of my very limited boxing experience, I got to know boxers. And recently, I helped Tommy Hearns, had Trump get Tommy Hearns' endorsement. And Hearns spent some time with me in Chicago. The nicest guy. This guy was such a fucking badass fighter, as you know.
Oh my God, Tommy Hearns in his prime was an assassin.
Yeah, but on a personal level, gentle, God-fearing, soft-hearted, which you're describing with the guys that you know. And a lot of the guys that I knew from the boxing world in Chicago, a lot like that. The guys who had a lot more success than me because I was just a best. I was a middle that guy who did it for 1 year. But I know exactly what you're saying. Can I say something about guys in Trump real quick? To go back to Trump, because the point you made I thought was really interesting, that you got to have that kind of self-love to endure all the shit they threw at him. And you got to.
You have to be a psycho. He's kind of a psycho. You have to be the type of person that tweets, "I hate Taylor Swift." Like,
I know.
Maniac mindset. But without that, you don't keep fighting. Like, they tried to kill him twice.
That's right.
You know, and one of them nicked his ear. And there was literally people online doubting whether or not he got hit. You see blood coming off of his ear.
Yeah.
People were saying it was staged. So, in prison. I mean, I heard prominent people say these things.
Yes.
Some prominent woman tweeted that he got shot because he's trying to get out of jail, out of going to jail. Like, this is like, I don't care what you were trying to say. That's such an insane take on a former president who's running for office again being assassinated. You should be against assassinations. Assassinations are horrible. It's against the law. It's one of the most horrific. No matter what did he do? He paid off a lady. Is that what he did? You think he should get shot in the fucking head for that?
Well,
like, what did he do? Yeah. What did he do? Do you think he deserves getting shot in the fucking head? This complete lack of appreciation that the whole thing is corrupt. That's not good for you either. It's not good for anybody. Just because you label yourself a liberal, you can't watch them throw the Constitution in the toilet. Right. You can't just sit back and watch them. Because, yeah, they're doing it against Trump. He got shot? Good. Are you fucking crazy? People getting shot is good? How are the love people, the progressive people, the people on the left, how are they like, I wish that guy didn't miss? How are they doing that? Because that's how lost we've gotten with this mainstream political narrative. They feed you what you're supposed to think, and you never have to think it out for yourself. It's like groups of people just going through the information and coming to a conclusion as a country. Instead, you have to be on a car, like in prison.
That's right.
And you got to be with this group. It's basically the same thing. Exactly right. You're in a gang. You're not in the Aryan race. You're in the fucking left-wing progressives. And they'll fucking turn on you. They all turn on each other. They do it all the time because they're all just scrambling for stature.
Joe, can I just say about Trump on this subject? Self-love, personal toughness, for sure. Can I say something else? This man, I honestly believe this, truly loves America. He isn't just doing this because he wants to be the president. He's already been. He's got all this success. How do you live the life? Give that up. Go into that shithole business I was in. I know all too well that with all these phony fucking politicians, these duplicitous hypocrites in your party and the other party, which is what most of them are. There's a lot of good ones, but a lot of them are full of shit. They're weak and cowardly, and they go along with the kind of talking about. You go through so much, if you keep doing it, it's more than I think in his mind, I'm guessing, his mind kind of took about experience. He's saying to himself, if I have to go down fighting for my country, I'm going to do it. It's harder and tougher when he is convinced that this is just about his ego or himself, but it's something higher and bigger, like what America's supposed to be.
And it would push back against that. Say, listen, before you even form an opinion, I want you to think about what happened when he got shot. So he gets tackled. He's got blood coming out of his ear. Guns grow off. Guy was dead. Guy got shot protecting his family. He's he says, fight, fight, fight. That's not fake, right? Like that's in the moment after getting hit by a bullet, covered by the Secret Service. Guy behind him's dead. How many gunshots had rung off? 9 shots. Snipers killing him. Him shooting. I shot 2 times.
Yeah, right.
And then he fight. That's in the moment. That's in the moment.
Yes.
Everybody loves America, including people that aren't in America, which is why so many people are sneaking over to America. Okay? There's not a whole lot of people sneaking into Libya. Everybody loves America.
Why?
It's the shit.
Why?
But it's the shit because of personal freedom.
And
it's because you can be somebody here.
That's it. You can be Joe Rogan, a kid who's 15, getting on the public transportation, kicking in martial arts, become what you are. You can be me.
You can be anything you want.
Yeah.
You can be a doctor, a lawyer, an author,
That's
a painter, a musician. You can do anything you want.
No other place in the world offers it like this place.
This place celebrates it. I have a friend of mine from the UK. When he moved over here, one of the first things he said was, in England, they try to push you down. It's like tall poppies. Don't want anybody rising up. Everybody. Very discouraging.
Well, that's the socialist movement. That's the new democratic movement.
Yeah.
It isn't about celebrating somebody else's success. I want to be like him, or that guy's success has created more opportunities for me to be better off what I am. Instead, put him down. We can make everybody equal.
It's generally very energetic people who don't have any ambition. So they have all this energy, and they put their energy into this nonsense instead of like sorting your life out and pursuing something for yourself. There should be this is how it should all. Everybody should have an equal opportunity to be educated and pursue their dreams. Mm-hmm. But we're not going to have equality of effort. It's not going to exist. Okay, I can't tell you to do what I do, but I'll tell you what I do, and you can either listen and pay attention. You can say, "Oh, look at all the effectiveness. Look at how he's been able to do so many different things. How is that possible?" Well, it's all simple. It's all just hard work. Not everybody. So if you want a quality of outcome and you don't have quality of effort, then you have tyranny. Because then you have people energy, ambition, and they don't have any talent. And they want to control people, and they don't have higher social status than them or economic status. They get angry. Why not me? There's a lot of that. That's part of what the whole appeal to socialism. Of course, there's like there's a lot of things that are socialist in this world that are great. Like the fire department is essentially a socialist establishment, right? We all pay for the fire department. We all agree the fire department should act immediately when there's a fire. We're all paying into it. And it's great. We can have other things too. That should be how education is. That should probably be how the police force is. That's all great. As soon as you want a quality of outcome, you're ignoring a quality of effort. Right. Of course some people are born rich. Of course it's not fair. Of course some people are born in broken homes and it's harder for them. Of course. The fucking game's rigged. It's not fair. Right. But everybody, even given the worst of circumstances, they're at least not stopped from pursuing dreams.
You see, in my life experience, what I've learned, the fun part, really more the fun part is the journey, less so the destination. When I look back, the success I've had in different places in life, like being the governor of Illinois, not so easy.
Yeah.
It was nice to be there and have that power to be able to do it for serve good purposes. But it was more fun actually trying to do it, working hard.
Right. West.
Yeah, and
welcome. Hope you're doing well. How are things in your neck of the woods? I knew it. I absolutely fucking knew it.
You don't have to chase success. Just be great at it.
Peace out, Girl
no
Scouts.
hold fast rules, but
You know what? Yeah, well said. But even if you don't have success, the fact that you gave your best at something should be success, a version of success that you can be happy with.
for sure, at least you learn from that. I mean, you can apply those lessons to other things. It's like it's not like there's an end to this, and everybody wants to feel like there's some sort of a finish line. I'm telling you, it's not real. There's no finish line. It doesn't exist. You should just enjoy this moment and enjoy the whole process of whatever you're trying to do in life. Because there's never going to be a time where you're like, oh, dude, it's over. That's not real. I'm here to tell you, as someone who's at the #1 podcast for like 6 years or something like that, like, that's not real. There's no end. There's no like, it doesn't exist. And if it does exist, you're missing out on the whole point. The point is you're supposed to be getting better all the time in everything you do.
Yeah, that's right.
It's a constant thing.
That's
and
right.
Physically, it's going to come a point in time when you can't really get better because you're getting old. But you can still do it mentally. You can still learn more. You can still pursue hobbies and interests and dreams, things that stimulate you, and work towards stuff. It's a better way to live your life. And, you know, some people never get a chance to understand that. You go through your whole life. Maybe you're following a guru who's the gay porn star, and then all of a sudden you realize, like, I wasted my experience here. I haven't learned from it. I haven't grown from it. I don't have anything to show for all my time here. I've just been making mistake after mistake, and I never really figured out how to control my mind, and I never really figured out how to put myself into action. And there's a lot of people that are crazy.
Yeah.
There's a lot of people that are doing
And a lot of
shady
greed.
It's not. Sure, we should keep an eye on people who want to change the weather, for sure.
Yeah.
But we're all just supposed to be beings without succeed. It doesn't mean it's going to succeed.
Yeah.
It's so open agreement you have with life. Don't know what's coming up. Don't know what's next. It's just like, how do you respond to it when it happens? And for you, it's one of the most difficult things that a person could go through. And especially if you feel you earn something.
No, yeah. So I have purpose in life at this stage. They took everything from me. They passed laws saying I can't run for anything in Illinois. Believe it or not, just me. It's not constitutional.
You could probably run in Vegas and win. You could be the king of Vegas.
I could be there. Yes, it's a good place.
They would love you. You could totally be the king of Vegas.
But I have a new beginning. A lot of my friends are retired now, and they're retired. That's fine. But I'm excited about this new beginning I've had. I'm rebuilding. Yeah, the reality is I could run for federal office. I could run for president of the United States, but I can't run for alderman in the city of Chicago. Imagine that.
Damn, you're missing out on an awesome gig.
Yeah.
That's cool.
But I have something to get up every day and chase.
Do you
I'm lucky now.
have any desire to be in politics anymore? Is it just too gross, or how do you think about it now?
My wife is a remarkable person, and I think about all these different girls that I've known, that I've read about in history books. I think about my wife and her quiet way. Her heroism. She kept her home, raised our daughters. They're both good kids, our daughters. My older daughter, Amy's a therapist, good education. She would like me to advocate for the puppy protection. That's what I try to get announced. Puppy protection. If your listeners consider the puppy protection.
How does it protect puppies?
I don't know, but it's got to be good. I didn't think we.
Well, anything that protects puppies. But to me, that sounds like the Patriot Act. But it's got to be good.
You're right. I think Bernie Sanders was right on that. He was the only one who voted against that. I'm looking at him when it happened because I was with him in Congress then.
Well, they named it the Patriot Act. How do you say no to that? But
I know.
they name it the Puppy Protection Act.
Right. It's got a good chance of passing with a name like that.
What's in there?
And a younger daughter, she's a big Taylor Swift fan, a Swiftie. They both are. They're good kids, honest kids. They do good in school, like their mother. She raised them without a father. And they've suffered from politics in my career. And so it's not common. There's just not a lot of us here that are in Serbia. Somebody knows their dad, in a political context. So my wife, Patty, it's not interesting. 2 days after I was arrested, 9th of December 2008, was betting, taking bets. Lady of Illinois is going to leave the governor of Illinois. He just got arrested. It's 9-1.
Wow.
And she not only defined those, she defined the stats because she, looking back, she, oh, you know, I don't,
Oh my goodness.
but you know, I don't cross my, it crossed my mind actually.
Would that be illegal? Back joke.
That's prevented me from pursuing criminal.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a good question. But when a guy's in prison for more than 4 years, especially when he has a long time in prison, more than 90% wife with significant other. She's made it abundant clear that I have worked for office again. I'm doing that with my second wife.
You don't have in this day and age. What are you going to do other than this book?
Well, stuff. I'm actually trying to do some public awareness. They're important, like criminal justice reform stuff. Just up the system. There is justice. So it disproportionately has impacted the black community in a grossly unfair way.
Have you ever seen a podcast done with Josh Goodwin?
No, but I'm gonna tell me about that. It's criminal justice reform.
Yes. It's main
Okay.
objective.
Yeah.
The podcast that you multiple authorities.
Yeah. See, that's very
Writing is like fucked up. Reporting. Massive corruption in the prosecutor's office. And
Yeah.
you hear about these things, they're so heartbreaking. Like you just can't believe that someone would be for something that they know is a lie.
Right.
But you see it over and over and over.
Right. The more common is the oversentencing part. Those 8 years in prison, I mean, the overwhelming number of the guys I was with, they were guilty. The prosecutors got it right. What they got wrong was they sentenced because unfair law. They don't match up. And you got a non-violent first time, whether it's a bank robbery, drug offense, or whatever it might be. And they're giving these guys 15, 20, 25 years because they have these one-size-fits-all sentencing guidelines that politics. The case is different. Their cause, the reasons for doing things are different. So the system's broken in the sense that they don't take into account other considerations than just these like formulas they follow. And so as a result, you got these people, disproportionately black, but not exclusively, who are doing these long sentences for first-time offenses. Trump pardoned a woman named Alice Marie Johnson, first-time nonviolent offender, drugs. They gave her a life sentence. It was probably a lot of drugs, a life sentence. And after 20 years, Trump pulled her out, saved her. And a lot of this came from a 1994 crime bill that Joe Biden sponsored and Bill Clinton passed the Democrats. It's the black community.
Yeah.
So I think I'd do some of that. And my father came from Serbia, and I'd like to try to do what I can to raise public awareness about the place of Serbia in the Balkans, because it's a country that we bombed in 1999. The United States and NATO bombed without the United Nations approval. The way we invaded Ukraine. And Serbia, because they were trying to force the Serbian government to give up a part of their country, Kosovo. Give it up. That'd be like NATO threatening to bomb us to say, give up Texas to Mexico. And the Serbian government said, we're not going to do it. So the United States decided to bomb them if they didn't sign an agreement that was made in France called the Grand Delay Agreement. That would have put it up to a referendum. Now, Kosovo, there's more to everything.
Right.
The complication is the geopolitics of Europe and the Middle East, because Serbia's in the Balkans is sort of a gateway to the Middle East. It's in Europe, but it's a gateway to the Middle East, and a lot of the political dynamics internationally play there. But the Serbs and the Serbian people were allies with the United States in both world wars. They love America. They want to improve relations with America today after we bombed them. The Clinton administration did that. We took that part of the country away.
How did they bomb?
They bombed Belgrade. They bombed all the big cities.
They just indiscriminately bomb the cities and they bomb military bases.
The electrical grid. They bombed military bases. It was May of 1990. And I was a young congressman. I was the only Serb. The Serbs are a small group in the United States and they any political clout. But Jesse Jackson, Reverend Jackson, and I went there. It's 3 American soldiers were taken prisoner by the Serbs during the war. And no one knew what was going on with those soldiers. So Reverend Jackson had this statue, and he was close to Clinton, and he went there. I went there because I speak the language. My father came from that country, and I was able to assist him in getting the release of the 3 soldiers. This was the Milosevic government at the time. And we got the soldiers home. But what I like to talk about with regard to Serbia is it's a country in the Balkans that follows a Judeo-Christian tradition. It's very much like Israel in the sense that it's in a place where they're standing up for those sorts of things. And the Serbs have felt very betrayed by the United States for choosing to be on the side of countries that were with the Axis and with the Nazis in World War II. And those wars out of the Balkans brought Europe in wars of ethnic cleansing. All the sides do. There's no one side, is crystal clean on those issues. They're fighting for borders and they're fighting for villages, places where historically one claims they had a claim to it, and other groups they had a claim to. So these are complicated issues. But the United States decided to pick something, force this country to give up a part of their country with a lot of significant religious monuments there. And this government that's there today very much wants to reopen relations with the United States and have better relations. It's a growing economy. They're doing very well economically because they're good, hardworking people. And it's interesting. In a poll recently, European countries, in this presidential election, Trump versus Kamala Harris, the Serbian people had the highest support of Trump. Something like 59% of the Serbian populace supported Trump in that election than any other European country. And so whatever I can do to be helpful to the place my father came from. I'm American born, my mother's American born.
It sounds like you're looking for an ambassador to Serbia.
Oh, no, I'm not.
What if he gave it to you? Would you take it?
Unlikely. No, unlikely.
Come on.
No, unlikely.
Come on, fella.
No, only if he said to me, like, I really need you, which he won't do.
He's going to take you down to Burger King. No, he's in the Big Macs, right? He's in McDonald's.
He likes McDonald's.
Yeah, sit you down.
He likes McDonald's. But there's a new Trump's administration to rethink sort of our policy and some of those old relationships.
You understand politics far more than this. What difficulties do they face in implementing legal change? So there's all these ideas, the DOGE idea, the Department of Government Efficiency, RFK taking over HHS, right? Health and Human Services.
Right.
So it's done. So then Cash Patel, the FBI, Tulsi Gabbard. What is her?
She's the director of national intelligence.
Yeah, that's a huge position.
Yes.
So they all have these ideas to eliminate corruption, at least mitigate it, and root out all the bad actors and find out what went wrong. Right? What's in the way of that? What would stop them from being able to do all that?
You're talking about an almost immutable object. You're talking about the deep state. You're talking about entrenched interests within government and outside of government. You're talking about what I call political industrial complex. It exists in Washington. It exists in state governments like in Springfield, Illinois. It's the usual people. And the two parties are split on some issues. They play the game within certain parameters. And if somebody wants to think outside the box and challenge that and actually try to shake that up and change the priorities of how it operates, frankly, to actually hurt people more. Because the mindset there, and I know this because I was a congressman for 6 years, I was a governor for 6 years, the mindset isn't what we can do for the people back home. The mindset really is what the people back home can do for us and for all the different special interest groups that operate and are lunging up in the system. This is very real. It's very real in our government. It's very real in the military complex, which is something Tulsi Gabbard and Exeth and the others, who if they get their positions, are going to be addressing. The weaponized Department of Justice, very real. I'm a living testament to that, and so is Trump. Very real. The bureaucracy that you have a hard time moving these government employees. Many of them are even going to office. They're working from home. They are entrenched and hard to move. So this is going to be real hard. It's going to be constantly. They're going to fight back, and they're going to keep trying to do Trump what they've been doing. And I think the opportunity for the Trump administration, President Trump, is for 6 months to a year, because this time he has a bit of a hunger with the voters. He didn't get there in 2016, but this time he has. He's got wind at his back because that was a mandate. Yeah, it was a mandate.
Yeah.
He's got it. But he's going to get no honeymoon time. And traditionally, presidents get, even the other party will give them 3 to 6 months before they start pissing all over. You know what I mean?
Right.
Trump and Lincoln, the only two presidents who never got up. southern states to see to the left. Trump was quite dead, but no one as a new president. It's terrible as Trump's been treated by the Democrats in Washington because he's a real threat to change things. And he's a guy who's actually trying to keep his promises. And these appointments, they're very different. But they show you learned the lesson that you can't trust those Washingtonians because they'll infiltrate your group. And they'll be the ones who try to like not carry out your workers.
You know what you really can't trust?
Yeah.
The people who make the polls.
That's right.
Those fucking people, they might as well be psychics. They might as well be that person with the neon sign that's reading cards.
Yeah.
You guys are so off. It was so wild because people were so emboldened by them being so off. You know, I'm sure a lot of these hilarious videos. That's really sure she can win. Yes, we're all fired up and cocky and hooting and hollering and making fun of people. And man, see, this landslide.
I'm pretty good at patting in that business, so I'm going to pat myself on the back. I called it. I think even before that, I was saying trouble's going to be all the back in the States.
But I thought it was going to be a lot closer because I thought, you know, until she kept making blunders, if she just never did any interviews, just did speeches like that first one that she did. The first one she did, like, you guys didn't need to say my face. The whole place goes nuts. Whoa, like she was and energetic in comparison to him. Like, oh my God, and they all got behind her. And you see all the wind behind the sails of the media. They were all moving March step. They were all marching together. They were all telling us, she's the best. She's number one. She's going to fix it. And I thought it was working. I really did. It's like, this might work.
Yeah.
Which I was fascinated to see. I was fascinated to see the whole machine turn in support of her. The people that had mocked her, the approval ratings, 6 months ago, they're making fun of her and she's largely been quiet. And then all of a sudden, she's our answer.
Yeah. That was propaganda.
It was wild.
Yeah.
It was wild.
That was Obama. They got away with that. They propped this guy up to be this demigod. He's not.
Did you see Jill Biden dunking on her in that speech today? Was it today?
I think it was yesterday. Just talking about joy.
Oh my God,
Yeah.
it's amazing.
Yeah.
Jill Biden like subtly does a Kamala Harris impression, and the audience knows it, and the audience starts laughing.
Yeah.
Which is just like, I want to be a fly on the wall. I would have loved to see how that, like, it's essentially a coup went down.
Yes. That's right.
The first time for someone who didn't get elected is somehow or another the Democratic Party. It's kind of dangerous. Really think about it in that regard. It's kind of dangerous.
Right. It's lies. It's based on
It's
They're just lying to you.
you plans that you should along with this. We go, hey, why don't you have a primary? You know, what about the bureau? What about all the people? What about them? I mean, let's see what their solutions these things are. Okay. See? Like, what? Good.
Right. Right. Well, the Democratic voters.
You know, this it's like hysteric and Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris is talking to her and she's like, don't worry, you're gonna win. And she's like saying this to this girl, like, I was like full of anxiety. I just get so upset when I watch them. What got in your head that you think that's freak end to this company? What happened?
Been lied to over and over again by the establishment, Democrat Party, allies in the. My daughters are fearful of this. And this guy, and he's not doing it. They've been demonizing him for so long. And this is not purpose. This is part of the and eventually, most of the people saw through it. And give enough credit. Trump on here, and then you eventually make your decision. A lot of people really took into that election. So thank you, because I think that's part of saving America before America can look great again, which is a good thing, isn't it? Why wouldn't America want to be?
Well, it certainly should be. It's all
And it is great, isn't it? Why do the Democrats seem to think America's not so? We've had a lot of problems. There's wrongs in our history, of course, and original sin of slavery, Jim Crow, and segregation, and the treatment of black people in America. That's all very real and it's true. But in spite of it all, this is a country that offers the opportunity we talked about and corrects those mistakes. I think is in respect to today with the Democrat Party is now it's a question of reversing. No longer let's judge people, but not by the color of their skin. But
Let's overcorrect.
Let's overcorrect. Exactly.
I think it's a cult. I really do. I think the Republicans didn't do themselves any justice by reversing Roe v. Wade, because I think wanting that reversed is going to put this fear in everyone that you're coming after women's reproductive rights. That men, based on religious ideals, are going to tell women what to do with their bodies. That didn't happen. I think it would have been an even bigger victory for Trump.
Right.
Because I think that was one of the most important subjects for women. It was one of the most important things that they were willing to draw the line. Because they know where that goes. As soon as you let someone have control over the body, just like to a small extent, but like we've talked about with COVID, with so many different things, people have power and control. They manipulate. If you all of a sudden have laws, so found it years or not, we're worried that we would get data, right? So you have ovulation apps, and these ovulation apps you say period, keeps track of the woman had and was in a state where abortion to another state abortion that she can be prosecuted based on the laws, which is, to me, that's terrible.
I agree.
Power
Yes.
over, especially doing something that's legal in that state. The whole idea of states' rights is supposed to be, first of all, we're all need passports to travel from state to state, right? Every state is essentially almost like a little different country.
Right.
Same language.
Right.
This is a very different country than California. There are different places.
Yeah.
There's other places. It's a very different country. But we all agree we can travel back and forth. So then you leave me the fuck alone. You don't know what I'm doing in this state, and I don't want you check. If someone has a miscarriage, and then they go visit a state that has abortion laws, and then they get visited by jackbooted thugs that think that they can oppose law. And maybe it's a wrong perception. Maybe it's an extreme version of it. It becomes exaggerated. But I don't trust people. I don't trust people that have power over people. And I think the less power people have over people, the better. I think if you want people to have less abortions, make more birth control available. Make it available everywhere. You know, education, help. Kids are crazy. Get horny, go nuts. But there's a lot of people that make mistakes that if a man could get pregnant, if men could get pregnant, I would say the be an app on your phone. We would have them. We would get abortions everywhere. Like there would be no babies. It's, it's a very complicated decision for someone to make. And Joe Biden, ironically, said it best a long time ago. He said abortion should be legal and rare.
I have a long history of Democratic governor and congressmen supporting a woman's right to choose. I haven't changed my view on it. I'm a huge Trump supporter, but I haven't changed my view on it for the same reasons. Not to mention the fact, who am I?
That's what gets so complicated.
No, it is very complicated. And the people on the other side, the pro-lifers, these are good people who genuinely believe this is the killing of a baby. What Roe v. Wade had said in his decision, it broke it down into trimesters. And within the first trimester, that's a life being. But the idea of government doing what you just described, can you imagine who's gone through what I've gone through, the government what it did to me? That being sympathetic to the people.
How you live, Jake?
I don't think you should let them ever be involved.
Yeah. Yeah.
I get it. I've talked to very intelligent, reasonable people that believe that life begins at of conception,
Right.
in the case of race.
Right.
Oh, I don't agree with you, but I understand where you're coming from. I could put myself in your mindset. I can see that. I could see how you would think that. I could see you'd say two wrongs don't make a right. I could agree with it. And I don't agree because I would not want to baby. I don't give a fuck what you say. You want to impose that on the person because you have a different set of beliefs in the person. Where does that end? Where does that end? It gets fucking weird. It's weird when you let people control people. Think about how many people you let people to wear a mask outside. Where's your mask? People are fucking weird, man. Give them any kind of control over people. I don't trust them. That's not like a pro-abortion position. That's a I don't trust people and their decision-making ability and their use of power decision. That's what that is. That's my position.
Yeah, a lot of those people who are demanding those masks every night, whether they have a vaccine or not, the same ones who are very much pro-choice when it comes to a woman's right to choose, but they don't apply the same standard to other things.
I know it's so
And it's that inconsistency. Yeah, right, exactly.
Which I agree with fucking everything.
Right.
If you want to get face tattoos, I would recommend it. I have a bunch of friends who have face tattoos.
I don't know. I just
got a bunch of them. I love that guy to death. Post Malone's got a bunch of them. I love that guy to death.
Listen, I did all those years in prison, guys like this.
A lot of nice guys with face tattoos. I mean, fighters I know with face tattoos.
Yeah.
Fucking great guy. Sean O'Malley. Shout out to my man Sean. Face tattoos. Awesome guy.
There's a guy in prison who's literally a Dodgers fan. How do they know you? They can't do Dodgers. Well, that's how they said. And I sang to this guy and about 110 others at the GED graduation by prison band. She brought in the Jailhouse Rockers.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
That's hilarious.
Yeah.
Did you record anything?
No, they didn't allow it. But,
that's too bad. That would have been amazing tapes.
Yeah.
You get that on the internet?
But you couldn't allow that. You couldn't get that in.
Damn. Let them have YouTube channels.
But I had to.
Great, that would be YouTube jail channels. YouTube, listen, you can make profits off of this. Split the profits with the emails.
They're not bad guys. They broke the law. They should be held accountable and have justice and also mercy and a chance at a second
Also
chance.
mercy and redemption. Right?
Absolutely. Please, let's have
Rehabilitate. Whatever happened.
Some of these guys have such good hearts. There was this bank robber in prison, Michael Torres. Good guy. His name is Socks. Robbed a bank.
Socks always robbed the bank. Is that why?
I don't know. I have a chat. He loved General Grant. Electorate Civil War history class. But what he did was from California. His father was a Pentecostal minister.
Oh,
And he walks into this bank. His father always respect the values of respecting your elders. Okay? He storms into a bank with a sock and shouting, "Motherfuckers, everybody on the side, I'm robbing this fucking bank. I'll kill anybody, blow your heads off. If you don't comply, you don't follow my orders." He can say comply, right?
Right.
So they all scatter around. He spies out of the side of his office, the lady in the corner truck, standing there. And at that point, he recognized her, and he puts his bank robbery on pause, puts it on hold. And all of a sudden, he goes from this doctor, this Mr. Hyde character, motherfucker with his assault weapon, to a Jekyll, right? Goes to the woman, calms her and soothes her, tells her, "Man, don't worry, this won't take too long. No one's going to hurt you. I won't be long. Let me get you a seat." And so some guy's sitting in the chair, and he says, "Get up, motherfucker, or I'll fucking blow your brains out." And he ushers her to the seat, okay? Sits her down.
Oh, my God.
Then he goes back to the bank robbery, gets all the money, stops by, says goodbye to her, leaves, didn't plan his getaway. They get him within, 10, 15 minutes. Didn't take long. He's got no defense. There's all, he saw it all. So they say, we better just ask for mercy. Don't even pretend you didn't do it. We killed him. Prosecutors want 20 years in prison for sentence. Okay? And the most they always get with these federal prosecutors. The defense lawyer recognized the judge was 83 years old or something. They bring the old lady in with witnesses they call mitigation witness to say that Socks, the bank robber, had some good qualities. She tells the story about how kind he was to her in the midst of this bank robbery. And the judge gave him 10 years. So his kindness to the old lady and respecting the values of his father saved him 10 years. And he was a great guy to do prison time with. If you got to do time at prison, Sanj was your kind of guy, fun. And you lectured in my class and talked about General Brandis Shine. You get to tell these guys, the motherfucker was a badass, dude. This guy was a badass, dude.
That's hilarious. Yeah, there's still people that make bad choices.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you gotta throw people away. That's crazy. There's so many people I'm sure that you might have a lot of potential. And I've met a lot of people who've been in jail that are
very resourceful, very enterprising, very smart.
my favorite guest that I've ever had on. Ross.
Tell me, is that the singer?
No, it's the real one. The real Ricky Ross was selling cocaine from getting it from the government and selling it in South Central Los Angeles and not even knowing like what he was part of, the funding the Conchas versus the Sandinistas.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, Oliver North Day.
Yeah.
That's Freeway Ricky Ross, who's a legend. He's making millions every week, millions of dollars. Couldn't read.
Right.
Couldn't read. It's like a tennis player, really good tennis player, but not good enough to be pro, like illiterate. Goes to jail, becomes a lawyer in jail, teaches himself to read.
Was it state prison or federal prison?
I think it was federal prison.
Yeah. Okay.
I think it was federal. Goes to jail and finds out that because he understands law, that they had used this 3 strikes rule incorrectly. And that it's supposed to be 3 separate incidents. This was 3 felonies in one incident.
Yeah, right.
And so he got off.
Beautiful.
He got himself out of jail.
How long was he?
Oh, was he a long time? How long was Freeway Ricky Ross? But he's the nicest guy. He's funny. He's like, you tell me this guy didn't deserve a second chance?
Yes. Exactly.
He's a young kid surrounded by drug dealers.
That's
The only people that have any money.
It wasn't just 20 years. I think 20 years, but up to 9.
Wow.
Where's he at now?
He's back in LA. He just did the podcast recently. How long ago did he do it? Was it last year? It was this year. What month? 6 months ago.
You know what I'd like to do in the beginning? Make enough money where you can have financial security from being alone. I was making $62 a year every year. I'm a lawyer. I was like, this is what I get.
What do they pay you for?
You know, you for the first couple of years in higher prison. And then when I got to the camp, you know, quarterly floors, you sweep floors, worked in the library for a while. I had all kinds of stuff. Worked in the gym.
How rude is that if they give you $1?
The worst job in the kitchen. And I write in the day, it looked like I was going to go home in August 2019. Trump was pulling me out. But he's getting all this pushback from politicians. And he had a problem because he called Zelensky Ukraine. And the Democrats were going to impeach him over a telephone call, which was absolutely the right thing for him to do. Because there was evidence, videotape evidence of Joe Biden talking about Burisma and Hunter Biden, his son, prosecuting, firing the prosecutor, he's going to withhold $1 billion of federal money, U.S. money, Ukraine. That's perhaps probable cause of a crime, but it's at least reasonable enough for the chief law enforcement officer, the president, to ask, to look into it. So he did. They impeached him. So now I'm like, but it looked like I was coming out, and I was literally transferred out of camp, and they said, I'm sending you home. Go back, understanding the right thing for purposes. But they put me back in the kitchen. One of the cops there felt like, who's it? He was some like special president. We're going to show this now. So he ain't no big deal. So he put me back in the kitchen. 4 o'clock in the morning. You wake up at 3:30, wash pots and pans for 8 hours a day. They call me the gut. Right. So that paid $5.5 million.
That's so crazy.
But here's what I like to do. I want to be successful, make money. Things are good. Have a best-selling book, maybe God willing, who knows. I'd like to meet your guy Rick Ross and others, and I'd like to have a foundation that actually does something meaningful, like maybe some sort of vocational training, culinary training for inmates who are coming home, have no opportunities, that they don't teach in prison, but they should.
You should talk to John as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Help me get hold of it.
Yeah,
I feel like that's my calling. I feel like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's his main quest of life. to help people. And then he's got so many stories of these people getting out, doing incredible things, and helping other people as well. Trying to get back around, trying to educate these young guys, and also trying to stop them from doing bad things. So just give them some life skills so they can make good decisions instead of bad decisions. Because some people are just, because of reality, you're trapped by your circumstances. And if you have not experienced that, luckily I haven't. I'm very fortunate, but there's a lot of people that do. And to discount that is fucking crazy. Just forget about them. And it's convenient for us. Lock them up. Just lock everybody up. Lock people up. What we need to do is understand that we lock people up at anybody, anywhere. It doesn't make us. Well, we got to. Why so many people are getting locked up?
Yeah,
and we've ignored that. We've ignored it. It's like we're constantly cutting cancerous tumors off. We're not. Hey, why do we keep getting cancer? Like, is there something we can do different? There's a lot we can do different. Think about just the money that we've sent to you. Imagine if that money just went to rehabilitating the city of America.
There you go.
How much good could you do with $200 billion?
You want to hear a real simple credit card? Don't forget, I was the first to do it. I supported. Okay.
I support trades.
I didn't know about
those. Pelosi stock tracker.
Yeah.
You ever seen it? Oh, it's good.
You're kidding.
Yeah.
No kidding.
I'm not a stock market person. I don't pay attention. But I do know people who are very invested in the stock market. And Pelosi stock tracker is good. Like, you find out what he's buying, and you should buy it.
That is really, really interesting. Well, if I want
She's a really good stockbroker, Rod.
I'm going to do that tomorrow because I said
she's super good at it. I don't know how she has the time, considering she's busy serving the people. But if she was just a pure stockbroker, she'd probably be the biggest of all time. She's that good.
Well, probably.
Dude, she got it.
Because she doesn't have the inside information. She
No, she's like it. She's got talent.
She gets it. I got you.
She gets it.
In any event, we were talking about what justice.
Yes.
Or the black community in particular, and part of the town. And it really struck here in Austin from a guy from this area in Texas named Lyndon Johnson. And there were so many good things, great society programs, but it was politics. Yes, poor people that we must, but it wasn't. This will ensure we get the whole generation. Look at the end. He didn't say that. He said the whole world. And that's how the Democrats have approached the black community ever since. And it's, yes, we'll help only some. We're not going to give the tools and means to be able to have the same kind of chance and opportunity in the economy. You can actually get up and get out of poverty and join the middle class. Have a business. Those sorts of things that most everywhere else in America, we have those chances. But not in the black community, because Democrats don't want to leave. They cannot afford to lose 90% of the safe vote for them if they're free.
I think they lost a lot of it during this election. Because a lot of black folks looked at all these illegal aliens coming in here, getting all these benefits, getting put up in the Roosevelt Hotel, and getting free food, and getting EBT cards. And they were like, what the fuck is this? Like, what about us? There's a lot of people in Chicago that were up in arms about that.
Yes.
Very real. Very right. They're 100% correct. This is like 100% evidence that these people who are pretending to be on your side don't give a fuck.
There you go.
That's the reality. If Trump can demonstrate that he gives a fuck, it'll change the whole narrative. If he can do real things while he's in office, he seems like a guy who's motivated to do real things. If you could just get 10% less people, imagine what that is.
Yeah.
Imagine what that is. 10% more people contribute to society. And that's a minor goal. That's a totally doable thing. That's not on your list at all. But if you can get 10% probably would get your third. People would recognize, there's a path that I can get my children to that will give them a real secure future outside of this. And then you've got to do something about law enforcement. You've got to mitigate gang activity and violence. You can't have people growing up thinking that violence is the way, and that drug dealing is the way, and shooting people is normal. You can't let that flourish and grow. You can't let that happen. And they, for whatever reason, have never fully addressed it. They've never addressed it through sources that we address so many of our problems.
Because of the politics. And the old Republican Party, they were fine. Just let the black community be where it is. Democrats held all those votes. We just scared the shit out of white suburbanites. It's not such back to your side, right? It's that. He's rebuilding this Republican Party. It's a political realignment, and he got more black Republicans candidates got since 1976. He's still a long way for
the whole racist just died.
It is such an outrageous accusation. Project people who project because they're racist. Some of these Democrat policies, they're dressed up pro-black, are fundamentally anti-black. Look at the education. Schools suck. I went to public school in Chicago. I wasn't exactly
making this school better than those standards.
And they just pump all kinds of and they need money. But they don't deny a single mother with a young child from that community a chance to have some choice on where she might want to send her child to school. Yeah. So they're locked into that politics and control of teachers' unions. They have that kind of
there should be some real concerted effort to standard of all schools, all of them, significant. And again, I keep going to Ukraine, but if we're a country that's like, what are we, $1 trillion? How many trillions of dollars in debt are we? Whatever it is, whatever crazy number that doesn't make sense in my head. Yeah. Whatever the number is. Right. How do we have so much money to send to all these countries in foreign aid? Give $1 billion to Africa in case they get hit by storms, for natural disasters. What? How much would it cost? How much would it cost to fix every school in the country? How much would it cost? It can't be done. Okay. But you tell me it can't be done with $39 trillion? If I gave you $39 trillion, do you think that you could fix every school in the country? I bet you could. I bet you have a lot of money left over. Okay. So let's forget $39 trillion. That's ridiculous. But what's the number? How much it costs to just proper planning, strategy, and hire the best professionals you possibly can, compensate them well. The goal entirely on fixing the education system, taking our standing where we are very low now and raising it back up to the top. How do we do that? How much it costs? Just help me out. Help me out. It's not insurmountable. Like if I said not, you'd be like, yeah, you definitely.
It would be you can't do it. And truly, you don't, because it's entrenched out, won't let you do the necessary reforms to make. So it's
yo, Caspian Sea, are you all right?
Sure, but it is.
Oh, okay.
Having some sort of system of accountability.
No, you're good.
There's actually, it is. Unfortunately, the education system, at least in places like Chicago, for example, the public school system, which I come from, it isn't. The priority of that union, the teachers' union, is less the children. It's all about their members and the teachers. And so they resist any kinds of changes that would maybe make for the classroom environment to be more conducive to teach a child. Things like merit, which is controversial, but they resist even out of
oh, baby girl, I am fucking back in. At least, okay, so remember there are 3 Wall Street Bets Discords. 2 of them never want to see me again. No. I'm not back in all 3. Absolutely not. No. But the one that never lets me stream, and they're really mean to me, somebody let me stream, and I built a bot that whenever they kick me out, it lets me back in, it turns on my camera, and it starts streaming Bloomberg Business, which I don't understand why a financial related Discord would not want to have financial related information. I mean, they'll let you stream video games, which have absolutely nothing to do with stocks and bonds and things. But like, oh, you want to stream actual business news? Oh, well, get out of here. Anyway, so there are these 2 guys that are just really dicks to me. One is known as Greek the Freak, and the other is known as Lil Borkchop, and they're just bullies. I just feel like they are digital bullies. And whenever they're not there, I don't have an issue. But whenever they are there, they just fucking think that it's cool to name the their VC no Jews and say all kinds of mean. Oh yeah, I get that all the time, all the time. I do my best to not let it get to me, just water off a duck's back. But when you're like openly just saying that, I don't know what, like, frankly, I don't know who raised you to believe these things, because I don't think they would be proud. Like, if I went to these guys' mothers and I'm like, do you know that you raised someone who thinks it's cool to openly discriminate against people? Do you think that's cool? I would imagine they'd be like, no, I'm embarrassed that my child is acting that way. But generally, most of these guys are long past any sense of changing their ways, and they just think that's cool. I mean, okay. Oh, absolutely. Just to get to me, and the way that I. I think if you have to use race to make fun of someone, it just shows you're small-minded. You're not intelligent enough to come up with anything that is relevant or funny or humorous or whatever you want to call it. So you have to basically take a outward facing characteristic of them and make fun of it. I don't know. Maybe I've just heard like all the racist jokes, but they're just not very funny to me. I get great joy knowing that these guys are fighting a robot. Like they literally have to manually fuck with me, and all my shit's automatic, and I just sit back and laugh at them. I think that's very fun. Whatever, whatever happened with him and Foodie Beauty? And people never give him shit from his own stream that he never shows his face on camera. I get it. I think that um he goes after people with low hanging who have like it's like low hanging fruit. He makes fun of them physically, yet that he doesn't have the balls to put himself on camera. It's difficult to do, and I not that I think he's a good, bad, or indifferent person. I think that's kind of cowardly. You're not playing on you're not playing on the same when you're making fun of her when when she's on. I get it, but you're making fun of people physically, yet you don't want to put yourself physically out there, which to me shows extreme defensiveness, so to speak. Like, why are you so afraid? Now, I get it. Like, he wants to go out and live his life normally and not have people be like, hey, you're a douchebag and all this other stuff. I get that. But then don't go after people physically. Go after other people who don't show their face on camera. Yeah, when he's making fun of people. It's like a fighter who is using a shield and the other boxer doesn't get it. When he's making fun there, I get, hey, it works for him, and he obviously has built a really great community by doing that. It's just like if I were, and maybe he just considers them trolls, but it would be like, dude, you're making fun of someone's physical attributes, and you're not willing to open yourself up to the same cri- uh, cri- uh, criticism. And it's like, I mean, anybody can be like, oh, this person's fat, this person's ugly, this person's yellow or blue or green or red or whatever. Okay, well, what are you? Let's take some shots at you. I mean, uh, I get it. He's just, in my opinion, cowardly. I'm allowed to have that opinion. A courageous shots at people like this, but even still, if you want to be a really good troller, in my opinion, at least give people the opportunity to troll back at you. I mean, if like, it's almost like, if you ever have seen a roast, like any kind of roast where comedians roast someone, the roastee gets to fight back. And it's almost like he is like, I only get to roast. Nobody gets to roast me back. Nobody gets to make fun of my weight or my height or my whatever. I mean, these are easy things to pick on him about. But no, I don't, unless you could convince him to go on camera. I'm not saying I, I'm not saying he has to go on camera all the time, and he never has to go on camera. But if you're making fun of people physically and not going on camera, that's cowardly to me. Because then you're basically saying, hey, let's make fun of absolutely everyone but myself. And I think that that's cowardly. Like, hey, if you want to open yourself up, like, for instance, he makes fun of Foodie Beauty's weight. He wants to make fun of her weight. He's a fat person himself. And it's not as effective to make fun of Foodie Beauty's weight when it's like two fat people making fun of each other. So he does it from behind a screen, and then people kind of forget. I mean, I don't know what he looks like. I know that some people who follow him don't necessarily, I mean, you're like a pretty big fan of his, his timeline, what he's done. But I personally think that if you, he's fighting, it's like a boxing match, and he's forcing his opponent to have their hands tied behind their back because they can't make fun of him. Yeah, I'm in agreement with you. But whatever he does, and so game recognized game on that. I created another bot, a different bot that is in a study. There's a really big Discord, has like 1 million people in it that study together, and it's very interesting. This is a Discord where you have to keep your camera on. You aren't allowed to not have your camera on, and I think that's a very like a just a different way of doing it. Hey, I hear I'm running into microphone issues. I'm gonna restart my computer so that you can hear me better. No, 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 it's mine. It's mine. All right, I'll be right back. If you can hear me, if you ever notice that I'm running in like I have